Hi everyone, good morning. We are starting the second day of our event, so I hope until now you enjoy the program and the other parts of the event. As you know, the biggest part of the event is gonna be tonight in the very historical place of the Istanbul in Çırağan Palace. So I won't get much time for you, so I'm gonna make a small speech and then I'm gonna introduce you the next panelist. Again, thanks you for being with us today. We are so pleased to hosting you in our beautiful city in Istanbul. I'm so delighted to welcome you here on behalf of İGA İstanbul Airport again. İGA İstanbul Airport continues to play a pivotal role in global aviation as a major global transfer hub. It's a strategic location as you know, as the crossroads of the Europe and Asia, makes it crucial for connection passengers and cargo worldwide, not only for the passengers. As the Corporate Communications Director, by the way, my name is Gökhan Şengül. I am head of the Corporate Communications of Istanbul Airport, the operator company of İGA. Our airport serves as a gateway to Turkey, and not just Turkey and beyond that, facilitating the international trade, tourism, and diplomatic relations. It's a modern infrastructures and efficient connectivity enhance Istanbul's reputation as a global city, fostering economic growth and cultural exchange. In an increasingly interconnected world, the importance of İGA Istanbul Airport for both the airport itself and the Istanbul, the city of Istanbul, cannot be overstated. We are very honored to have each and every one of you here with us, and again, thank you for joining us, and let's make this memorable event for all. Please remember your badges for tonight. It's required. Please don't forget to bring with you to our event place. And have a great day with a lot of meetings. Thank you. Let me introduce you the next panelist, Mr. Aiden. He's gonna be with us after my speech, and thank you for all of you.
Yeah. Thanks very much. Morning, everybody. Thank you. So, this morning we're going to have a bit of an interactive session around airport catchment areas. Now, I know many of you, we've been talking about this product for quite a few years now. It's been out in the marketplace. So what I'm going to do very quickly is just a quick overview of what this product is for those of you who maybe don't know. This is our airport catchment analyzer tool. This is about applying postal code or zip code locations onto your airport catchment passengers. Now, I was in the audience yesterday listening to the session on the future of route development, and a number of the panelists, Trevor from Emirates, for example, was saying airports today are providing lots of really valuable information about what's happening, but wouldn't it be really good if we could also provide location data of the passengers? We can. We've already got it. We've got this information. It's a simple process of looking at internet search data, mapping that onto the likely location of the passengers that have flown through your airport. And what that allows us to do is to identify how much of our traffic is leaking from our catchment area, going to other airports. And we can do this down to a route level for both inbound and outbound passengers. Okay, so as I say, it's not either a new product. We've got customers all over the world. This is a global product that we market. North America is one of our biggest markets. We launched in Europe in 2019. We've got over 40 customers there, and right through Asia and down into Australia. But what I want to do today is, I don't want to tell you about the product and listen to me. I'm marketing it, I'm trying to sell it. I've asked Christian from Nuremberg Airport to join us on the stage. Christian is one of our users. for a number of years now. I want you to hear from him, the success that he's had with the data, how he applies it to his route development, how it was important during the recovery from the pandemic, and how it's working with him in planning for their future route developments from their airport. So I'm going to pass over to Christian, let him talk to you for a while, and then we'll come back at the end. We'll have a few questions maybe, and we'll wrap up at 9:30. Okay? Thanks very much, Christian.
Thank you, Aidan. Good night and good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for the opportunity to give you some insights regarding how we use this tool. For all those who know us, we are the blue ocean, yeah? And it's always important for us to find market opportunities where you as an airline have no competition with sharks. So usually we are the shark-free zone, and this tool is really helpful. I just want to sell the airport, but just giving you a short idea where we are. And you see us number 9 in Germany, next to Hanover, 3.3 million passengers last year. We will end this year with 3.9 million passengers. Of course, our strong focus is Europe, so we serve Europe. There are some blue oceans, I would say, in northern direction in Scandinavia, in Spain and in northern UK, and a very strong focus, of course, on the Mediterranean. By the way, we have lost all the domestic service during the pandemic, so we have only Frankfurt with Lufthansa 5 times daily. And this is our recovery in 2023. You see the average of the German airports, yeah? And you can see us in some months significantly above 100% in comparison to 2019. So there is an ongoing market transformation, but I think we are on course. Nevertheless, we have some really big challenges in transformation. I am sometimes joking, we are the masters in transformation, so to say market transformation, because what we see at the moment, given by the low recovery in German business demand, that we lose a lot of full service carriers and a lot of connectivity and of course a lot of quality in the market. Yeah. Low-cost share has increased in the meantime to close to 50%, but this is not only Ryanair, so we have several low-cost carriers like Wizz Air, like Pegasus, like Welling as well in the market. And when I mentioned that we are masters in transformation, this is the share in 2000, or this was the share in 2012 when we had a big Air Berlin presence, yeah, and you can see how we have transformed it. Coming now to leakage, and leakage analysis is a really, really important point for us. And I would say leakage is the main challenge for us. This is the case because we are located in between Frankfurt and Munich. And I would say from a European catchment analysis point of view, that's a unique catchment overlap what we have, because from the southwestern direction we have an overlap with Frankfurt, and from the northwestern, and from the southern one with Munich. And that's the reason why we have in our inner catchment, in a 50-kilometer radius, 30 miles radius, very, very close core catchment, a leakage of 60%. And this brings always the question for us how we can identify the leakage on a route basis and how we can discuss this with the relevant airline customers. Yeah? So incredible numbers. If you look to our inner catchment, 1.4 million leaking passengers worldwide in 2019. If we look to the leakage data, and now we are in the tool, Aidan, that's what we create out of the tool. You see here a heat map around Nuremberg, and this is really important because we can do it on a route analysis or on a route-based analysis to see where are the people from. Yeah? Where are the people from on a zip code level, and are they from the surroundings? Is this leakage out of an overlap with Munich and Frankfurt? Because then I would say it's not that relevant for an airline, or is it out from the core catchment? And here you can see it. That's the overall leakage perspective. in the heat map, it's always strongly focused on the core catchment. And there you will find the most relevant competing airports, so to say, for us in terms of leakage. This is Munich, of course, and Frankfurt. So as you can see here, this is data out of the tool, out of the airport catchment analyzer. Yeah, 3/4 of the markets are leaking to Munich and Frankfurt. One interesting thing is, of course, we are always focused on new and unserved routes when we discuss leakage with airlines. Yeah, but what we did here, we used the tool to figure out how big is the leakage on existing, on served routes, yeah? And this is interesting as well, because this gives you an opportunity to talk, let's use an example, to talk with Ryanair if there is an opportunity to increase the Malaga service from 2 to 3 frequencies. So it helps you as well on existing routes, and we use it not only for new acquisitions, for new sales activities, attracting new carriers and new routes. We use it as well for existing routes, of course, and usually we combine it with existing traffic flow, what we see over the existing hubs, to give an idea what the potential could be. And this is existing potential, of course, so you don't have to stimulate the market here, yeah? I've just created one example for you, one detailed example, because we are well served, or we have a well served route to Istanbul, operated by Turkish Airlines 3 times daily, and by Pegasus to Sevilla 6 times a week. And Pegasus is using the A321. You know this aircraft, 239 seats. So overall, I would say I'm really happy with Sevilla and with the capacity on Sevilla and the frequency. And then we stepped into the tool, and we've analyzed the Turkish VFR markets, especially here for the conference, to see what is the leakage for the most important Turkish VFR destinations. And I expected to create some figures, interesting figures for Kayseri or for Ankara. We got it out of the tool, no doubt about it. But the most important and the most relevant route here in this analysis was Sevilla, the highest leakage, as you can see, within our core catchment, 26,000 departing passengers leaking every year, beside the reason that we have Pegasus to Sevilla 6 times weekly, year-round. Yeah? And this gives us as well on existing routes some questions. Yeah? What's the reason for it? Yeah? And one reason could be we are 24 hours open. If you look to the schedule, yeah, it's always departure between 1:10 in the morning and 1:30 in the morning. It's a pure red-eye flight, yeah? That could be a reason as well for the leakage. If the product is not attractive for the market, yeah, and maybe the people don't want to use this red-eye flight, yeah, there could be an idea to discuss with a carrier if there is any chance to optimize the product. So I just want to point this out to give you an idea that you can use it as well on existing routes, in discussion with existing carriers, which is really helpful. And of course, if you see it in a wider range, yeah, or you see it in a midterm scenario, we have a really big demand to the US, triggered by 2 reasons. One of them is that we have the biggest training areas for the US Army close in our catchment. And as you can imagine, based on the geopolitical situations, they are really important at the moment for the Americans and the Ukrainians. And therefore, we have a lot of VFR travel, but as well governmental travel to the US. And we are one starting and ending point for river cruises, yeah? And I would say 40% of this market is in the hand of the Americans. We call them the gray hats from the US, yeah? And therefore, it's really interesting to see what kind of leakage, and this is only focused on the pure core catchment here, yeah? It's 30 miles radius, yeah, to see what kind of existing traffic there is on carriers flying out in and out of Nuremberg, and on top of it, the leakage here for Northern America. And this is current data. So if you look here, Q2 2022 to Q1 2023, we are still in the recovery, but we still see this huge figures, huge numbers here. So for us, and now, it's my last slide. I just want to give you an idea why we have established the shark-free zone and why leakage analysis is that important for us, yeah? Because we have to find our niche between the two hubs in Munich and Frankfurt, and what we address to all carriers which are not part of the Lufthansa Group, which are not part of the Star Lines, yeah? Please think about if Nuremberg could be a market opportunity for you, because you have the untapped market demand there. You don't have to create the demand, you just have to catch up the demand. And that's a good way to create profitable growth. So thank you very much for the short presentation.
So I'm not going to let you finish there, though, Christian, because I want to ask you a few questions about this. So Christian's a customer of ours, as many other customers, so he has to use this data. Now, obviously, I'm going to tell you it's fantastic and it's great, but I want to hear from a customer. So how do the airlines react to this data? Because this is quite unique. They're not seeing this anywhere else. So can you give us some feedback of some of the conversations maybe you've had with airlines and how they've reacted to it?
In general, really positive, because you can easily explain it. It's a big data approach. It's not only GDS data, and it's not highly complicated. Yeah? We had several approaches in terms of leakage analysis before we used the tool. And I think the most important thing for you as an airport is that you can easily describe what kind of data you get out of the tool and what's the logic of the tool. Yeah? Yeah. Therefore, I would say this works really good. And if you ask me, yeah, what kind of cases we used it and in which cases it was really helpful, we got Için to the market, to the Essence market, for example. Therefore, it was really important because we saw a lot of VFR potential in this market. Yeah? And they are in Munich and Frankfurt, so it was a hard job to get them into Nuremberg, and they are part of the Star Line. So for them, it was a higher market entry barrier, I would say, to get into the blue ocean. Yeah? Yeah. And therefore, I think, it was the most important tool to use it. Yeah?
Excellent.
Of course, to get Ryanair after the pandemic back in our market with the base was also really important, and we shifted a little bit their appetite, yeah, with the tool to demonstrate them where we see the big potential. It's more sun and beach destinations nowadays at city routes. So there are several proven cases, I would say.
Excellent. And I think as well, we often, we come to routes to try and identify new route opportunities. We want to talk to new airlines. But I was particularly encouraged by the fact that you'd tried to look at markets that you already serve and what the catchment area was telling you about that. So you identified a number of opportunities where, although you maybe thought you had a good sustainable service, there was actually a lot more passengers. So did that change the way in which you thought about route development, some of your targets as an airport and some of your objectives?
Definitely, because you're able to analyze all your existing routes with the tool as well. And I would highly recommend to do it, yeah, because there are sometimes really interesting insights and interesting facts available. I've just demonstrated it with one example, Sevilla, the Sevilla route with Pegasus. Yeah,
absolutely.
And then you have a good way to discuss on existing routes, new opportunities, and therefore it's really helpful.
Yeah, and I think one thing to remember with this as well is this tool isn't creating the passenger number, so we're not saying this is what we think is the number of people that travel from these airports. This is actual passenger traffic data. We're just augmenting that with the zip code location. So traditional MIDT data won't tell you that. They'll tell you what's flown from each airport. And I'll go back to the session yesterday that John Strickland was hosting, where he was talking about that data really now being out of date, because it doesn't tell you the behavior of people. It doesn't tell you really what's going on in that catchment and the way in which people are moving around. So I guess as well, one of the other things is, I guess it's helped you identify maybe opportunities that you weren't aware of, where, for example, MIDT data has said we have no traffic from our airport. This market is not something we would pursue, but catchment data probably has told you a slightly different story.
Exactly.
Any examples of that?
As you can see, corporates becoming less and less important for us, unfortunately. And yeah, then you're lost with GDS. If you have the leakage analysis only on GDS data or only based on MITD data. So I really like this big data approach as well for incoming traffic, yeah? Because I mentioned not that you can analyze both directions, outgoing and incoming traffic, and I think this is really important as well. Yeah.
Excellent. And how do you use the data? So we provide it in, it's a data set that we sell, so you could use it through our Excel platform that we provide or Power BI. How do you use it on a day-to-day basis, Christian?
So if you order the tool from the guys, it's not really a tool. You will get, as Aidan mentioned, a really big spreadsheet with a lot of data. And we have integrated in one of our BI tools, very simple BI tool. It's named ClickSense, but yeah, take a tool, you name it, and use it for it. And there we can create these heat maps, which is really helpful for us. And we can have some really easy analysis based on the data, what we got from Informa and ASM.
Okay. Well, that's great. Thanks, Christian. I'm just going to give you a few minutes now on the developments of the product. I just need to pinch the button. Thanks, Christian. So, thanks very much, Christian. So what's next? One of the problems that we've discovered with developing this tool with our partners and ADI in the US is people go, right, well, what's the development? What's the next stage? Where are we going with this? Because it's really good, but it doesn't quite do all of the things that we need it to do as individuals. So as Christian mentioned there, we can provide this as just a data set, and you can incorporate it into your own systems. Many of our clients do. We provide it in an interface format. So it's easy to use for maybe people who are using it in a standalone environment or aren't particularly computer savvy. They just want to press some buttons and get some answers. But what we're looking at doing now is some of the next steps for this is to start thinking about what other information does your catchment data hold? And one of the questions that we get asked regularly is, well, could we add population data to that? So we're looking at zip code location, and as we flex a catchment area by distance from our airport, we can see how many passengers are traveling to and from destinations and which airports they're using. But what's the volume of the population that's generating that? So we're building population data into the model as well. So you can very quickly start to see what the volume of traffic is. And of course, population data generally comes from censuses that are done. And the census data breaks that data down by male or female or by age groups or by income brackets. So we can start to augment all of that information in as well. And then one of the other developments that we're going to be launching very soon is not just where is this passenger traffic leaking to, so which airports are they using rather than my local airport, but then which airlines are they flying on when they get to those airports. So now we can start to identify which of the target carriers that are pulling the traffic away from our catchment and understand a bit more the reasons why. It might be airfare, product, timing of the day, the days of the week. So we can know how many passengers we're losing, but who are we losing them to? So these are developments that are going to come with very quickly. And then further afield, one of the one of the other issues, we measure distance in a straight line from the airport, and that's how the tool has been developed. But of course, we don't travel in straight lines, particularly going to an airport. We travel down highways and maybe on public transport. There may be mountains or lakes in the way. So we're now looking at bringing in actual travel time, so real-time travel from the zip code location to the airport that you want to go to. So if you say, my catchment area has X number of people in, I might say, well, how do you define your catchment area? Oh, it's a 50-kilometer radius. But actually, more interesting, if I could say, well, it's a 1-hour drive, that catchment becomes a different size and shape, because it could be beyond 50 kilometers in certain directions, it could be less than 50 kilometers in other directions. So we can introduce actual drive distances. We all use platforms like Google Maps, I guess, for a journey, and it tells us how long it will take to get somewhere and how far the journey is. So timing's another issue that we're going to bring in. how many people are in reach of my airport to arrive at 9 o'clock in the morning? Okay, probably a different figure if it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, because the roads are a little emptier. Okay, so we can now do actual drive timing as well, using those same kind of platforms that you'd use on an individual journey going to a destination. So we can bring all of that data into the tool as well. And these would allow us to create a more colourful picture of the catchment. We can add a lot more detail to it. So when we're talking to our airline partners, or we're trying to convince them to operate services to our airport, we can now not only identify the volume of people within that catchment, we can define the catchment in many different ways, by distance, by drive times, by straight line distance. Okay, so where obstacles are in the way, where road networks aren't sufficient, it starts to give a much more accurate picture. And it can also give you the argument against the travel times and travel distances to other airports that are in the surrounding region that people are leaking to. So these are developments coming. But at the moment, come and see us. We're on stand A10, Aviation Week stand. We've got a team of people there that can talk to you about this if you want to see a demo of the data, or we can talk to you directly and give you some examples of the data, how it behaves around your own airport. So I appreciate your time, everybody. Thanks very much as well to Christian. If you could just show your appreciation for the presentation he gave us. It's always good to have a customer giving you the real-time story of what's really going on. So come and visit us. Thanks for your time. Thanks for coming along this morning, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference today and tomorrow. Thank you.
trust, you must confess to someone taking the best, the best, the best, the best of you. You're the falling star. You're the getaway car. You're the line in the sand when I go too far. You're the swimming pool on an August day. You're the perfect thing to say. And you play a card, but it's kinda cute. And when you smile at me, you know exactly what to do. Oh baby, don't pretend that you don't know it's true. 'Cause I could see it when you look at it. And in this crazy life, and through this crazy times, it's you, it's you. You make me sing your every line, your every word, your everything. You're a carousel, you're wishing well, and you light me up when you ring my bell. You're a mystery, you're from outer space, you're every minute of every day. And I can't breathe all the time you're gone. And I get to kiss you, baby, just because I can. Whatever comes our way, boy, we'll see it through. And you know that's what I love can do. And in this crazy life, and through this crazy times, it's you, it's you. You make me sing your every line, your every word, your everything. And in this crazy life, and through this crazy times, it's you, it's you. You make me sing your every line, your every word, your everything. Your every song I sing along, your everything's gonna be alright tonight. Everything's gonna be alright tonight. No one moves, no one grooves, no one talks, no one talks tonight. Tonight, everyone will be alright tonight. Everyone will be alright tonight. Alright tonight. No one moves, no one talks, no one thinks, no one
Niye cannot?
Yes. Hello, everyone. Welcome back again. I hope you had a really good night last night, and I hope you are looking forward for tonight's networking evening. As in every session yesterday, we have a QR code at the end, so please participate, join the survey, and give us your feedback about the session. It will be really, really helpful for us. Our next session is an interview about airport planning and master plan. We have Andrew Charlton, Managing Director of Aviation Advocacy, moderating, and Ismail Haki Polat, Chief Planning Officer at İGA Istanbul Airport. Please give them a big round of applause.
Well, good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope you're all well, and thank you and enjoyed all the hospitality we've had. Today, this morning, we're going to have what is, I think, one of the most remarkable sessions I've ever been involved in, because I've never before in my life got to speak to somebody who designed an airport literally from scratch. He was given a dot on a map. He was given a map and he said, right there, build me an airport. And that's, I've been in aviation for too long. I've been in aviation, excuse me, I've been in aviation for a very long time. And every airport that's ever been, that I've ever flown to other than this one, has been developed and redeveloped and sort of made a bit more bigger and sort of changed. But Istanbul, the new Istanbul airport, which I'm sure you've all now been to, is one of the most remarkable airports in the world because it's literally brand new. And the man who designed it was Ismail Polat. I'm delighted that he's here. So Ismail, when someone came up to you and said, build me an airport, what was the first thing that went through your head? Where did you start all that thinking?
Well, Andrew, thank you very much, and good morning to all. That's also the same question I ask myself whenever I'm in front of the requirement like that. Obviously, airport. When you say airport, first thing come to mind are runways, terminal, aircraft, air traffic control tower. All those elements come to the first items in your discussion.
Duty-free shopping.
And then, of course, how you're going to make the passengers enjoy their time in the terminal, and how you're going to make that a business at the end of the day. However, our idea is that we should look at who are we building this airport for.
So who were you building the airport for?
Well, in Istanbul, I think it is for the entire world. Being Istanbul, as Napoleon said, could be the capital of the world if it was one country. And in terms of aviation, Istanbul is in that unique location. And we see that here in the routes. We have more than 3,000 guests coming from many, many different countries. Istanbul, with that unique location, is the place for the entire world for the aviation connectivity. So the number one is the customers or the passengers coming all around the world. We should be able to cater for that. Plus Turkey, the economy is booming, is growing quite strongly in the last 10, 12 years, as we've seen it. So there is an also internal demand for our people to be able to reach, 80 cities that we have in Turkey with 255 other airports. Also Europe, Africa, Asia, it's the center of all those locations in Turkey. So when we had the first requirement of Istanbul Airport, there was a quite big document from the government, all those requirements on the runways, terminals, aprons, parking, the capacities.
So the government put that to you as a
Yes.
as a requirement document, if you like.
This was Istanbul Airport was a unique project. It's a PPP, public-private partnership, and the model that was government chose was build, operate, transfer. So essentially it's an investment project by the companies, and they will build the capacity that's required in the documents, which was 150 million passenger per year airport.
150 million passengers per annum.
So in that sense, it is the biggest, in terms of passenger numbers, the largest airport planned as a greenfield, with 150 million passengers. How to reach that number? You need to be able to, land and take off the planes. You need to have enough runways for it. You need to have enough space for terminal. So when we sit down in the planning stage, we looked at all those elements, from airspace all the way to the access roads to the airports. to connect to Istanbul and the cities beyond Istanbul. That's why when you arrive at Istanbul Airport, there is connectivity on the roads. We have a metro, subway system. In future, there's going to be high-speed train connecting there. So all those elements needs to be in your planning documents as you start. Advantage of greenfield, you need to consider all of these elements and learn from your mistakes or learn from your experience or from other airports, and then try to address that, but tailor it for your customer itself. We have a unique customer base on the passenger side, but also another unique customer on the airline side, which is Turkish Airlines. I think everyone knows by now that they are flying the most destinations in the world.
I think they have mentioned it, yes, once or twice.
Yes,
Yeah.
and they have huge, very strong plans for the next 10 years to double their fleet size, even reach more destinations. So they have very ambitious plans, and Istanbul Airport is designed for that purpose because that's also one of our customers.
Sure. So, I mean, there's a lot of things come out of that. No doubt Turkish Airlines had a big say in what the Turkish government was setting down as its requirements. They then went out and offered companies to respond to a request for tender. Was that what it was?
Yeah, that was a tender. It was an auction type of tender.
Okay.
Whoever offers the highest concession amount
Right.
won the tender, and our company IGA offered 22.2 billion euro plus VAT for 25 years of concession rights.
Right. So 22 billion plus VAT over the course of 25 years.
Yes.
Right. So in that context, the financing, the bankers must have been as important as anybody else. Would that be right?
It is,
Yeah.
and I'm sure our CEO will attest to that. He's been involved since the
I
beginning.
hadn't noticed him there.
For the financing of this project, it is the largest investment project of Turkish Republic
Right.
to date. If you look at that, concession fee is 25 billion euro, including VAT, and the infrastructure itself, entire investment of building 150 million hours is. But the way that we build it, we can reach up to 200 million passenger per year. That's another investment of 10.2 billion euros. So we're talking about 35 plus billion euros of investment.
Wow. To ultimately get to 200 million passengers.
Passengers, yes.
So, okay, so that's fantastic and I mean almost incredible. But why you? Why you, Ismail? Why are you the man that got this job? What's your background?
I'm trained as a civil engineer.
A civil engineer?
And
I'm the son of one. So.
Aviation was not the idea, but transportation was always my idea.
Mm-hmm.
Then I started in U.S. After I finished my master's degree, I was asked to join the team building the Terminal A in Logan International Airport. That was right before 9/11. It was 25 years ago. Yeah. And literally, when we were working on that construction and planning of the construction, 9/11 happened. The entire aviation changed almost overnight.
Sure. Yep.
And I was there witnessing that, actually being part of that. We were the first airport opened after 9/11. That was also the first airport opened with LEED certification. That was never an item before, sustainability there. Today everyone is talking about that.
Yeah.
So I had the privilege of witnessing a tremendous improvement and changes in the aviation throughout my career. And I started building those airports. Then I had problems in building them. I figured out I should look at the design of it. Then I had problems on design of it. I should look into planning of it. So that's where I went to the first in line in terms of the process to figure out issues as early as possible. And the experience and with the help of the great team, you managed to do that actually. So
right.
We try to bring all that 25 years of experience, not just myself, but all the teams and all the projects I've been to, into Istanbul Airport, together with the entire team. And that's the result of this airport.
I mean, that's a remark. I mean, it was almost as if you were meant to do this job, wasn't it? I mean, you were designed into this job. So how many in your team? How many people is the planning department?
Well, my department is about 20 highly educated and smart guys and girls that we have.
Yeah.
Some of them are already here.
It's always a good rule to employ very smart people. I
Yes,
think, yeah.
so that way, they do all the work and I just do the talking.
Look fantastic.
So it helps. It helps. But they've been here in the project since the beginning, like all of us. But it's a team effort, not just the planning department. IGA is set up in a way that, since from the construction, the operation was always in mind. That was, I think, another success of this planning idea. When we were putting an runway and a terminal, we were talking with the operation guys, we were talking with the commercial guys, we were talking with the financial guys. Obviously, we're talking with the construction guys, how to build that. But if we build it this way, is it operable? Does it make sense in terms of airport operation? Does it make sense in the commercial sense? So all those elements get together to form this master plan and the result of the construction documents and the construction and operation itself. So that was the unique success of this airport. And because we had 42 months to finish all of these elements, really we had to make sure that we were all talking the same language, in terms of planning and the ideas.
Not just Turkish.
Well, Turkish helped that, obviously. Obviously it helped. But we all had to create our own unique language, to be able to speak this, our requirements, our demands, and how we want to operate and how we want to construct and build these things. So I would say it's not just the planning department, but it's all operations team. They're here, commercial team. Everyone put in the ideas, took that effort, analyzed that, looked at the examples, and looked back to their experience. And we try to reflect that on the documents and the procedures. For not just today, also, the key is to be able to look for the next 25 years.
Funny you should say that, because that's where my next question was going to go. One of the things that seems to happen a lot in airports is we're always catching up. A new process starts, a new security system or a new baggage handling process or whatever, and almost every airport you go to, they're scrambling to make it to the current system.
Yeah.
What did you do? How do you keep it future-proof? What do you do to think forward?
I guess everyone will say obvious things like innovation, technology, bringing this, bringing that.
I was really hoping you weren't going to say the obvious.
Well, that's...
Yeah.
But we always offered some magical solutions. Someone will come and tell you, okay, this element, this item, this new technology is magical, it solves all your problems.
Yeah, yeah.
But I think the key is not there. The key is, first we need to understand the demand. What are you really building for? And for the next 25 years, that's what we're looking for. And then you need to make sure that the capacity you have in your mind matches that demand. Because if you don't, then you end up with the delays. And it could be, you don't have enough capacity in your terminal building or on your runways, and so you create delays on your flights, on your passengers. On the other end, you cannot just throw capacity at everything. Okay, let's put more runways, let's put more terminals, bigger ones. Then you end up delaying your return your investment, because you'll be spending money on those elements.
But I was actually thinking more in terms of systems, whether it's baggage handling or there are all sorts of innovative ideas out there, but Istanbul Airport seems to already have embraced all of them.
Well, the idea we put in the beginning is to create this flexibility into the system.
Flexibility.
We knew that the new technologies will come, so the technology had to be addressed in the first place. You need to consider that it's going to change tomorrow. By the time you install the new baggage system, it's going to be old. You need to have a new one. So we had to build the flexibility based on our demand. So every phase or planning phase of our project, we had certain triggers when we know that we need to start planning, start designing, and start constructing, and start training and operating those elements. However, you can bring the best equipment out there. If you don't have trained people, your team's ready to operate that, that technology is not going to work. That's what we see. So while we're working on these elements, another team is working on making sure that everyone is up to speed, everyone is well trained, and we have enough resources in terms of manpower. And unfortunately enough, I guess, we were tested as Istanbul Airport through COVID.
Yeah, of course.
If you think about that, we're 10 billion euro investment and you've spent 7 billion euro, you open your first phase, largest airport in the world, less than 1 year, entire industry stops. It's not a desired or never planned element, but we sit down, and again in the planning, started with planning and then with all the teams, and we sit down, we look at how we're going to bounce back up and created phases together with operations. We created thresholds when we reached a certain level, and all elements planned according to that one. And that's why we never, of course with the help of the government, we never fired anyone. Everyone got second and third time trained to make sure that they are ready when we get the full operation. And that's been our success. And that's a built-in resilience, if you will, through your people, not just your systems. You can build your redundant systems. You can make secondary and triple systems. But if you don't have people ready to operate that, it doesn't work.
Right.
So that's the part that we really invested on, making sure that it works.
So COVID was COVID, but then earlier this year, Turkey had a terrible earthquake, 1,000 kilometres from here.
Yes.
But you were very actively involved in that as well, weren't you?
I mean, I think that's the one thing that I've learned about airports, and every day you learn something new. But
the day you stop, Ismail, is the day you give up. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. You know, you think that airport is for that catchment area, for that big city, or for the surrounding city, or for that industry, for that purpose. However, sadly, with the tragedy in February 6th, we learned an airport, even though it's 1,000 kilometers away, it is very critical for the entire infrastructure of your country,
Right.
entire people of your country. We had 10 cities affected with that earthquake, but in our airport operations center director is here. He knows that in about 5 minutes, our operations center, crisis center was in operation fully. In 2 hours, the first people, first responders were ready to go out to those affected area. In 4 hours, volunteers came in. The first flight sent out from our airport, and non-stop for the next 8 weeks, our crisis center 24/7 worked for that region. 88 different countries sent help, which were coordinated at our airport operation and crisis center and sent out to those cities. And people were also, with the help of Turkish Airlines, they were also brought back to other cities, again coordinated at our airport. Our construction teams went out there in 96 hours, repaired runways, and put them back into operation. So our RFF teams were out there literally saving lives.
Wow.
So that's the value you understand, that airport is not just an airport for that city, for that vicinity, for that neighborhood. Actually, it could make a big difference for your country.
For the entire country.
Exactly.
We've got practically no time left, but you've raised, I want to talk to you about two more things. The airport operations centre that you have is quite unique. That I know that's not a very good piece of English, but not many airports have it. Very quickly, how does it work, and do you think it helps make the airport better?
You see, that's a very good example of success of planning and operations, because that was designed, it came out of a necessity from our operation teams back in the design stage, planning stage. They were saying, we need a place to be able to control this airport and the entire operations.
And by that you mean the airline was involved, the ANSP is involved, everyone comes
Everyone.
into this
There's all
place.
stakeholders, airline, ground handlers, government side, the officials, the security, the police, customs, commercial guys. We have a health services. Even they are there.
And they sit there in this one room, lots of data on screens.
Absolutely,
24/7.
Everything that they need for their daily operations, but everything also planned for tomorrow's operation, also for the next season or the next, next Champions League game or whatever
Right.
that is coming up to us. So that's everything is planned there based on all the historical data. That's another key element. All those things that we have on the screens, everything is recorded, reported, and analyzed to make sure that we don't repeat the same mistakes. If we can, if we try, and try to make it better and benchmark ourselves again with ourselves.
Right. I mean, I've had the pleasure of seeing that room. It's a really remarkable room. Okay, we've a minute left. It's mandatory. I have to ask you a question about sustainability. What's your plan for sustainability?
It is interesting because the sustainability environmental department was the very first department formed when we first formed IGA, actually. So that was part of the game since the beginning.
Right.
And everything planned according to that. We already have a lot of elements in place, like having the largest LEED certified building in the world, largest terminal in the world. A lot of efficiency in terms of energy and operations are already in place. And we're benchmarking those every year, from waste management to all those elements. But it's not just today. We need to look at for the future. We've listened to a lot of it, and we've been listening to that, the last 2-3 years from everywhere. There are many elements into sustainability, from the social end to the energy to the SAF, to have the electric, better electric sources, better power sources, and everything. In Istanbul Airport, we have unique ideas for future. We'll be soon going to be net zero with the help of a quite big solar panel.
I believe the word is
solar
farm.
farm. Yes,
A
solar farm.
Yes.
With a 240 megawatts is planned.
And
now
that's
it's
inside the property?
It's not inside the property.
Oh.
That is what we say, thinking outside the box.
Oh,
it doesn't have to be.
Thinking outside the plot.
It's not have to be at the airport land, but we searched for it. We found the best location that would make sense for that kind of investment, and we'll be starting the construction soon. And in less than a year time frame, essentially in terms of energy, we're going to be net zero with the help of that.
So
that's just one step in that big ocean of sustainability.
One of the most remarkable things I think about this morning is not only did Ismail plan for this airport, he keeps on planning for the future of this airport and planning forward. We're out of time. We could have gone for hours, but I'd like to ask you to join me in thanking Ismail for his very helpful and insightful comments.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Lights go to black.
Thank you so much, Andrea and Ismail, for a great interview. As I've mentioned, this is the QR code. Please feel free to scan it and give us your feedback. Our next panel discussion is going to speak about the state of the industry. We have the main industry leaders involved, so give us a couple of minutes as we rearrange the stage, and we will be shortly with you. waiting to join us on stage. So please, Victoria Moores, European Editor, Bureau Chief at Air Transport World, who is moderating the panel. Please welcome to the stage, Victoria. We have Luis Felipe de Oliveira, Director General at ACI World. Welcome, Felipe. Maribel Rodriguez, Senior Vice President from WTTC. Thank you, Maribel. Peter Cerda, Regional Vice President at the Americas from IATA. Thank you, Peter. And finally, Jolanta Strikica, Managing Director from Strikica Consulting. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Lucia, and good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us for the Powerhouse discussion with a range of industry experts who are going to talk with me about the key themes in the industry at the moment. So I think that this panel is really setting the scene, laying the foundations for the rest of the conversations that are going to happen today. And I'm sure that you're keen for us to get into the conversation, so I will do that in just one moment. But what I will say is if anybody in the audience has any questions, it would be great if you could join in. It shouldn't just be a discussion between the five of us. It would be great to open that out to the rest of the room. So if you feel as though there's a key theme that isn't being discussed, or if you want to ask one of our speakers a question, this is a dialogue, it's a discussion. Please do join in. And also, from a business sense, if you do ask a question, it means that everybody in the room will know that you're here, and if there's anybody that wants to speak with you, then they can find you as part of the audience as well. So please do join in. So without further ado, what I'd like to do first is to invite each of the panelists to introduce themselves and to really share what perspective it is that you're bringing to the discussion. So perhaps a little bit about what your role is, and then about who you're representing, what you're representing here today on the panel, before we then get into the actual content. So for now, it's just introductions, and I'll start with Louis Felipe from ACI. So for the airport's perspective, Louis Felipe, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. Very, very happy to be here in Istanbul. It's always a place that I like to come. I have many good friends here, and the airport is amazing, also amazing opportunity to connect and be here. ACI World is the global organization for the airports. We are a confederated organization. We have 5 different regions around the world that are independent. And basically, together with the regions, we have 2,000 members around the world. And we represent around 95% of the global traffic. That's why basically we have a very good representation in terms of what we do. We focus our work in the global aspects of the industry. That's why the relationship with ICAO, the relationship with IATA and other global bodies. And we are very interested to be here to discuss this routes development. This event is very special as well because we have the opportunity to have airlines and airports working together to develop the air transport around the world. That's why I'm very excited to be here and very keen to have a good discussion here as well.
Okay, it sounds already as though you're looking to have an integrated discussion, collaborating across the industry with the perspectives, which is great because we've got quite a few of the perspectives here this morning. So thank you, Felipe. So next up we have Maribel, who is from the tourist perspective. So perhaps you could introduce yourself and share what it is that you're bringing to the discussion.
Okay. Hello, good morning, everyone. Again, very happy to be again in Istanbul. I love this city, this country. I represent an organization which is called WTTC. WTTC is the entire ecosystem, from the most disruptive companies to the most traditional, from every single segment of the value chain of tourism. GDSs, airlines, travel agencies, hotel, hospitality, everything that is included in travel and tourism. And we do research for over 30 years already. We have been analyzing how much is the impact that travel and tourism brings to the global economy, how many employees we bring to the global economy, and as well we do studies for 185 countries. As you know, our sector brings many things, and we are representing the authority through our CEOs. Before COVID, 1 out of 10 employees were because of travel and tourism. 1 every $10 expend was because of travel and tourism, and almost $10 trillion was the global, how much our sector represented. But if we look to the future, this is going to be incredible. The growth is going to be 5.8% over the next few years. So we need to really work together to make sure that, you know, we have a sustainable future. But our voice is like the global perspective.
Okay, and I think that that theme of growth and growth prospects and sustainability, I'm guessing that that's going to come up during our discussion.
Absolutely. It's why I'm not giving the numbers yet.
Thank you. So over to Peter. You're from IATA, so it's the airline perspective. Would you like to say a little bit more about what you're bringing to the conversation?
Sure. Well, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Yes, represent the IATA standpoint. I'm the Regional Vice President in the Americas. For those of you who don't know who IATA is, we are the trade association for the airline industry. Roughly 300 airlines are members of IATA, 85% of the international connectivity. And very similar to Felipe's role and Maribel's, our role is about partnership. It's advocating on behalf of the airlines with governments, working collaboratively with the airports to further expand connectivity, bringing more opportunities for the industry to grow, particularly in developing markets, making sure that we continue to be sustainably responsible in the mature markets. As Maribel says, tremendous opportunities in the years to come because we have more people traveling than ever before. And the forecast is that we're going to have more people traveling in the future. And really our role now is to make sure that we're able to do this in a responsible manner, working with governments to make sure that that growth is going to become, it will come in a sustainable and responsible way.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, it's about those growth prospects, but, and I think the but is part of what we're going to discuss. Finally, we have Yolanta, who is our independent voice on the panel, so to speak. She's a consultant. Yolanta, would you like to introduce what your specialisms are?
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Well, and thank you very much to the organizers to invite me. I guess it's my 15th routes in a row. And yeah, it's always nice to see the buzzy place that meets lots of people. Shikitsa Consulting looks in the industry from the different perspective. We work with governments and private investors that brings money to the business. We look in the corporate governance, especially in transforming the projects from one stage to another growing projects, see what needed to be attractive for the capital. And we focus in growing economies, Africa, Central Asia, to some extent Latin America. That's what we do for more than 20 years. And I can tell you that the market needs a new way, needs a new approach. I guess we will discuss that as well in this panel.
Absolutely. And sort of looking at the briefing for this panel, the conversation topics are very, very broad. So, you know, it mentions things like the economic situation that we have at the moment, the geopolitical environment, the war in Ukraine, supply chain issues, the current state of the aviation sector. And to be honest, that feels like a very large thing to attempt to digest in 50 minutes. So I'm wondering if we could break down the conversation into 3 parts, which will inevitably overlap. So that's the short term, so whereabouts are we right now? The midterm, so what's coming up in the next 5 years or so in terms of challenges and things that the industry is going to have to work with. And then the longer term, so we're looking out to 2050, that longer term agenda, and what the considerations are for that. So that's the frame for the conversation that we're going to be having this morning. So I'd like to begin by opening the floor to any panel member who would like to join in first on this subject of the short-term challenges. So I guess that's around where we're at after the recovery without looking too much backwards, keeping it current. What's the situation that we're facing now, basically?
I can jump in. This year we will reach like a 94% of in the global perspective of the recovery from the numbers of 2019. It is slightly better than our first forecast from the beginning of the year that you talk about 92%. That's why the mood is very positive in terms of the growth that you are expecting. In the short term, we expect that you close the gap between what we forecast like before the pandemic and what we will have the forecast now. But we still believe that in the long term, that's why in 2041, we expected that we will double the size of the industry, and this growth will come in the different parts of the world in the different ways because of the different challenges that you face. Currently, of course, we have some headwinds and some positive aspects. I think the positive aspects for the moment is influencing the growth better than the negative ones. The reopening of China, for example, is going to big impacts that we are seeing. And we are seeing that all over the world, how China can help us to reach the numbers that we have in 2019. We are seeing the domestic markets much more stronger than the international markets for the geopolitical aspects, for the aspects that China just opened the end of the year, for example, the end of the last year. But we are very positive in the short, medium, and long term that you reach the objectives, of course, with some headwinds that you need to follow, some headwinds that you need to work through. Jet fuel prices, the pressure on sustainability, the finance aspects that you need to address. That's why there is a lot of things that we need to go through this process to reach the growth, but in any case, we are very positive that the growth will come.
What I'm hearing from you there is we had the divergence from the forecast because of COVID. I think this is possibly later on in the conversation, but you're saying that we're kind of coming back round onto the trajectory that we were on before, and I'm wondering whether anything has changed that, whether there's anything within the COVID situation where things are fundamentally different to how they were before, but I think that's possibly part of the longer term conversation, so let's come back to that in a moment. So Maribel, would you like to come in on
Well, it's
on
very,
where
very
we're at?
similar to what Felipe was mentioning. We are going to see almost a full recovery by the end of 2023, some countries 2024. In Turkey particularly, it's going to be quite similar because it's performing very well due to the big airports, the connectivity. But we are already seeing some challenges, and the challenge, even if China already opened, which is bringing this percentage of tourism that we all needed, actually Chinese tourists represent the 50% of the global expenditure. So it's actually the gap that we were waiting for. But even if they are opening, we have still some challenge, which is the visas. We are still not having enough visas and to be able to go and to support the demand of the customers. But the client has changed a bit, and we will be talking about that later probably. But the client is different, and we need to think about that right now to be able to cover, this challenge later. Connectivity gaps are still big. The wars are affecting, so we have to spend more time to get to a point where we want to reach, and we don't have the air capacity, we don't have the enough frequencies or the slot, and the price are rising. For the moment, people is willing to travel because they won't give up of traveling. We saw that after COVID. But, that is, for example, something that probably long term is going to, probably calm down. So we need to think in this future as well, because there is a lot of challenge that our sector is always facing. Saying that, we are extremely resilient and we quick react, but it's time for all of us to speak, to talk together, private and public sector, to get aligned and to make things a little bit easier for the consumers.
That idea of the alignment of all of the various people involved in this, I'm wondering if there's scope for a conversation about whereabouts we're up to with that, and what needs to happen to continue that conversation. So again, that's probably another theme to put a pin in and discuss during our conversation. And that statistic that you shared about China being 50% of touristic traffic, that's really very striking, and that shows a lot, I think, about the importance of that market reopening, but it not just being about the reopening, it being about how well is that movement facilitated with things like visa processes. So
And we learn a lot of things when talking to the different countries and airports. It's like something we saw during COVID is if you, for example, were depending on one market, and now you are still focusing only this market, it's like putting your eggs in the same basket. You need to really diversify. And we have a lot of lessons learned from that, meaning that if you were like all about China, maybe you have to really diversify yourself, or looking as well to this market if you were, no? But, it's a question of, it's good knowledge for us to be able to use this data.
yeah, that's making me think of the idea of the Nordic airlines, that particularly Finnair, that really based its business model on serving Asia. And then, with the Russian overflight issues, not being able to fly over Russia anymore, they've really had to reshape their business model, so there needs to be that diversity of markets. So I guess that's a nice hook into the airline side of things. So Peter, current challenges for airlines. What are things looking like at the moment for airline CEOs?
Leisure market continues to be strong, which has been a very positive outlook and approach, and it's been consistent. So we haven't seen any dip. It continues. People want to travel. We're seeing very strong recovery, particularly now with China opening up. Asia Pacific is also ramping up very, very quickly, which is a major component for the airline industry. We've seen the U.S. is fully recuperated. Actually, they're much better than they were in 2019. So as an industry, we are really coming back strongly to what we had back. The challenge is we have the war in Ukraine. Now we have what's happening, the crisis in Israel. Fuel is increasing. Workforce is still a major issue. People are not coming back to work in the airlines, at the airport. So workforce is a big challenge, particularly when the industry is trying to recuperate.
Oh, I think we've lost audio. Do we have a handheld mic at all that we can use?
Hello? Okay.
Oh, I think you're back for now. I think we've got a handheld mic on the way. There we go.
Thank you. Workforce is a major issue. So when you look at workforce, when you look at
Could you hold it a little?
when you look at the war, you look at oil. These are some of the short-term, really concerns for the industry, particularly as we're trying to recuperate connectivity. When we're trying to open new routes in a conference like this, it's all about trying to open new networks, new points of city pair destinations. So all this is a challenge, and then we have the geopolitical. The political aspect towards the industry and how we manage sustainability, how we manage taxations, how we manage regulatory reforms in many parts of the world. So the forecast is good, but there's certainly, we have some headwinds that we have to overcome over the next several months.
Yeah, and of course not all of those headwinds are equal either. So it's things like the sustainability headwind, that's one that's going to persist. Hopefully these conflict zones, that's something that needs to be managed and will, all being well, be a shorter term issue for the industry. So I guess it's about balancing those challenges too. So Jolanta, from your perspective, what's your view on the current challenges for the industry?
Thank you very much. It's very interesting questions because working with the growing economies, it's always additional challenge. Money don't like risks. So when we're talking about the capital, all the pandemic, there was shrinking investment very much from the emerging economies. So regions like Africa, Central Asia was considered, and unfortunately still considered, as too risky for the private capital. Looking into the state capital, the governments was also pulling out from the travel because that considered during the pandemic something, well, excessive and not necessary. So that's another risk. And we also have a very large risk of being sustainable, being geopolitically unstable, certain regions, and the corporate governance not really meeting the contemporary requirements from the ESG. And what Peter mentioned already, the workforce, the absence of the workforce. So looking on all of that and thinking about Africa, and I want just to focus on the Africa, private capital is thinking like, oh, well, no, let's just wait. Yeah? Let's just wait and see how things will develop in more stable economies. But looking in the figures of a travel, I can tell you that the African travel develops faster than, for example, European travel. It recovers faster. So perhaps a certain way of thinking of the investors should be allocated in a less risky approach and thinking more towards the mid and long-term opportunities. Because again, Africa will count of the 25% of the whole population by 2050 and largest population by 2070, which is not far away. So my perspective is, number one, money is there, including African money. That money is there, but money should be less risky in terms of the approach towards the travel that they at the moment. And then we can fly.
I'm wondering, there's a few threads to that conversation. There's the risk of the investment, there's the availability of the capital to go into transport and aviation projects. But I'm wondering how much that green angle plays in. So is sustainable financing a priority for the African markets, or is it more a focus on just financing where the finance is there, regardless of the sustainability that's become a lot more important in North America, in Europe?
Well, nowadays, to attract capital, you have to be sustainable.
Yeah.
There's no diversities on that route. It's your like long-term or short-term strategy. For some economies, it's easier to reach the targets faster. For some, it's a longer term, longer way. But yes, you have to meet the targets anyway. Would it be long-term targets, short-term targets, or mid-term targets? You have to look at that. One more very quick question is that we have another big bottleneck in the developing in the growing economies is the absence of fleet. There is definitely not enough of the fleet for that development. So but it's another story, another conversation. But that's another bottleneck.
Please.
I can jump in. I think the sustainability aspects of the finance, of the green finance, are important not only for Africa, important for all over the world. You know, more and more there are these ESG standards that are required for our members to receive the financing. You know, and the finance needs to be to adapt our current airports to the green aspects of the industry, but also we need to build and construct the airports that will receive these additional passengers that we have forecast for the future years. And it's clear that we are not doubling the size only of the industry in terms of the number of the size of the passengers. We'll double the size of our buildings, or you double the size of our workforce. We need to have more efficient ways that these buildings are constructed and used as well, in order to address the sustainable aspects and also to address the capacity and address the better use of our facilities. That's why the ESG, the social and governmental aspects of our industry are also key, not only in Africa, but all over the world.
Yeah, absolutely.
Big corporations are already very focused on that. Probably where we have to tackle this subject is more in the SMEs and the longer 80% of companies or hoteliers that, or well, airport is different because they're bigger than just a little company that is working in travel and tourism. But we need to really, as a sector, work together to make sure that we are having a sustainable growth. Because just a couple of numbers, by 2033, the global economy is going to be represented by tourism in 11.6%. That is the global GDP. 12% of the global population is going to be working in this sector. And we are going to be employing 430 million people globally. That means $15.5 trillion. If we don't grow sustainable and we are not having targets, KPIs, and we are following procedures, it's going to be a little bit complicated. But already the sector is really looking to it, of course, at a different path, because it's not the same being an airline, an airport, than a hotel or a travel agency. It's very easy for a travel agency to be very green and sustainable. Probably the efforts that aviation needs to do or airport is much bigger. And for that, we need the governmental support. They need to make sure that this is happening to accelerate this transition.
Yeah.
And target setting is going to be critical by governments, because that will impact connectivity, it will impact the growth. Right now we have in Europe and in North America very mature agendas on sustainability, particularly on SAF. But when you go to developing regions, in the case of Latin America, you don't have one refinery that's capable of producing SAF right now. So it's going to be very difficult to meet global targets if the regions and the governments are not creating the right regulatory regimes, incentivizing the development of SAF, and then selling it at a competitive price. That will have an impact on growth if the EU or the US begin to mandate certain policies and requirements on the rest of the growth for the rest of the world. So global harmonization on the sustainability issue is very critical, because if not, growth will be impacted from a connectivity standpoint and in terms of how airlines are able to continue to service some regions inclusive.
That's reminding me that a route has an origin and a destination, and it's no good the origin being sustainable because the environment doesn't discriminate between different countries. I think
Just
Yolanda
very,
wants to come in.
very quick addition. Do you guys know how long is it now to wait to get your stuff if you order it? 5 years. If you place the order for stuff now, you receive it in 5 years.
So
The
what-
production targets are very low, and maybe in Americas, which is much better. In Europe, still is very slow. And again, as you mentioned, it's not the going out, is the returning as well. If you want to go to Palma from Brussels, how you are going to be doing to go back. But you have to really make sure, that's why we are saying that the government, they should really help to accelerate, because now the cost of SAF is 2 to 3 times more than the normal fuel. And it makes Europe now in a disadvantage competitive, because, you know, there are regulations, they need to do it, but in the other hand, the cost is going to be putting in a very difficult position compared to the US, where it's a little bit much better.
Well, in the U.S., you have incentives. So entities to invest, there's incentivized. But when you go to Latin America, you go to Africa, you go to developing parts of Asia, you don't have the same regulatory regimes that you may have in the U.S. You don't have the same financial investment. And as you mentioned, to create SAF will take considerable time. So for a region like Latin America, where you don't have one refinery in this moment, it's going to be at least 10 years before you begin to produce it.
Yeah.
And that's if the governments can be efficient, which in many cases we see many of our governments being very bureaucratic, very slow to implement change. So that's going to have an impact on an industry that has very tough targets by 2050 to meet the targets, but even looking much closer, when you have the EU looking at imposing new regulatory regimes, how are you going to meet those targets when in different regions you can't even obtain the SAF because it's just not available?
Yeah, and I think that there's a point into what Yolanda just said, which is that 5-year figure. I'm wondering where geographically that is, that if you wanted to order SAF in Africa, if you wanted African SAF, how long is the wait period going to be? Latin America, how long are you going to have to wait? So it's that you've got to look at the regional global picture rather than just the regions that are well accelerated and ahead. Felipe?
I think one important point that you need to see the value of organizations like ICAO, for example, that are supporting and supporting a global framework for the sustainable aviation fuels, and how they are engaging with the financial institutions as well to go beyond that and have the finance for the sustainable aviation fuels in different parts of the world. That's why basically we support the initiatives from ICAO. There is the initiative called CAF, that is something that will comes out this year at the end of the year with an outcome that they expected to support at least 5% of the production of SAF by 2030. And we know it's difficult, but it's feasible if we invest in small producers in different parts of the world, and we have this government support that comes from the financial institutions, governments, and supporting the small producers. I don't see that the big producers, we started to produce SAF from one day to the other. They are benefiting from this situation nowadays. That's why the small producers, or the producers that will come in the future, they will be the ones that will help us to reach this target. We as an airports, we are enablers. We are not the ones that will help in the production of SAF, but we need to be the ones that have our facilities need to accommodate not only the SAF, but also the future technologies that will come as well, like hydrogen, like electricity and others. That's why basically that is the aspects that we need to cover. And I think the importance of ICAO setting the scene globally and try to have a global framework for the sustainable aviation fuels will be key for us to be able to reach these future targets that won't damage the industry with the cost, but will help us to be greener and to be efficient in a way that will be able to accommodate the needs of the society, and in addition, of course, our growth.
Yeah. Actually, it is the only way to reach the 2050 targets. There is no other solution rather than SAF that now is going to be substituting it to make sure that we are on target. So governments needs to play this role, and ICAO putting and setting us this framework, and all of us, we need to like accept it and follow. Otherwise, America is going to be like there, and then Europe paying, like, while Asia is not doing it, airlines are going to suffer at the end of the day. And the consumer, the passenger, which we should be like looking after them, because we're supposed to be customer-centric, they are the ones that decide where to go and how to, it's going to be the ones paying.
And again, it's been suggested, I think it was by Olivia Yankovic yesterday, also from ACI, this idea of airports becoming
energy hubs.
I can't remember the word for it. But yes, this idea of airports playing that wider role for the community, not only for the aviation industry. So it's that broadening of perspective to include more of that social agenda. I don't know if you have any further thoughts on that idea.
Yeah, it's crucial for us, but I think we need to be part of the energy transition as an airport. We are running together with the World Economic Forum a project that is exactly this mentality, how we can have the mix of finance, sustainable aviation fuels, innovation, and infrastructure that allowed us as airports to reach this level that will be part of the solution as well for the future. It's something that is in a process. Need to have investments. We need to have the involvement of the whole aviation ecosystem as well inside of our buildings, inside of our airports. But I think it's very crucial that we as an airports move to energy hubs, because that is the right thing to do to help with the energy transition for the future as well.
I'm wondering if that could play a dual role as well, because there's the conversation about how airports need the money to invest into their infrastructure for that long-term growth, to support the growth of the industry, but also the discussion about airport charges as well. Could that be a potential revenue stream from that energy provision to support the overall growth and development of the airport?
If we analyze that we have 60% of the jobs inside of our buildings, and these jobs are mixed from the immigration, that is the government officials, to ground handlers, all these bodies need to use the energy inside of our buildings. That's why if you think only in our side as an airport, we are too small in terms of what we can do. But if you think about the whole community, how we can provide electricity for members of the community to use that electricity, I think is the right approach, And not thinking about, I think the revenues could come from the non-aeronautical revenues, that you can think about energy, but the energy is key for us to reach the energy transition. The other approach that is basically non-aeronautical revenues that include the whole aviation ecosystem is how we can have a better perception of the customer experience in our buildings, and that will help the passengers have a better experience and have a better expenditure inside of our buildings. That's why I think we cannot mix the things in terms of the non-aeronautical revenues with charges or energy that you provide internally in our buildings. I think there is two different things. One is linked with the sustainability aspects, how we can reach as an ecosystem the sustainability, and the other ones, how we can be financially viable to cope with the growth and cope with the future as well.
Can I,
please, Yolanda?
if possible, sorry, thank you very much. Just on the Louis points, on the Felipe points, many airports, especially again, growing economies, keep thinking real estate. Yeah, so we do have nice objects, and that's our assets. And please do, guys, come and pay us to using that assets. Yeah. So then the shift mentality of what my colleague is talking about, to stop thinking real estate and start thinking service. As an airport, I offer service. I offer service of using the facility. I offer service of using power. I offer service of using, custom for the airline transferring, or for the passengers. So that shift of the mentality, it also can attract the private capital. Because the services attracts private capital much larger, much faster than the real estate model. And especially, again, for the growing economies, will it be Africa, will it be Central Asia, will it be Latin America, that concept can shift from the necessity of looking into the state and government investment only into the private investments. And we all know that government investments are very inefficient, they're very slow, they're very sort of hard to obtain, so on and so forth. So when the airports will shift that concept from the real estate thinking to the service thinking, from the cost thinking into the asset and investment thinking, the process will go much, much faster. And we see it already in Europe, and I'm sure that we can see it and apply this to the growing economy as PPP tough.
That's reminding me, I used to work in airline ground operations in an airport, and I don't think that it's externally all that noticeable that use of common infrastructure by lots of different companies, and I'm trying to think of other situations where you would have something like that, where you've got competing companies using the same equipment in the airport, and it is, like you say, that service provision, it's the ecosystem of an airport, and that's really complex. It's really complex.
But the challenge is harmonization across and using technology much more effective, because you go to airports today that you probably go through the entire process just using your mobile phone, not speaking to anyone until you get to the airplane. That's the first contact you have with a human. But then you have other airports or other ecosystems, almost ecosystems, which make you go through many different barriers before you get to that person at the airplane. So it's improving the passenger experience, but also utilizing technology to make the airport, the airline much more efficient, and being able to get the flows pushed much more quickly. Because the biggest frustration we have from a consumer perspective is the amount of time the passenger has to go through different stages of the process to get onto that airplane. Instead of enjoying a coffee at a restaurant or buying through a duty-free, they're 45 minutes through security, 55 minutes through immigrations, verification again. So it's how, as an ecosystem, we improve the efficiencies, because right now we're not very harmonized. In some places of the world, you can be very efficient with one airline, but not with another. The same experience with an airport, or going through an airport where you're required to go through a visa check or passport verification. We have to improve the passenger experience as we move on, particularly as the growth expectations in the future are going to be doubling. If we continue to double and increase year over year with the current infrastructure and the workforce issues that we have and challenges, it's going to become a major issue.
Yeah.
Sector are now seeing two big revolutions. The digital revolution, which is like really after COVID, we again face a lot of, boundaries, queues, visa, things that we were already, so we already went through it, is now coming back. But the client, the customer, they were like more digital because they were learning how to order things online, and they want to stay. They feel very comfortable. So we cannot forget that. And then, of course, the second revolution is the green revolution. It's like, okay, we need to be sustainable. And we all need to think about that, how to go from one part to the other in a very seamless way, seamless experience, greener experience as well, and we are all part of it. And it's a very complex, the reality that the airports have, because they wouldn't like to do that. They will be super happy that every passenger comes with a visa, which is e-visa, going through it's not their own thing. We blame on the airport, but they are not, the guilty. They are part of the solution. We all need to be, again, harmonizing all processes, because at the end of the day, the customer will be spending less time buying, shopping, using all these services that you want to. Then the finance people, be happy about, I'm going to invest in this airport because it's like my return is going to be amazing. And the customer experience. As a passenger, I want to get quick through it, quickly, relax, spend time, and just go to my final destination and see my airport like one more part of my journey. There are some airports which you want really to be, I don't mind to be there for a couple of hours, because it's like, such an experience. And in other places where you just want to sort of escape. So we need to think about that as well when talking to customers.
And that's the case. Technology will play a key role for the future, especially in the passenger experience, especially on the way that you better use our buildings as well. And if you understand that big airports, for example, have sometimes 100 companies that interact with the customer or more, we have several government bodies that interact with the customer, we need to find a way that all the investments that is done for one part or the other, from the airline to the airport or from the customs as well, need to have the better use as well. Because in certain countries, when you arrive, you have the e-gates, but you still need to have someone to stamp your passport. That's why the technology is here, and the airports are investing, 92% of our members are investing more in technology than they invest before the pandemic. That's why basically it's crucial for us, the investment in technology, to improve the customer service, to improve the seamless process for the passengers as well inside of our buildings. And in some way, we need to have the whole community, the whole ecosystem again, working together to help this process goes well. One side won't solve the problem, and I always mention there is not an airline without an airport, there is no an airport without an airline. But sometimes you forgot that there is no industry without the passenger. That's why that is the focus that you need to take as an industry at all, not only as an airline and airports. You know.
The ideal situation would be having an intermodal or multimodal way of traveling. I'm at home booking my thing, and every step in my way with my app, instead of me changing paperwork, like bringing, printing, stamping here, that would be ideal and wouldn't be so difficult. We have the technology. Yeah. It's a question of being aligned all together.
I think the big challenge is the regulatory framework.
Exactly.
We're seeing states becoming much more rigid than flexible.
Exactly.
And governments are not applying the technology that is at their disposal as well as the industry, and they're putting much more barriers into it. It's becoming much more difficult as an industry to operate and to interact with governments than it was actually pre-pandemic times, which you would have thought, as the industry has really evolved quite quickly during this post-pandemic, investing in new technology, investing in new areas, the governments are now pulling us back in and making it much more rigid to really utilize the efficiencies that were at our disposal. And again, that's going to have an impact on the growth that moving forward if we don't have government symmetry across the world. And again, you may have countries like Singapore that are very proactive and that are working with the industry in a very transparent, very aligned way, but then we have many other governments that are going the opposite direction.
Yeah, you're right.
That's making me think about the idea. We keep coming back to this complexity and a route having an origin and a destination. I'm going to use the example of my trip here. I won't name the airline, just for fairness, but I got my app and I checked in for my flight here, and I wanted a return check for my return flight as well. And I thought, great, I'll just do that in the app too now. And I tried to, and it wasn't able to provide me with a boarding card because it said that I have to go to the desk in the airport. And it's like, how do you provide I don't know what the word for is, it like a cohesive experience for the passenger, a seamless, thank you, experience for the passenger when against the backdrop of so much fragmentation. And that's what we're talking about with SAF as well. How can we have a cohesive experience, a seamless experience of SAF where you can uplift everywhere when not all of the regions of the world are on the same page? So we're trying to create something seamless at the same time as working with a backdrop that's incredibly fragmented. So how do you become the arbitrator in between that, which is what the industry is trying to do?
It's very difficult, is what Peter was saying. Before COVID, we were discussing about seamless already. It was even in the declaration of the G20, the seamless experience. And after COVID, every country became more protective. Every country became working in silos, because first us, then the rest, which probably was at the time pretty much necessary. But we have already all the knowledge, all the infrastructure, all the technology, and even this being secure, how to be secure, saving with the encrypted information. But we are not using. That is our role actually, to really make these things happen, and putting together the private sector and the public sector to really understand how those things should be. Sometimes we are more successful than the others, but it's our objective, because at the end of the day, the consumer is going to be paying more time, spending more time, paying more money, and companies are going to suffer. And the competitive disadvantage that some regions of the world are going to have if we are not having harmonization on those standards.
And the interesting thing, you talk to most of the governments around the world, and they say travel and tourism is the main sector that will help with the economic recovery. And just about the vast majority of the countries that say that are the first that are making it more difficult to travel, are increasing taxation, and increasing the regulatory burden. So it's quite contradictory. You say and you understand travel and tourism is going to help you recover and you want to stimulate it, but at the same time, you're making it difficult for the industry to really provide the service that you expect.
Yeah, sometimes you know what happened. You know, we have Minister of Tourism, Ministers of Transport, but then the decisions are taken in Homeland, or the decisions are taken in Foreign Affairs. So it's like...
Or finance.
Or finance, it depends.
So
Commerce, or
siloed.
sometimes commerce, you know, and then it's like, okay, that's fine, but are we good enough to explain that we are going to be like 11.6% of the global GDP? How is our social impact?
1 in 10 jobs, you
1 in 10, it's going to be more.
Yeah.
Because as we grow, it's going to be 1 out of 9.
Yeah.
So every, penny that we are spending is going to be, 10% already is our sector.
Has to be supported. At that point, I'm going to come out to the audience because I'm aware we've been having the conversation here, but we haven't been involving you. So does anybody have anything that they want to bring into the discussion? Any comments, any thoughts? I'm not seeing any raised hands. Oh, yes, I do. One at the back there, Helen. Microphone's just on its way to you.
Thank you. Hi, Helen Massey-Beresford from Aviation Week. I just wanted to come back to the point that some of you made about the investment and the sort of regulatory framework in emerging countries. And I wondered if there are, I heard about the example of Latin America. Are there regions where you get a sense of optimism that things are starting to change and that governments are really focusing on this more and progress is being made?
Thank you, Helen.
I think that's for you.
I'll give you an example of Ecuador, for example. Ecuador took a very proactive stance on using travel and tourism as a mechanism to really restart its economic engine. The first thing they began to do was reduce taxation. They reduced the taxation very aggressively to stimulate more traffic. And this is a country that was between Peru and Colombia, very small market, but once they began to become more competitive, reduce the taxes, take the visa issue, they implemented open skies with the United States. That just stimulated travel. And you began to see more airlines connect to the country, increase frequencies. They did a very strong promotion on their travel and tourism sector. They went around the world. And that was a perfect example of the industry working with government in a very transparent manner, reducing the fees to make the country more competitive. And that automatically stirred more airlines coming into the country. That helps airports, that helps connectivity. So that's an example of where governments have taken a very strong stance. I'll give you the flip side. Colombia, during the pandemic, reduced their IVA, their tax, from 19% to 5%. And when the country reopened its borders and domestically, it had a boom. Last year, they brought the taxation back to 19%. Automatically, you began to see a dip in travel because the 19% had a significant impact on the wallet of the consumers. So again, it's the activeness of the governments, how proactive they are about making their country competitive, but more importantly, making it air transport competitive where people can just get on an airplane and fly either domestically or internationally.
Do you think there's enough information available to governments, to stakeholders, about things that have worked? So where you've got a situation like in Ecuador, where the ecosystem has come together and it's really facilitating and delivering economic results, delivering connectivity for passengers, are enough of those examples out there and well enough communicated to show best practice?
Well, I'll start. I think as an industry, as an ecosystem, we have to do a much better job on communication. Why? We have social media today, and in an instant, you see an experience. And when is the industry highlighted? When there's a delay, when an airplane has an issue, when a passenger has not been treated well, when a passenger is waiting through immigration's queue for hours and hours. but we don't communicate all the good things that the industry is doing day in and day out. And I do believe as an industry, we have to do a much better job on that, because government officials are using those negative examples to really penalize the industry. We're seeing this in the United States, where our own Secretary of Transport is saying, I'm going to implement consumer protection and really penalize the industry if you don't get your act in order. And the first thing we begin to see, well, the problems in the United States are not airport related, are not airline related. We've improved in that area. It's actually the federal government not providing enough controllers and enough staff. But we're seeing they're using the social media tool or mechanism as a way to really come back to the industry and say, you're not doing a job. But when you begin to really look at the essence, it's in most cases not the airline or the airport's issue. It's really the government's issue.
Yeah, I think that one of the challenges is a passenger goes and takes a flight, it takes off safely, it lands safely, they get to their destination. The problem is that that's not newsworthy. And this is where a lot of people do have a positive experience, but it doesn't get captured because it's expected.
Yeah, and I was just going to add, when you get to an airport and you're in immigrations for 3 hours or through security for an hour and a half, it's not the airport's fault, it's not the airline's fault. It's usually the government's fault because it's their responsibility to ensure the security in the immigrations process. They just don't have enough manpower. The problem is from a consumer, from a passenger standpoint, the frustration is on the airline, the frustration is on the airport. And we have to start changing that messaging and really go back to governments and say, if you want to grow, if you want more jobs, if you want more GDP contribution, you have to create the platform, the playing field, which is going to permit the industry to really grow and to be able to be successful.
Absolutely, it's got to, if they want the rewards of the aviation, travel, transport, airport, airline system, then it has to be joined up. If you want the outcome, then the origin of it has to be supported. I'm noticing that we've got a flashing red timer, so we're actually up for time on the panel now. So I'd like to invite the audience to thank our speakers for sharing their views, and let's hope that we're able to connect up A to B in the way that we've discussed on the panel. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Victoria, for moderating such a great panel. Thank you, Felipe, Maribel, Peter, and Jolanta. It was great to have you on board, and I'm so happy that Ruth's providing as well this platform for these topics to be discussed. As I've mentioned, QR code is really easy. Just scan it, go through the survey, and please rate it. It will be really helpful for us to plan our next conferences. And speaking about our next conferences, our next session that we need a couple of minutes to get this ready, is going to be with our future host for Roots World 2024. We have with us Bahrain Airport Company, so please bear with us just 1 minute. We rearrange the stage and we'll be with you shortly.
It's the only way you'll ever know. Don't try to chance it, leave it. You know the only one to sing it is believing. It's the only way. You'll never know. She get a hold on you, believe it. Just like a lover. Before you know it, you'll be on your knees. Easy lover. She'll take your heart, but you won't feel it. Like no other. And I'm just trying to make you see. She's an easy lover. She get a hold on you, believe it. Just like Sorry, I ain't got no money. I'm not trying to be funny, but I left it all at home today. You can call me what you wanna, I ain't giving you $1 this time. I ain't gonna run away. You might knock me down, you might knock me down, but I will get back up again. You can call it how you wanna, I ain't giving you $1 this time. I ain't gonna run away this time. This time. This time. This time I ain't gonna run away. Not this time. Not this time. Not this time. This time I ain't gonna run away. Sorry, I ain't got no money. I'm not trying to be funny, but I left it all at home today. You can call me what you wanna, I ain't giving you $1 this time. I ain't gonna run away. You might knock me down, you might knock me down, but I will get back up again. You can call it how you wanna, I ain't giving you $1 this time. I ain't gonna run away this time. This time. This time. This time I ain't gonna run away. Not this time. Not this time. This time I ain't gonna. Not this time. This time I ain't gonna run away. With your feet on the air and your head on the ground. Try this trick and spin it, yeah. Your head will collapse, but there's nothing in it, and you ask yourself, where is my mind? Where is my mind? Where is my mind? I was swimming in the Caribbean. Animals were hiding behind the rock, except the little fish. But they told me he swears, trying to talk me coy coy. Where is my mind? Where is my mind? Where is my mind? trick and spinning, yeah. Your head will collapse, but there's nothing in it, and you ask yourself, where is my mind? Where is my mind? Where is my mind? Where is my mind? Where is my mind? Lucid dreams, life's a highway, too many roads, bypass my way. Oh, they never begin. Innocence, coming a grave at the hands of life's stinking coffee. That's my concept of sin. Does heaven wait? Oh, heavenly, over the next horizon. Oh, look at us now, quit driving. Some things hurt more, much more than girls and girls. Look at us now, start cutting. What adds up the way it did when we were young. Look at us now, quit driving. Some things hurt more, much more than girls and girls. Life's a drive through a glass bowl. What's it do to a young soul? We are deeply concerned. Someone stops for direction. Something responds deep in our engines. We have all been burned. Does heaven wait? Oh, heavenly, over the next horizon. Oh, look at us now, quit driving. Some things hurt more, much more than girls and girls. Look at us now, start cutting. What adds up the way they did when we were young? Look at us now, quit driving. Some things hurt more, much more than girls and girls. Little boy got a heart broke, thinks it makes him some kind of new god. This is one race he won't win, 'cause life's no cruise with a good chick. Too many folks feeling sick, but it never pulls in. Bruce's thoughts, greatest dreamers, 'cause his world needs its dreamers. They never wake up. Look at us.
Thank you so much for everyone who is here. People who are just arriving, please take a seat. We are going to start our next session. As I said, we are going to explore a little bit more Middle East and what the future holds in the region. We have Edmond Rose, consulting director from ASM, who is going to deliver a little presentation to outline the topic before to start with an interview, as I said, with our future host, Mohammed Yusuf Albin Falah, Chief Executive Officer from Bahrain Airport Company. So I would like to introduce, please welcome both to the stage. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning and welcome to this session about what the future holds for aviation in the Middle East. I'm delighted that with me is Mohammed Al Bin Falah, the CEO of Bahrain Airport. He has been running the airport for the past 11 years. And during that time, he has been overseeing a transformative process at the airport with building of a stunning new terminal and very significant increase in capacity, but also in, I think, usability. So I'm looking forward to talking to Mohammed and hearing from him about his views on what is happening in the Middle East in aviation. But first, I'm just going to run through a little bit of a warm-up about how I can see what's going on. And the very first thing we can see is that the Middle East region has been recovering pretty well from COVID, and some markets are actually quite a bit ahead in their passenger traffic of the position they were in 2019. So the Middle East is definitely a region that's seeing the movement very positively in the right direction for growth. If we then try and split that up a bit and look at how the markets to and from the region have developed, we can see that for most regions, traffic is up, with one important exception, which is Asia. So it's listed there, Southeast and Northeast Asia. And we know that the traffic to and from that region has been particularly slow to recover, not least because of the very late opening of China. So trying to take that down to an airport level, and don't worry too much about the squiggly lines. It's just you can get an impression that traffic has come back. So this is the absolute traffic. It's January to August, to give a nice long period. And I think what really stands out is the very strong growth from some specific airports in the region across that period in the number of passengers compared with where they were in 2019 before the pandemic. And the three that really stand out with strong double-digit increases are Jeddah, Cairo, and Sharjah, which may surprise one or two people. But the growth of Air Arabia, or the recovery and then growth of Air Arabia, is driving some of that. Also, if you look at all those numbers, you'll see that it's not just Jeddah in Saudi Arabia that has been recovered well, but Riyadh also is growing fast. And just to put a bit of a comparison, we're here in Istanbul, which, you know, we're standing here in European Turkey, and I've used the classification that ICAO uses, which does not put Turkey in the Middle East, it puts it in Europe. And just to compare, the airport here in Istanbul has grown by about 9% over its 2019 numbers, according to the figures that I have, so also a very strong performer. So what's that growth coming from? What's that made up of? A very strong, clear trend. And I think we see this in other regions. I was presenting to a course in Singapore just last month, where I was looking through the data, and it's very clear that in that region in Southeast Asia, the low-cost carriers are growing particularly fast. And the same is true in the Middle East. Not only are the low-cost carriers growing their share of capacity, so this is seats, not passengers, but not only are they growing their capacity, but the full-service carriers aren't yet keeping up with that, and they are So the low-cost carriers now are emerging with a very strong share and a growing share of the market. And I'm not going to make numerical predictions, but I think we're going to see that continue. So in the coming year, what do we expect to happen with aviation in the Middle East? And the first thing that I think is notable is that the Middle East carriers still have aircraft parked, particularly the full-service carriers. Now, you are not necessarily going to expect all those aircraft suddenly to pop into service next year, but if I said to you that Emirates had 29 Airbus A380s still parked or stored, you can see that they have the potential for pretty significant growth. And I think some of those aircraft, whichever carriers own them, have them, they are going to come back into service and increase the capacity for next year. We can be absolutely sure that the new deliveries are going to keep rolling on. And I say absolutely sure, of course. One of the problems, I think, for the Middle East industry, as well as elsewhere, will be continuing at least worries about supply constraints and whether aircraft will be delivered on time. But there are certainly very large orders out there, whether it's from the full-service carriers or from the low-cost carriers, and we will certainly see the low-cost carriers taking plenty of aircraft. So with that growth in the fleet, also comes the opportunity for airports to be attracting the airlines to operate new routes. And I think it's a very competitive environment in the Middle East between the airports wanting to attract airlines to operate and to operate new routes. So that competition, I think, will be a marker for the next year or so of what is happening in the aviation scene in the Middle East. I think the final thing I'd say is that we can see that some of the largest airports have been growing, their traffic has been growing, and that I would expect to continue, but I think we also have to bear in mind that with that may come some airport infrastructure constraints, and we'll probably touch on that. I hope to touch on that when talking to Mohammed in a minute. 2024 is also a big year for the next move in aircraft technology. The A321 XLR is due to enter service next year. Certainly that's the latest position that Airbus tells us. And what I find interesting about the XLR is that for the Middle East carriers that have ordered it, and you can see up there some of the Middle East carriers that have ordered it, this aircraft should bring pretty much all of Europe within range, pretty much all of Africa, though I always worry a bit about any manufacturer's quote for their range of their aircraft, having worked in an airline where we took a rather more cautious view, which was sometimes proved right. And they'll also be able to reach into Southeast Asia. But the other feature I noticed, this is actually from Airbus website, that they chose Delhi as the place to mark the map and show the range from Delhi. And for the Indian carriers, it's particularly Indigo, which has XLRs on order. Maybe this is an opportunity to overfly the Middle East hubs. So at the margins, at least, that may have some impact on Middle Eastern aviation. Looking further out, I've taken this, the data behind this is taken from Boeing's commercial outlook. And what we see is an expectation of continued growth for the Middle East out over the next 2 decades, with certainly growth that is much stronger than the developed markets. Perhaps not as fast in Boeing's estimation, I suspect they're right, as South Asia, which is completely booming, but still set for pretty strong growth. Let's not forget, though, that growth isn't always easy. I've stuck up some images here to illustrate some of the challenges that are faced. The first one, which I've already mentioned, airport infrastructure. Now, the top left picture is the wonderful new terminal in Bahrain. So Bahrain is ready and prepared. But in the middle there we have an image of the proposed King Salman International Airport in Riyadh, which will be a huge project. But this is not something easy, not something that you can do overnight. Similarly, in Saudi, Riyadh Air is setting up with very bold and ambitious plans. But again, you can't do that overnight. And you need people. You need all sorts of resources. You need skilled people. And one of the questions that I think that aviation in the Middle East has to ask itself is, how are we going to pull in and create those resources? Last but not least, sustainability will remain a challenge for aviation in the Middle East, as it is everywhere else. So, having talked about some of those things, let's go over and see whether I can get Mohammed's view on them. So, welcome, Mohammed.
Thank you, Edmund.
So I think I'd like to just start with, I've shown that there's huge growth around the region and huge plans for growth. Can you tell me a bit about how you see the implications of that growth for aviation in the Middle East?
Well, thanks for the introduction. The Middle East has been quite a dynamic region within the global aviation sector for quite some time. And all of the projections and forecasts suggest that it will continue to play the same role. Obviously, there is engines behind all of this in terms of economic diversification. Countries in the Middle East who has been running on oil and gas for quite some time are looking into new revenue streams. Travel and tourism is becoming one of those key sectors, and the travel sector will play a key role in supporting the tourism ambitions. If we look at some of the projects in the Middle East, today there are, whether they are on the airline side or on the airport side, there are huge infrastructure developments. Bahrain happens to be the latest airport to introduce a new terminal in the region. We opened the new terminal back in January 2021. But if you look around, Abu Dhabi midfield is due to open, I think, sometime next month. We look a little bit north, and Kuwait has a huge airport development project. You refer to King Salman Airport in Saudi Arabia, and it is going to be one of those mega hubs that will be linked to the new Saudi aviation strategy, both on airports and on airline side. So even if you look even beyond today, and some of the estimates for 2040, for example, see the region handling something like 1.1 billion passengers, with an investment in airports infrastructure alone equivalent to $151 billion. So it is an active and dynamic region, and the future is very bright for it.
So definitely the future is bright, but you mentioned there that there are several airport projects, and we've got the Abu Dhabi midfield now coming into action. But in Bahrain, you had the experience of the construction of a completely new terminal, also integrating or transforming from the existing terminal. I mean, quite an intricate plan, but what sort of experience was that? Is this something you can just snap your fingers and it happens?
It's, I would say it's once in a lifetime experience. I think few of us who work in this industry are lucky enough to be associated with, I would say, developing a new terminal from scratch, from the drawing board, you know. In Bahrain, it took us around 6 years from the planning stage all the way to getting the terminal ready for operations. We started in 2014 with the design, and by the end of 2020, we were ready with a new terminal. For those of you who are not familiar with Bahrain International Airport, we are probably and relatively the smallest in the region with a single runway. And while we were developing the new terminal, the full airport was kept operational. During even the crisis of COVID, we never shut down. We were running on 24/7. And during COVID, we were continuing with the construction, and we just happened to be reaching a stage of testing and commissioning of the whole terminal building. Plus the ORAT trials, which we managed to conduct while the whole community, the whole industry was quite restricted. And in January 2021, we managed to transfer the full operation from the old terminal to the new one in one go, in one big bang. So the staff basically finished one shift in the old terminal, and the new shift started running in the new one. And the first flight was received around midday on the 28th of January 2021.
So it sounds like you have some experience that you could share with other airports wanting to do major infrastructure.
I'll be more than glad to do so.
There we are. You've heard it here. Mohammed is available to help. So I've mentioned a couple of times the growth that we're seeing in Saudi Arabia in particular. And some commentators certainly see this as a disruptive or a change for the region. So perhaps I can ask how you think that the growth in Saudi Arabia and the awakening of and transformation of Saudi Arabia will affect the balance of aviation within the Middle East for airlines, for airports.
So I think the aviation strategy, which was launched last year, around May of last year, is quite an ambitious strategy. It is probably overdue for a country the size of Saudi Arabia. They are the biggest market in the region, 35 million population, and it is quite ambitious. I think the potential challenge for this strategy is realizing it within the timeline that the Saudis have set for themselves. So part of Saudi 2030 vision, the target is to achieve 100 million visitors to the kingdom and to have a total of approximately 330 million passengers. Now, when you try to translate this figure into infrastructure, it's quite a daunting task, particularly when we know that developing airport infrastructure is a time-consuming exercise. Our project was exceptional because of other reasons, but if you go by majority of the airport projects in the region, it takes time, not less than 10 years to start and bring a project to the market. So how are they going to develop enough terminal capacities between now and 2030 to respond to the restructuring of the airline strategy, where Saudi is now being moved to Jeddah as a hub. Riyadh Air is going to operate from Riyadh starting in 2025, I think, as they have indicated. And then you have Dammam on the eastern province, which seems to be targeting low-cost carriers. So all of this shifting and rebalancing of air service offering, I think, has to be matched by airport capacities. Not only with terminals, but you need to have enough runways, enough aircraft stands. And I don't know what's going to happen to the airspace when you have something like 330 million passengers converging on what's already a congested airspace. So are we going to see something like Eurocontrol in our region? I don't know. But eventually, that's something that we need to start thinking of long term, because it's already too much congestion with super connectors who are already operating in the region in terms of Emirates, Etihad, and Qatar Airways, and now you are adding, two more major carriers. So it is something exciting, and to be seen whether it can be realized by the 2030 deadline.
So do you think then that the Saudi growth will come on top of the growth that's expected elsewhere in the region, or do you think it may reduce some of the growth in other areas? For example, you mentioned the super connectors.
I don't think it will. I think it will take time for a readjustment to take place. It's not going to be immediate or quick. The rest of the countries in the region have their own economical developments, which have been developed over a long period of time in terms of infrastructure, attractions, and economies, and those will continue to be attractive to air travel. Whether it is on the tourism side, whether it is on other economical activities. So I think the opportunity will be to explore some complementary relationships. For example, how a passenger or a tourist will come to Saudi or to Bahrain, but will look beyond the base to visit other cities in the region, taking advantage of very well-connected ecosystem. So I think that's eventually what's going to happen, rather than one development overtaking the others.
So there's room for it all?
I believe so.
Except possibly worrying about air traffic
I think,
congestion.
yeah, I think that's something that needs to be coordinated closely and assessed properly in a way that will, that's not going to compromise what's becoming a very dense space,
Thank you. So you mentioned that Dammam is particularly focusing more on low-cost carriers, and I've mentioned how I see that low-cost carriers are growing very fast in the Middle East. Do you think there are obstacles in the way of low-cost carriers being able to pursue that fast growth, or do you think it'll be a smooth path and that low-cost share will carry on rising? What could stop that?
Take, for example, Bahrain. Today, we've seen over the since 2019 till today, a double capacity by the low-cost carrier operating to Bahrain. The figures are much higher if you look at the UAE, Dubai, and Abu Dhabi. If you look at Saudi with FlyNAS, and even Oman. So the growth of the low-cost carrier in the region is quite steady. And I think you showed something about the new aircraft XLR coming to the market and the impact that it will probably have on the configuration of low-cost carriers as they target new destinations. If there are going to be challenges, probably they have to do with the competition they have with full-service carriers and the air service agreements or contracts. I think there could be some bottleneck at that layer of how are they going to gain a bigger share competing against a national carrier or a well-established full-service carrier. But other than that, I think they got it to a point where they are quite playing a key role. And that has also maybe to do with the way the passengers' preferences have shifted. There is today the talk of affordable luxury in a travel, where passengers are looking for affordable travel, but luxury stay or hotel or accommodation. And if that continues, you can only see a further growth of the low-cost carriers.
Yes. Well, one thing that the low-cost carriers bring to the table in sustainability is that you get more passengers in an aircraft, and therefore the emissions are lower per passenger. What other? So that's something that helps meet those sustainability targets. But what other initiatives are needed in the Middle East aviation scene to get us towards net zero?
I think with net zero, we need to look at it from the perspective of the airline and the perspective of the airports. And the context of how much aviation contributes to carbon emissions. So globally, aviation is not much in terms of being a contributor, despite all of some of the politics and the activism around it. Nevertheless, I think we have, in the sector, embraced our obligation and responsibility to contribute to net zero. Airports have already made a long-term commitment to reach net zero by 2050. Within Airport Council International, as you might have seen yesterday, and ACI Europe update, there is a very healthy now embracement of carbon reduction measures by airports, not only in Europe, but also across the world. I think the challenge going to net zero or reaching net zero is going to be mainly concentrated with the airlines. And that's not because of any shortcomings on their part. It's because the most probable savior, as far as the airlines are concerned, is SAF, Sustainable Aviation Fuel. And they are not producers of that. They need to rely on third parties to produce it in quantities and at a competitive rate to allow the airlines to get it. The panel before the session suggested that ordering SAF takes now 5 years to deliver. So you can imagine we are not far away from reaching net zero, but we need to put more efforts on, I think, the airline side.
I'm afraid we're running out of time
I
very
can
fast.
see that.
It's been really great to hear your views.
Thank you.
Just one final very quick question, perhaps in a word or two. What do you think the most significant change for Middle East aviation is going to be in the next 10 years?
I think infrastructure is one. Linking infrastructure to net zero, because we shouldn't lose sight. As we build more terminal buildings, we are introducing energy consumptions additional. We shouldn't lose sight of the fact that we need to stay within net zero objectives. I think technology will have a key role because for some airports to catch up with increased capacity, technology will kick in as an enabler. And I think the differentiator at the end of the day will be on the customer experience, something that both airports and airlines have to be paying attention to.
Well, we look forward to the customer experience at Bahrain Airport next year.
Thank you.
At Roots World.
And this is an open invitation to everyone. I hope we'll see you next October 2024 in Bahrain, as we are hosting Roots World in the Kingdom of Bahrain.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Edmond and Mohamed. Seems Bahrain has a bright future, and we are delighted to be able to see it next year. It will be interesting to have a session like this, but next year to see how things have changed, and it will be a pleasure to have Mohamed again, of course. Our next interview is as well, we are still in the Middle East region, and the video that is going to play now is going to give you a bit of a sense of what are we going to have now. It's a pleasure. Hello? Yeah. It's a pleasure for me to introduce the first CEO keynote interview of today. I would like to invite to the stage Samer Mahali, CEO of Royal Jordanian, and Michael Bell, Senior Client Partner from Corn Ferry, who is going to moderate the interview. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Lucia. I can attest, having flown on RJ just a little over a week ago, that the product is excellent, especially the self-opening trays and storage bins there, Samer. I don't know how you pulled that off, but it's very
Works.
advanced. Well, thank you for coming from Amman to be with us today. Maybe just to give people a little bit of context about Royal Jordanian and about Samer, and then we want to talk about what the airline's doing and its strategy. So this is the national airline of Jordan, of course. It operates about 28 aircraft, combination of wide bodies and narrow bodies. There's an A320 family narrow body fleet and a growing fleet of regional jets from Embraer. The ERJ is now replaced by the E2s, if you will, the new generation. 45 destinations, fairly substantial network, not only within the region, but beyond to other continents, including North America. Carries about 3 million passengers a year, and it's a publicly traded company as well on the Amman Stock Exchange, listed several years ago, with a good business discipline in terms of how it operates. Zafer is a veteran of the industry, 44 years, amazing 44 years, highly accomplished background. He actually started with RJ in 1979 and progressed ultimately to becoming the CEO in 2001, served in that role until 2009, left, contributed to various other carriers there as CEO of Gulf Air in Bahrain, which we just heard about, senior advisor to Oman Air, formed another airline, Saudi Gulf. We're having some connection issues here? All right, thank you. You guys hearing me on this one?
Yeah, better. Yeah.
All right. I'm going to repeat the whole thing from the beginning. Okay?
No, don't. Enough.
So continued on to be the CEO of a new airline in Saudi Gulf, founded a consultancy, Plain Vision, was also an advisor to Alton, another boutique aviation consultancy, and then returned to Royal Jordanian in 2021 in the heart of COVID to lead the airline out of that and on its new strategy. So amazing background. He holds degrees in aeronautical engineering, air transport management for Cranfield. He's also been chair of the IATA Board of Governors, a testament to his leadership in the industry. So Zafer, thank you for taking the time to be with us today. I was interested that your strategy is to be effectively the airline of choice, or maybe I'll call it supranational airline of the Levant, if you will, connecting the Levant to the region more broadly, but to the world. Tell us what you mean by that strategy. How does that manifest itself, if you will?
Well, I hope that everybody can hear me well. Yeah? Okay. Thanks, Michael, for that lengthy introduction. We live in a very difficult region, as you can see by the events of the last week, 10 days. That comes on the heels of a previous crisis, COVID, which was obviously more global, and then previous crises within the region. So we've had to adapt to a great extent over the last few years. And we've always, unfortunately, lurched from one crisis to the next. But Royal Jordanian prides itself as being very agile on its feet and trying to react to different changing circumstances as best as it can. Regarding the Levant strategy, we obviously have a unique position. Even though Royal Jordanian is not a very large carrier, in fact, we're probably classified as anywhere between small and medium, but we have quite a unique position in the region. We are a leading brand within the region itself, and Levant is an old French word that describes the Near East. Essentially Jordan, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Palestine, Israel, southern Turkey, northern Egypt. That's the region of the Levant. And Royal Jordanian, we pride ourselves as being one of the leading carriers there. And our mission is to actually not only serve Jordan, but serve the Levant. And we do that by having a multi-daily service to all primary and all secondary points within the region itself. So for example, we have Iraq. At the moment, Royal Jordanian flies to 6 destinations in Iraq, non-stop from Amman, on a daily basis. And that connects, obviously, all of the nation of Iraq through Amman onto the global Royal Jordanian network. And obviously, we're doing the same across the board in other countries within the region itself.
So, Zafer, disaggregate that for us. You mentioned we were doing our prep. That means short haul to short haul connections, short to medium, short to long. Maybe just bring that to life a little bit with the types of routes that you're either operating today in that strategy or planning to operate.
Well, I mean, Royal Jordanian at the moment faces competition from probably some of the best carriers in the world. Emirates, Qatar Airways, Turkish Airlines. Those are large global carriers. And we're sort of a little bit sandwiched in the middle. And obviously, Royal Jordanian grew in the last 40 years by working a lot with transit passengers. Transit passengers, Europe, through a point in the Middle East to the Far East. But that is no longer Royal Jordanian's market because the larger carriers have come in and taken that space with much lower seat mile costs, bigger airplanes, bigger size, and so on. So we've had to adapt, and we've switched strategies, and now we're focused on being the Levant to the globe connector. whereby we do regional to regional through Oman, and then we do regional through Oman to the medium range operation, and then we do regional through Oman to the long range operation. So, for example, we do, let's say, Erbil to Alexandria with Embraers. Erbil to Amman, Amman to Alexandria. We do, let's say, Basra to Istanbul. We do Baghdad to, let's say, Neom in the future in Saudi Arabia. So we do all secondary to secondary destinations, and we're building up this network to a great extent, all primary and secondary destinations within the region. And then we connect also this regional network with our network to Europe, to the Gulf, and then obviously onto North America, Canada, and the Far East. So this is really the cornerstone of Royal Jordanian strategy within the coming few years, whereby we provide these 3 layers of connectability and allows us to find our niche market and to be able to compete.
You know, as you were describing that strategy, it evoked images for me of like a Copa Airlines, which in the region in the Americas takes thin routes and makes them work because they provide that best connectivity, if you will. So is it a bit like that? Are you trying to create a true a major connecting hub in Amman by doing that, Samer?
Well, yeah, I mean, Jordan has been hopefully it continues, an oasis of relative stability within the region, in a very difficult region, as you can see. And Royal Jordanian is a natural hub. And we think that by spreading our wings across the region into all primary and secondary points, even though the number of passengers are not large, and that's why we use smaller airplanes, which allows us to have better economics, and allows us to have a higher frequency operation. So if we fly twice a day into Erbil, the person sitting in Erbil in Iraq, as if he's sitting in Irbid in Jordan. And this is what we're trying to achieve. As I said, it's not huge volumes of passengers, but a high frequency operation with relatively good yields allows us this concept to work.
You mentioned you're surrounded by trouble. That causes challenges. We'll come back to that a little bit later. But does this really create opportunity for you? And again, another analogy that comes to mind, I think about LATAM, how LATAM took advantage of the fact that many of the carriers in the region lost their national carriers or didn't have well-functioning national carriers like in Ecuador or in Peru. So they became the de facto national airlines if those both service into them, but also setting up hubs in those countries, if you will. So think about Iraq. You mentioned, I think their fleet is bigger than yours, but they don't operate nearly like you do. So is that an opportunity, and how do the geopolitics come into play there?
Well, I mean, obviously, we've been in Iraq ever since 2003 and developing that network quite well. And hopefully, Syria will come online in the future. Once the sanctions are out off, we plan to expand our operation into Syria. And I think most countries accept that, except to have a good quality service carrier that is serving the nation. I mean, countries on one side want to support their national carrier, but on the other side also have mindful of the fact that they want to promote tourism and access to their countries. And in general, those are the factors that are at play at the time. So it's very important that we establish good relationships with the people. We have a good visibility in Iraq. We don't, I mean, obviously we also work with the other airlines in the region as well, but generally we have not had any serious pushback from these countries.
Is there any tie-in of this strategy to the tourism strategy of Jordan? Think about, for example, like we traveled to Jordan through Istanbul and we took the stopover option and are spending 3 days here. Thanks to Samer, spent a week in Jordan. It is a fabulous country with some great places to go see. So how does the national tourism strategy fit with your airline strategy for the Levant?
Okay, I mean, creating Amman as the hub for the region, for the upper Levant region, is quite important for the economy of the country itself. Because if access to Jordan is quite high and quite superior, we will get businesses establishing themselves in Jordan. And because of the trouble in the region, We see a lot of businesses being established in Jordan as well, regional offices and so on. And then people then base themselves and their families in Jordan, and then they do business in and out. So they go and they fly in the morning, come back in the evening, and do business in Iraq and other countries within the region itself, and then come back and with their families in Jordan. So we feel that we are part of the, number one, the economic development of Jordan in terms of making Jordan a very attractive place to build your businesses because of the access into the region. And also it allows us to expand our global network. And that allows us to bring in more tourism into Jordan itself. So again, by having a broader network, tourism is one of the most important economic factors in Jordan. And we really work very closely with the Jordan Tourism Board to be able to promote Jordan itself as a destination in a very difficult region again. This year has been good so far, and hopefully the troubles in the region would quieten down and we can continue promoting Jordan as a tourism destination. So really it's about creating the business opportunity in Jordan, but also promoting tourism into Jordan itself.
Samer, this conference is frequented by people whose focus tends to be on network planning and new destinations, etc. So talk a little bit about specifically some of the new destinations that RJ has either officially confirmed to or considering, and what should people be anticipating?
Sure. I mean, Royal Jordanian at the moment, we have just under 30 airplanes at the moment. We're going to expand to about 45 airplanes within the next 2 years. We are also opening up new destinations. So we're focusing on new destinations, but also our higher frequency operation, which is a very, very important product for us in terms of increasing frequency and connectability on a daily basis. We've just recently opened up Düsseldorf in Germany, in addition to Frankfurt. We opened up Lyon in France, in addition to Paris. We have 2 points in Spain, Barcelona and Madrid. We've just opened up recently Stockholm in northern Europe. And again, that's a very attractive destination, both for Scandinavians coming to Jordan, but also for a lot of people from the Middle East going through Oman into Scandinavia. And so those are some of the new destinations. We're also thinking about opening up Al-Ula in Saudi Arabia, which is a mirror image of Petra in Jordan. And obviously with the tourism authority, we're working on doing tourism packages that cover Petra in Jordan and Al-Ula in Saudi Arabia. So that's, again, one of the routes that we're considering at the moment. So we have a mixture of very, very thin, very small routes, and obviously unique destinations. But Royal Jordanian already covers a huge amount of the globe. We have 24 daily flights into the US in the summer, Chicago, New York, Montreal, Toronto, as well as Bangkok in the Far East. So we have a mixture of very, very short destinations and very long destinations as well. And
you promised Miami.
Miami, yeah, eventually down the line.
Samer, you're supporting this with a fleet renewal program. Tell us a little bit about that. You have some E2s on order with the beginning deliveries in December, but tell us what's coming, what's going, how that fleet is going to grow to support this network plan.
Unfortunately, over the last 12 years, Royal Jordanian has not been able to renew its fleet because of the issues that have been happening in the region, the Arab Spring, the issue of ISIS in Syria, and so on. But recently, post-COVID, we've put in a new fleet renewal and expansion plan over the next 2 years. We're renewing initially our Embraer fleet. We're bringing in, instead of the 4 E1s that we have, we're bringing in 10 E2s, 8 to 10 Embraer E2s, the latest regional jet in the world, into the region, and we're the first customer in the region, and that allows us to really do a good job on the regional operation. We're also bringing in 20 NEOs, Airbus 320 NEOs, again over the next few years, to be able to replace our old 320 classical fleet. And we're expanding our 787 fleet, the one that we saw in the film, with new Dash 9s, to be able to increase our operation into North America and Canada, and also potentially open up China for Jordan, in addition to the other Far Eastern routes that we fly. So potentially it's every 2 new airplanes that come in, 1 old one will go out over the next 2 to 3 years.
So Samer, let me put you on the spot a little bit here. You know, we just finished hearing Edmund talk about the growth plans in the region, the massive infrastructure that's coming in. the massive aircraft orders that are coming into your regional carriers. How can RJ continue to both survive and grow in the context of that? It sounds like you are, you're not a mouse, but maybe you're a gazelle trying to navigate among these elephants. So tell us how you think about that and how you will maintain survival in that world.
Thanks very much. I mean, look, as I said, the region has been very difficult. And we've been negatively affected over the last 10 years by the events in the region. Now, notwithstanding what's happening over this last 10 days within, obviously, Israel and Palestine and Gaza, we hope that this will be short-lived and we're not, and peace will prevail in the end, and the region will resume its stability and its focus. And we are in the business of taking negative issues and turning them into positive opportunities. We did that in 2003 in Iraq when we actually established the Iraq operation immediately after the war ended in Iraq in 2003. And we hope to be able to do the same within the region. Politically, it's very difficult. Even tourism, people are very apprehensive. Even Jordan is very stable, but people are very apprehensive in coming to Jordan because they think, the region is actually one unity, one block. And therefore, it's very difficult to split Jordan and its stability and its quietness from what's happening in the region. So we're dealing with political issues. We're dealing with, obviously, a very unstable, a difficult region. Also, on the aviation side, we deal with competition from, as I said, some of the strongest carriers, the most well-funded carriers in the world. We'll keep it at that. In terms of the carriers in the Gulf. Also, Jordan is in the unique situation of supporting low-cost carriers into Jordan. So they actually assist low-cost carriers. Our tourism board assists low-cost carriers in terms of coming into Jordan in order to promote tourism. So we do actually have supported low-cost carriers coming into Jordan, EasyJet, Wizz, and Ryanair, and so on. So from a competitive point of view, it's not easy. And obviously, from a political point of view, it's also not easy. And also, one final element is fuel prices. Jordan is probably, because we're a country that don't produce oil, we actually have some of the most expensive aviation fuel in the world. Currently, our fuel prices in Jordan are 15% higher than anywhere that Royal Jordanian flies to in the world, which is quite unique. Normally, your hub itself, you achieve the best fuel prices because of volume and so on. But because Jordan doesn't produce oil, we actually have very, very high fuel prices. And currently, fuel prices today represent 42% of the airline's cost, which is huge. Last year, when the oil peaked at $140 a barrel, it represented about 53% of the airline's cost. So fuel, again, and fuel cost is a huge challenge for us. In 2021, we lost about $100 million in terms of COVID. We hoped in 22 that we'll recover. The Ukraine crisis happened, fuel prices went up, and we lost the same amount in 2022 because of fuel, not because of COVID.
And here we go again.
Well, so far so good. This year we hope to actually get to a break-even situation because the first part of this year has been relatively good. We're just very mindful of the last 3 months of this year. So, we're cautiously optimistic that we will break even this year, even make a small profit at the end of it.
Talk about the financial performance of the company, Samer. You had accumulated losses during COVID, and you recently did some recapitalization of the company. Just walk people through a little bit the state of affairs and your plans that way.
Because of the accumulated losses of Royal Jordanian over COVID, our accumulated losses were higher than the equity. So we've been working with our primary shareholder, which is the government of Jordan. Royal Jordanian is a public shareholding company. We were working with the Royal Jordanian government to actually fix the equity of the airline itself. We took a small portion as cash equity injection, but we also took assets, and we used that to increase the equity. So non-cash equity injection that the government of Jordan approved for us, And now that our equity is actually higher than our accumulated losses, so we're in the right area of the balance sheet in terms of Royal Jordanian moving forward.
Tell us about the role of partnerships, whether they're official partnerships like in, or larger ones like in One World, where you're members, or code shares, et cetera, and how they are playing a role to help you extend your network and compete better.
You know, global alliances are very important elements in an airline's operation. Royal Jordanian became a member of One World in 2007. We were the first Arab carrier to join a global alliance. And we're very proud of our relationship with One World. We fly to 45 destinations globally. However, in theory, through a global alliance, we can offer 600 destinations with a one-stop service from Oman by linking up with our global partners. So for example, Chicago is our hub and in the North America, and we use that to connect with American Airlines. So we access the entire American Airlines network in the States and in South America with one stop from Oman. And that's unique. So we can expand the destinations that we actually offer our passengers to about 600 with one stop from Oman. So 40, 50 destinations non-stop and about 600 destinations with one stop from Oman. And that's the power of the alliance. You actually get the benefit without paying the cost. They benefit, our partner on the other side, feed us, and we feed them, and we don't increase our cost, but we increase our revenue opportunity. And that's really the power of One World to Royal Jordanian.
One of the lovely things about our industry is that there's so many factors out of our control, as evidence what happened last Saturday, right? So what are the biggest hurdles you face to realizing the Levant strategy, sustained profitability, Zafer? What are you worried about?
Well, I mentioned it. I mean, obviously, the biggest is the issue of the region. And we hope one day that this region will quieten down and the world allows us to quieten down and develop. And peace will prevail so that the nations of the region can resume their economic progress, quality of life for all the peoples in the region. And obviously that will allow the region to prosper. So this is the biggest issue for us, allowing the region to quieten down. And this is our continuous hope over the coming years. Obviously, we're affected by global issues as well. As I said, fuel prices, COVID, those are all affect us anyway, like everybody else. And so that's always something that we are mindful of. And then finally, fuel prices and competition. And again, we hope that we try and get a level playing field all the time in terms of competition with the other carriers in the region, carriers that are coming in from Europe. So we face a lot of challenges, and as I said, we feel sometimes that we're a little bit hemmed in, but in spite of this, we're renewing, we have a very good product, we have a very good brand name, and Jordan is a very unique destination that we encourage everybody to visit.
You know, it was mentioned in the last panel that one of the challenges of some of the big carriers facing this growth is resources, people, namely. What have you found that way in terms of attracting people, whether at the pilot, mechanical, or even executive levels to work for RJ? Are you having challenges that way?
Yeah. Well, you know, I mean, one of the issues that with the fleet renewal that we've had is supply chain issues. We have even problems in getting spare parts for our older aeroplanes. Things that take 3 months normally, pre-COVID, are now taking 9 months and 1 year to get in terms of parts. Even leather for the seats, small parts for the interior of the aeroplane. And obviously, as you know, Airbus and Boeing have suffered major delays, again, because a lot of orders are coming in and supply chain issues across the globe have been a disaster. You know, post-COVID, the aviation industry, and I'm sure a lot of people working in the airports have felt this, that a lot of people are moving away from the industry. Working from home during COVID has given people a taste for sitting at home, accepting a slightly lower pay, and working, you know, half the week or the whole week from home. And as you know, the aviation industry, airports in particular, but also airlines, rely heavily on manpower. You know, the airports are all about manpower. Airlines are all about manpower and services. And so we've seen people gravitating away from the industry in general. And this has really been a biggest challenge for us, globally speaking. The major delays last year in most European airports were caused by this issue in 2022 and 2021. In the region in particular, also we're suffering from labor shortages because of that issue, but also because of the global expansion, the bigger expansion of those new airlines. Riyadh Air is coming in with, starting with 100 aeroplanes, buying them directly from the manufacturers, sucking in experienced manpower from all of the region. Royal Jordanian is celebrating its 60 years of existence, and we were instrumental as Jordanian pilots, cabin crew, IT professionals, marketing professionals, commercial people, in actually starting up airlines like Emirates, Qatar Airways, and Etihad over the period of the last 20 and 30 years. And we continue to do so. A lot of Jordanian trained professionals are actually gravitating to those airlines, current ones and the new ones that are coming up, with obviously higher pay, more attractive opportunities. So this is a major challenge that we have to deal with. Pilot expertise, engineers, IT professionals, cabin crew, and so on. But this is a global issue, and also we have a regional issue, again, because of what's happening.
I have a few more questions, but before that, any questions from the audience for Sam, or anybody would like to put something to him? Sounds like you've addressed everybody's questions. All right, let's talk about your leadership. Obviously, you've had 2 opportunities to lead this airline and other carriers. So how has COVID changed how you lead? I've interviewed many CEOs in the US about this. They saw it as an opportunity to reconnect with their workforce, maybe deal with some of the virtual nature of employment, et cetera. But reflecting on the last 3 years or so, how has that changed how you lead, Samer?
Well, the airline business has always been a people's business. I always talk to my employees that a lot of airlines, we use airplanes, they use airplanes. We sell tickets, they sell tickets. Prices are very comparable. We give food, they give food. We do entertainment, they do entertainment. The biggest plus and point that you can compete with is actually your trained manpower. The quality of your manpower, especially in the services area, the customer contact points are the biggest, probably differentiating factor apart from prices that you can really deal with. Royal Jordanian has 4,000 people globally. It's still of a size that you can connect with the staff. I do so on a daily basis in terms of going to the airport, visiting people, coming up at 2 o'clock in the morning to going to see the maintenance team that are working on the airplanes, cabin crew on board. We do town hall meetings probably every month or 2 that we talk about the airline strategy and where we're going. So it's all about trying to encourage people, number one, to actually deliver the best quality service, but also at the same time to actually stay in the industry and stay with the airline. And this is probably the biggest challenge that we have. And this is our biggest, we think, our biggest differentiator in terms of the quality of the staff that we employ. And we're very proud that probably 95% of the airline is Jordanian. We export a lot, as I said, a lot of Jordanian professionals into the Gulf region that actually are instrumental in both the start and development of the airlines in the region. We're very proud of this fact. But we really try and invest a lot in the human resources side. We're actually now sponsoring pilots through their initial training, and then they can pay a portion of what we spend to them after they graduate and after they start working in the airline. And we do that with engineers and so on. So we're actually having to go to university graduates and high school graduates and sponsoring their initial training in order to get them into the airline.
Well, our time has come to a close, but let me just wrap by saying there are many, many national airlines around the world. Fewer and fewer, they're going away, but you can, I think, kick the tires in many of those and they're flat. That is clearly not the case at RJ. You have a clear strategy, clear network plan, fleet strategy. The product, having experienced it for the first time, is outstanding. And to me, the common denominator that brings all that together is leadership. So obviously, a very well-led company, Samer.
Thank you.
Please join me in thanking Samer for joining with us today and sharing his thoughts.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael and Summer. It was a great interview. We were so happy to have you involved. Our next session, again, QR code, please. Give us your feedback about the session. It will be really useful for us. Our next session, we are moving to the Africa region. We have a presentation from Jolanta Strikitsa, Managing Director from Strikitsa Consulting, a few slides outlining the region, and then we will carry on with an interview with Maury Camara, Managing Director at the airport at Kenya. So please, I will welcome them to the stage. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon almost, good morning. Yeah, thank you. All right, so I'm pressing to get to the next slide. All right, so let's move. Africa. Well, my love, I would say. I'm involved with Africa for more than 20 years, and every time you come to the continent, you face very warm people, very rich culture, very good hospitality, but also very diverse economies, challenges, and obstacles. And what's the future holds for Africa? Africa always looks in the future. 15 years ago, I came to the continent. 20 years ago, I came to the continent. We've always been talking about the future. We've always been talking about the development. And that's good. And that's good. That means that this young continent is growing. And this young continent has challenges. So let's look at them. So what's going to be in Africa by 2050? The GDP is going to be 29 trillion of US dollars. And full implementation of SADM will contribute after the 2.4 to 4.2 billion in GDP. So it does have money for the development. The intra-African trades have lots of growth potential. We have only 10% of imports and 17% of exports within the intra-region. So lots of goes outside of the continent, not much goes in the continent. We have to think more inter-regional connectivity. Population growth. By 2050, Africa will be 25% of the whole world, but by 2070, it will be the most populous continent. So again, that's the future for the continent. Travel growth. Back in 2015, I was talking in the AFRA conference, and local community was asking me, okay, so what's the challenge of the travel? I said, yes, you have a young generation that looks in the apps and see how the people in Europe, how their peers in Europe and Asia are traveling. I mean, that's the same people. I mean, you guys, younger generation, wants to travel now, not tomorrow. So by 2035, Africa passenger traffic will reach 260 million by IATA, but that's not enough. But the challenges, yeah, there's safety, security, efficiency, and infrastructure constraints. If we look slightly into the data, I will be very, very fast with the data. Later, we can share that. I took 3 different periods. So like first quarter of 2019, first quarter 2021, and first quarter of 2023. So that's how different regions on the world, and the zero is 2019. So just took as a 0 2019. So how the aviation reacted in Africa in 2021 during the COVID. Oops, everyone lost. Africa didn't lose the most. But 2021, how things progressed. And if you see, the Africa is almost on a 0 in compared to Europe or Asia Pacific or the other regions, which are still being down. So again, guys, we're not doing that bad, but we need to do more. That's the international departures in the region by the different areas. And again, that was up, that was down. North Africa was the highest. and the domestic departures. So again, we see South African region as the most fast developing in terms of the domestic departures, which again have to be changed and challenged by the other regions. And that's your data for the same quarters. And if you look at this data, you see that the new nations, smaller nations, are getting more and more presence on the stage. We see Guinea doing very well. We see Togo doing very well, of course, for certain reasons. We see Rwanda doing much better. We see the airport Rwanda increasing. But still, unfortunately, that's how the airlines distinguished between the globe. And that's unfortunately the smallest circle on this data is Africa. We're still being a very small portion on the global aviation community. And with the figures I showed you in the very beginning, with the growth of GDP, with the growth of population, with the growth of radio, we have to be that big black circle, guys. We have to be there. So that's our main challenge. Can I please ask my dear friend and guest, Mr. Namori Kamara, to join me? And you please welcome him. To speak about these challenges, Mori, because this gentleman done his best to get Guinea on the stage and do his best to get Africa on the global stage. So my first question to you, Namori, what is in your point of view, as someone who spent so many years within the aviation community, not just in Africa, but around the globe? Namori was working in the UK for many years. So what, in your point of view, is the key main challenges for African aviation so we guys will be that big circle?
Thank you very much, Yolanta. I think these challenges that we will mention, by the way, for me are opportunities. Africa aviation has the greatest potential in the world. Why Africa aviation has the greatest potential in the world? I think 1/4 of the people in the world will be African in the next few decades. If you look at also the demography in Africa, probably something that you missed is the population is extremely young.
Yes.
The average age in Africa is 18 years old, when the average age in Europe is 42 and 31 in Asia. So these are drivers that enable, by the way, the market, the African aviation markets. But again, as you mentioned, we have few challenges that we need to turn into opportunities. In the next few decades, Africa will need 1,000 aircraft, according to Boeing and Airbus. But in order to meet this tremendous demand, the demand is there, but the portion of African share in the global air traffic is too small. I think it's 2%.
Yeah.
And if you look at the 2% share at the global traffic, you look at also the share of African participation in the GDP is around 3%. So we need to, the African leadership need to understand that aviation will be probably the sectors that will fasten the growth in Africa. You've rightly mentioned that the traffic population will double, and also the GDP, if you look at the numbers today, the contribution of the African aviation markets is around, I think, 63 billion into the GDP, which creates around 8 million. But again, we have challenges. We'll talk about these challenges. Number one challenges are infrastructure issues.
Yeah.
I think we need to invest a lot in infrastructure in Africa. Africa has been lacking beyond in terms of physical infrastructures at the airports. And I can see in Africa some of these challenges has been taken into account. First of all, fix your airports. It's very important. If you want to have all these traffic growth. I think the traffic growth will be around 7% in Africa, which is above the global traffic. You need to make sure that you meet the global standard, because when people fly from Istanbul to Guinea, for example, they're expecting the same standard. And in Guinea, we have started already by investing heavily in our infrastructure, revisiting the existing airport, but also expanding the airport. So infrastructure challenges has to be met, but there is also something extremely important, which really, despite all the potential of the African market, because the potential is there, that's undeniable.
Yeah, absolutely.
But why still Africa is not meeting that potential? The second one is connectivity. We have the lowest connectivity in the world, the highest ticket fare in the world. It costs more, it's more expensive to fly from 3 hours flight from Conakry to Lagos, for example. If I would like to fly on economy, it will probably take me 2,000 or 1,000 pounds, and it will probably take me, let's say, 14 hours. But look at the same journey from Istanbul to Berlin. Okay, 3 hours, the average flight is less than 200. So we need to increase the connectivity in Africa. It's extremely important that we liberalize the African market. We push the fifth freedom. And SATAM, SATAM is an African initiative that we need to put forward. But again, I've been to the other side. When I've been to the government side as well, the African states or some African countries are a little bit pushing the protectionism agenda.
I want to catch on that. Sorry. Because, 10 years ago, I've been talking to other people in African aviation and the governments, and people were saying similar things, that yes, we all need to push, but nothing happened. 5 years ago, I was speaking again with people who are in charge of the governments, in charge of aviation, speaking about the same thing. Nothing happened.
No, so I will not say, Yolanta, nothing happened. I'll tell you something has happened that you probably don't see. I was in the panel in Cape Town in 2018. The data was showing that most of the African traveling from Africa to the Middle East, for example, to Asia, used to connect via Dubai.
Yeah.
But today, the connecting points of African to the Middle East is not outside Africa anymore. It's in Addis Ababa. It's in Addis Ababa. So things are happening slowly. If you look at, for example, there's some success stories like Ethiopian Airlines. They're extremely doing well. But again, it's not fast enough. It's slow. Why is it slow? Because, again, we have not put, for me first, the government need to put at the heart of the development strategy the air transport industry. And we also need to have a single African market. It's extremely important.
Exactly.
So the fifth freedom is very important. You cannot grow your market if you lack connectivity. You cannot grow your market if you are at the highest fare. So, but today I can say that 30 African companies have signed the SATAN, the single African market, and things are happening. Look at, for example, connectivity issues that are being resolved a little bit differently. Togo, you look at Askai. Askai is a very good model where Ethiopian has invested in private investment in African airline based in Togo, and they are very successful. But again, it's a bit slow, but we have to, you're right, we have to embrace, fasten this. It's extremely important. But also the operating cost for airline in Africa, it's expensive. The fuel cost in Africa is 5 times expensive than anywhere in the world. That needs to change because you have high taxes as well. So we need to remove some of these taxes. But again, for me, if the market is open, look at, for example, what's happened in Europe with the open sky, or even Morocco, because some African countries are very scared of the opening the market. But we have 300 airlines in Africa. They are very fragmented. So 300 airlines with 6% of these airlines don't have more than 10 fleets. So that's why you need this consolidation. You need to open the market. And Morocco did that. I remember when I was in Morocco 10 years ago, they were very scared of opening their market to Europe. But look at today. Royal Maroc is doing better today than anywhere in the world. So there is, something that's to be done, that in this continent, we have 54 countries. You cannot have 54 countries with 54 flag airlines. So they need to cooperate. They need to work together. They need to consolidate. But if they consolidate as an African airline, they will be able to compete with the rest of the world.
Well, very, very good points. Very good points. Communication. Again, with my experience, I find that the communication is one of the key issues within the governments of Africa, and how actually governments sometimes even blame each other. Oh, yes, that's they didn't do it, that's we didn't do it. But within communicating, yes, we already kind of reached some results with certain.
I think it's not about communication only. I think the journey that the African market is taking, it's the same journey that Europe was into at the time. Let's not forget that we have 54 countries.
Exactly.
Africa is not one. Yeah. So that's number one. That's important. You have 54 laws and things like that, and that's make a little bit things different. But SATAM, AFCAC and SATAM are doing a great job in pushing the Yamoussoukro agenda, which was signed in 1989. We need to push the liberalization. The fifth freedom is the most important. But things have happened. Today, you can fly from Lomé to Washington, thanks to ASCAI, and which was unbelievable. In the next few months, I think my Ghanaian friend will be here. You can fly from Ghana, Accra, to Canada. But that's why I believe that if institution and government state in Africa can learn that, the contribution of the aviation into the GDPs, into the well-being, because it's all about, the living standard, increase this living standard. If we liberalize that market, there is no fear at all. The competition is very good, but currently, it's very difficult to get your fifth freedom even between two African countries. Sometime, and they need to change that. They probably give the traffic right very easily to the to a Western country than to the African country. So that needs to change. But that again, the more you have the competition into the African market, the more this ticket price, because people cannot probably afford to travel today. Even business travelers. I remember this year, I will not mention the destination, but from Conakry, 6 hours flight. 6 hours flight. You will never believe that. On business class. Cost more than $10,000. It's not sustainable because there is no competition. So let's bring competition. But for that, again, you need to prepare, and SATAM is good. You also need to prepare your human resources, the capital, human capital, the workforces. And that's also need, African countries need to invest a lot in the workforces, not to externalize some of these things that we're doing. And, if we do that, and we increase connectivity, we improve our infrastructure, and also we invest in people, it's very important.
Yes, let me just
I think we can probably turn all this around.
Thank you very much. And it's extremely important, very interesting what you say, Nimori. And from your perspective, again, talk a little bit about the money and investment. You already mentioned that, yes, there need to be a competition. Competition, of course, involves investing in the routes, investing in the new players. In Africa, aviation heavily relied on the government investment. But more and more private money comes to the region. Still, if we look in the data, what I showed earlier, only 10 and 7, respectively, sort of imports and exports, 10 and 17% are within the region. So mainly money comes out of the African continent, and only few all comes from the government. So what are the way to encourage local African capital to invest in local African continental connectivity?
But
except of like going outside.
If you look at, there is no one business model side fits.
Yeah, of course,
it's
yeah.
extremely important.
You're-
Again, countries are different, situations are different. Look at Ethiopian Airlines. They are state-owned companies, $6 billion turnover, 70,000 employees, but commercially managed. So I'm not dogmatic about where the money should come from. What's really important for the government, it's, the framework, the regulatory framework, make sure that investment come easily, and make sure also that our industry, which is a very complex industry, are managed by competent people. So it's extremely important to depolitize. I think we've seen that in elsewhere. It's not African issues. Probably, 20 years ago, in some region, we have that. So you need to put competent people in this type of sectors. It's extremely important, and let them do the job as it is. But things are changing again, Yolanta. If you look at the past 10 years, look at the PP. You have a lot of PPP model today, from my industry, airport industry. You look at, around in the region in West Africa, Senegal, Freetown, it's all PPP model. Even in Guinea, we have a PP model with government investing, but also a Turkish company, who will help us to revisit, renovate and expand our airport from 500,000 to 3 million. And we'll have probably one of the best airports in West Africa. And we're partner with Al-Barak, the managing director is here. But, I see this model, Dakar, Freetown, you name it.
Yeah.
So even the standard is getting there, but it's slow. Ethiopia will build a 100 million airport capacity in the next few years. 100 million. Kigali, if you go to Rwanda, with Qatar Airways, they are building, they are investing $8 billion. So things are happening. But again, if you ask my personal view, I'd rather have a private investment, either African or non-African, than having the government money. Because if you have the government money, it becomes difficult. I'd rather have the government helping me towards, because there is for the airport business, there is absolutely a business. People will fly. I don't think government should invest in airlines. It's not probably their business. It's very difficult, as even for private sector, the margins are small. But African countries tend to have this, proud to have their own flag carrier. It's normal, it's fair. But the data there, it's very difficult. The African airline losses for around, I think, in 2-3 years' time, more than 3 billion. Even this year, I think there will be a loss around 200 million.
Yes, unfortunately,
something like that.
Yeah.
But again, people will always fly, and this young population are flying already, and they are paying heavy price. It's expensive to fly, but they are still flying. That's why we need to make it very affordable, and the government has a key role to play in that as an enabler.
I fully agree with you. Government should look into setting the infrastructure for framework. I would say not infrastructure, framework for the investors to come.
Yes.
But I fully agree that the private money much faster and in a way will contribute to the lower ticket price.
Yes, absolutely. And competition is good. We've seen that.
Exactly.
You've seen that in the West, in Europe, where some of the airlines were state-owned in the UK, in France, they were nearly bankrupt. So I think, and then they did privatize a little bit. But again, some of the most successful airlines are also in the world, they are publicly owned. So the management is more important than the ownership for me. Okay?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's why, again, I want to take on your words, talking about the people, talking about the management. And here also talking about the efficiency. Because efficiency, and again, I'm speaking from experience, is something what African nations need to still work on. We talk a lot in Africa about the needs of the increase of the travel. We talk a lot into the need to increase of the airport services. We talk much about how we basically contribute to that. And that's including training, that's including encouraging people, encouraging ladies in the industry, that including corporate governance, making sure that we are transparent in the industry, and that including the efficiency of actually performing the services. So what is your opinion how to get to that? And what is your experience? Because again, being on the government side and on the private side, you see things from 2 points of view.
Okay. I think, again, it's a vicious circle. You bring competitions, things will improve. You open your market, competency will come. A protective market tend to have people with not competent or low skill. But when there is a competitions, natural competitions, the skill set even will lift up. But it's extremely important that the workforce, and I can take some example. If you look at, for example, Ethiopian, I like the Ethiopian example because they are the best airline today. I'm happy to say that in Africa, one of the best in the world. They've just, turned their academy into university, and they will be training more than 4,000 young Africans across the world. So again, you have to put that strategy in place. I think that my predecessors rightly said that we are in the people business. It's extremely important. And if you look at the very tiny level, my level in Conakry, when I arrived at Sogeag, a concession at the time owned by ADP and Guinea State, so I recognize that I have to re-engineer. I have to recreate this setting of bringing competent people around me, train them, because it's not easy in our sectors. But the good things about the African, when you train them, you have the right people. You're not in the same situation in the West. You don't lose them because you don't have many competing airports in the same country. So you tend to keep them. So I think, yeah, you're right. It's extremely important to improve the governance in our sectors, apply gender issues, why not? But we don't have that problem of gender issues in Guinea, and also I think we need to size this opportunity of the youthful of the population. The population is extremely, youth come with innovation. It's extremely important. So this is a potential that you will not see anywhere. The average age in Europe is 42. So that's a challenge. But in Africa, the average age is 18. This is a potential that we need to tap into.
I think the industry
we need to turn it.
Still need to work with the population, encouraging girls into aviation. Because how am I, if I'm living in the small town somewhere in Rwanda, or doesn't matter, I don't know how to get there.
Yolanta,
yeah?
But you see, again, the first chairman of IATA was, the first chairman, she's a lady, and she's African, and she's the CEO of Rwanda. So Africa sometimes is ahead of these gender issues. Yeah, and I could, you have, if you walk to, I think that's probably a bias that people have. If you turn into the office in Addis Ababa, you will see a lot of, women in the executive seat.
That's very
Whereas
good.
in the West, where I was in the UK or in France and elsewhere, you didn't see them at all. So I think, again, the priority probably is not there. Let's, invest in infrastructure. Let's, increase the connectivities. If you increase the connectivities, you invest in the physical infrastructure and also in human capitals. Because, if you are girls or boy, if you are not trained enough, I will not recruit to you because you are a lady. I will take you because you are competent. I don't think you will like that one. So we need to invest a lot in our, young generations in order to make this, as I said, huge potential. Africa will need 1,000 aircraft in the next 20 years. The GDP will triple in our sectors. And the potential is undeniable. But for that, we need to work. We need to invest in infrastructure, and we need to also to invest in people, and also bring SATAM to life. Apply the fifth freedom. You cannot do this without fifth freedom. It's not possible. There is we should not be shy away. And this is starting, this is starting. 16 African countries has implemented, 33 have signed, 16, will implement it. And you could see, some of these airlines flying from one African city to anywhere in the world. I think that will tremendously improve the connectivity in Africa and also improve the level of services, because in the end, it's about the passengers, it's about the people, using the airport, using the airlines.
Yes. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I guess our session clearly gives the sign that 30 minutes for the Africa is not enough. We really have lots of issues, and my dear colleague and friend Nomori just touched some of them. We need to have a proper conversation how to move forward in this beautiful continent of 54 different countries on so many issues that needs attention. We need to talk about it more. We need to act about it. Because I guess one of the things what we all missing is, in a way, action. We have to start act on every single aspect of the challenge in the African aviation and airports. And on that, unfortunately, I will have to cover up our 30-minute talk today. Thank you very much, Nomori, and a round of applause for Nomori, please.
Thank you very much, Ellen. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Nomori, please don't go. Don't go, Nomori. We'll need to make a photo.
Stay here.
Yes. If you can please make us a photo. And for this session, I will, guys, encourage you to keep working on Africa and keep rising aviation in Africa. And, well, come again to Roots and other conferences to talk about this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jolanta and Mori. It was great to have you on board and to work collaboratively about the route aviation in Africa. So we have a lunch break now, and we will be back at 22:02 with the Fireside Chat with Boeing. So please, I look forward to seeing you all here. Thank you.
Some things are more than girls and girls. Look at us now, so cunning. What else separated it when we were young? And didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't know. You're a falling star. You're the getaway car. You're the line in the sand when I go too far. You're the swimming pool on an August day. You're the perfect thing to say. Did you play a card? But it's kinda cute. And when you smile at me, you know exactly what to do. Oh baby, don't pretend that you don't know it's true. 'Cause wish I could see it when I look at you. And in this crazy life, and through this crazy times, it's you, it's you. You make me sing your every line, your every word, your everything. You're a carousel, you're wishing well, and you light me up when you ring my bell. You're a mystery, you're from outer space, you're every minute of every day. And I can't breathe all that I'm your girl, and I get to kiss you, baby, just because I can. Whatever comes our way, boy, we'll see it through. And you know the sweat I love can do. And in this crazy life, and through this crazy times, it's you. You make me sing your every line, your every word, your everything. And in this crazy life, and through this crazy times, it's you. You make me sing your every line, your every word, your everything. Your every song I sing along. Your everything. She's like no other, and I'm just trying to make you see. She's the kind of girl you dream of keeping hold of. You better forget it. You never get it. She won't play around and leave you and deceive you. You better forget it. Oh, you regret it. No, you'll never tell her to leave it. Get out quick, 'cause seeing is believing. It's the only way you'll ever know. She's an easy lover. She get a hold on you, believe it. She's like no other. Before you know it, you'll be on your knees. Easy lover. She'll take your heart, but you won't feel it. Like no other. And I'm just trying to make you see. You're the one who wants to hold her and control her. You better forget it. You'll never get it. For she say there's no other. Say there's no other. Till she finds another. Better forget it. Yes, you'll regret it. Don't try to test her, just leave it. You know the only one to sing it is believing. It's the only way you'll ever know. Don't try to test her, leave it. You know the only one to sing it is believing. It's the only way. You will never know. She get a hold on you, believe it. She's like no other. Before you know it, you'll be on your knees. Easy lover. She'll take your heart, but you won't feel it. Like no other. And I'm just trying to make you see. She's an easy lover. She get a hold on you, believe it. She's like no other. I'm just trying to make you see.
Sorry, I ain't got no money. I'm not trying to be funny, but I left it all at home today. You can call me what you wanna. I ain't giving you $1 this time. I ain't gonna run away. You might knock me down. You might knock me down, but I will get back up again. You can call it how you wanna. I ain't giving you $1 this time. I ain't gonna run away. This time You can call me what you wanna, I ain't giving you $1. This time I ain't gonna run away. You might knock me down, you might knock me down, but I will get back up again. You can call it how you wanna, I ain't giving you $1. This time I ain't gonna run away. This time, this time, this time, this time I ain't gonna run away. Not this time, not this time. This time I ain't gonna run. Not this time. This time I ain't gonna run away. With your feet on the air and your head on the ground. Try this trick and spin it, yeah. Your head will collapse, but there's nothing in it, and you ask yourself, where is my mind? Where is my mind? Where is my mind? I was swimming in the Caribbean. Animals were hiding behind the rock. Except the little fish, but they told me he was trying to talk me coy. Where is my mind? Where is my mind? Where is my mind? With your feet on the air and your head on the ground. Try this trick and spin it, yeah. Your head will collapse, but there's nothing in it, and you ask yourself, where is my mind? Where is my mind? Where is my mind? Where is my mind? Where is my mind? must have gone in. What adds up the way they did when we were young? Look at us now, quit driving. Some things hurt more, much more than girls and girls. Look at us now, must have gone in. What adds up the way they did when we were young? Look at us now, quit driving. Some things hurt more, much more than girls and girls. Look at us now, must have gone in. What adds up the way they did when we were young? And didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't know. We all together want to grow, together want to grow, together all in Zion. We've been caring for so long, we've been trying for too long, with all our heart's desire. Be strong, you won't be alone forever, 'cause we belong together. We belong forever. We belong forever to both sides. Never deny, never deny, never deny Zion. Never deny, never deny, never deny Zion. I never deny Zion. Oh, beautiful Zion. Never deny, never deny, never deny Zion. Never deny, never deny, never deny Zion. I never deny Zion. My beautiful Zion. Looking for you, you were looking for me. Always reaching for you, you were too blind to see. Love of my heart, won't leave me alone. I'm falling apart, no good on my own. Mon amour broke my heart, and I'm making for you. Mon amour, what's a boy in love supposed to do? Why throw it away? Why walk out on me? I just live for the day, for the way it should be. There once was a time, have you here by my side? You say I wasn't your kind, only here for the ride. Mon amour broke my heart, and I'm making for you. Mon amour, what's a boy in love supposed to do? No emotional ties, you don't remember my name. I lay down and die, I'm only to blame. Of love of my heart, it's up to you now. You tore me apart, I hurt inside out. Mon amour broke my heart, and now I'm making for you. Mon amour, what's a boy in love supposed to do? Mon esquece e me ilumina. Preciso de você aqui. O sol desse enriquece a minha melanina. Só você me faz sorrir. E quando você vem, tudo fica bem mais tranquilo. Oh, tranquilo. Que assim seja, amém. O seu brilho é meu abrigo, meu abrigo. E toda vez que você sai, o mundo se distrai. Quem fica, ficou. Quem foi, vai, vai. Toda vez que você sai, o mundo se distrai. Quem fica, ficou. Quem foi, vai, vai, vai. Vai, vai, vai. Vê se não esquece e me ilumina. Preciso de você aqui. O sol vê se enriquece a minha melanina. Só você me faz sorrir. E quando você vem, tudo fica bem mais tranquilo. Oh, tranquilo. Que assim seja, amém. O seu brilho é meu abrigo, meu abrigo. E toda vez que você sai, o mundo se distrai. Quem fica, ficou. Quem foi, vai, vai. Toda vez que você sai, o mundo se distrai. Quem fica, ficou. Quem foi, vai, vai, vai. Vem, aquece minha alma e mantenha minha calma. Não esquece que eu existo e me faz ficar tranquilo. Toda vez que você sai, o mundo se distrai. Quem fica, ficou. Quem foi, vai, vai. Toda vez que você sai, o mundo se distrai. Quem fica, ficou. Quem foi, vai, vai, vai. Vai, vai, vai. On a dark desert highway, going in my head. A warm smell of coaly dust rising up through the air. Up ahead in the distance, I saw a shimmering light. My head grew heavy and my sight grew dim. I had to stop for the night. There was stone on the doorway. I heard the mission bell, and I was thinking to myself, this could be heaven or this could be hell. Then she lit up a candle,
from the Mercedes Benz. She got a lot of pretty, pretty boys that she called friends. How they dance in the courtyard, a sweet summer sweat. Some dance to remember, some dance to forget. So I call up the captain, please bring me my wine. He said he haven't had the spirit here since 1969. And still the voices are calling from far away. Wake you up in the middle of the night just to hear them say, welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely face. Living up at the Hotel California. What a nice surprise. Mirrors on the ceiling, the pink champagne on nights, and she said, we are just prisoners here of our own device. And in the master's chambers, they gather for the feast. They stop in with their steely knives, but they just can't kill the beast. Laughing, I remember I was running for
Hello, everyone. Hope you enjoyed lunch. For anyone who is outside the keynote theater and is willing to hear the next session, the fireside chat with Boeing, please make your way to the keynote. We will be pleased to have you here. So as you could imagine, for the video, we have our gold sponsor session with Boeing. I would like to please welcome to the stage Darren Holst, Vice President Commercial Marketing at the Boeing Company, and John Strickland, Director from JLS Consulting, who is going to moderate the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Lucia. Welcome, everybody. Hope you had a good lunch. I also hope you are not feeling sleepy after lunch. Need some good audience interaction. And Darren, I hope you're not sleepy either.
No, I'm wide awake.
Great, great. Well, welcome to Roots, Darren. Darren Holst is in charge of commercial marketing at the Boeing Company, and some of you may look at a key document which Darren and his team produces every year called the CMO, the Commercial Market Outlook. I would say it's, I'm not saying it just for your benefit, one of the kind of Bibles of the industry to look at what is one of the key manufacturers think is going to be happening in the next 40 years ahead. And it must be difficult to put that together, Darren. I mean, every year there are challenges, but especially the last 3 years or so with COVID, try to put something out that is meaningful.
Yeah, that's a great point. We have put the commercial market outlook publicly every single year since 1961, believe it or not. But one of the things I think is important about doing it every year is the changing environment. You know, conditions change, assumptions change, the market changes so quickly. And that's frankly why I think it was so important to continue to publish the outlook even during the pandemic. We put it out in 2020 and 2021 just so we could provide that big picture perspective to the industry. I'm sure a lot of us in 2020 thought, you know, aviation would never be the same again. And when we put out our forecast, we wanted to remind the market, you know, the industry has faced challenges before, maybe not to the same level, but we've faced economic crisis, we've faced, you know, existential crises to the industry, and the market's always been resilient, and we wanted to provide that. And I think now, you know, you can see how quickly we've come back to where the industry was and start growing again.
I mean, it's remarkable, and I remember actually having some conversations with you and the team during that COVID period. You had a kind of a reach out to share thoughts of the way it was going, and I remember even early on that you as a company were pretty optimistic, and I thought, I wonder if Boeing has been too optimistic. Yet here we are today in some parts of the world, some airlines above COVID levels, and others rapidly coming back.
True. It's interesting when you look back, because you look back on our commercial market outlook and you could say, what did you forecast in 2002 or 2003 for the next 20 years? And in total, our forecast is almost exactly the number of deliveries that the industry actually took. The change is the fact that we forecast too many regional jets, not enough single aisles, and just a few too many wide bodies. But on aggregate, it came out.
Yeah.
In the pandemic, we were assuming China was going to lead the market back because, you know, the domestic market and they had the borders closed. And at the end of the day, what happened was the rest of the world, with the strength and the value of travel, actually brought the market back. So sometimes you're right, but not necessarily for the right reasons.
Yeah, exactly. That's amazing.
Yeah.
And just a bit of background on you, Darren. I mean, we were chatting over lunch. I mean, you've been with Boeing 18 years, but you began life in an airline.
Yeah, you could say I started at the ground level in ground operations. I actually threw bags, and well, I shouldn't say I threw them. I loaded baggage for American Eagle, a subsidiary of American, and then moved over next door actually to Delta Airlines in Grand Rapids, Michigan, before moving into network planning at Delta for about 8.5 years before moving to Boeing. So the network part of World Routes is just, you know, that's what the lifeblood of aviation really is.
And did you ever come to Roots at that time when you?
Yeah, of course.
You were there.
There were so many other events, but it's amazing for me to see now from the other side how big and commercial this has become. This is like the Super Bowl of network planning.
Absolutely. Let's step back again and look at the industry more broadly. I mean, first of all, what brings you to the Roots conference this time around as Boeing? I mean, it's not the kind of primary event to actually sell aircraft as such, but you're speaking of the people who do the fundamentals of the network.
Sure. Yeah, I think we're not definitely, well, we're happy to sell aircraft if anybody's interested, but I think from our perspective, it's a little bit broader. We're fundamentally, and I'm not trying to butter up and maybe placate the audience, but I mean, we understand that what drives demand for aircraft are successful networks. And so to be able to talk to and network with those who make route decisions and understand kind of the structure of networks around the world, we get insights from that because obviously what our aircraft can do in the market, really important to how airlines can expand and grow and develop and compete. And then I think, on top of that, just understanding challenges that airlines are seeing, opportunities they're seeing, and there's no better place to get everybody together. A lot of times when we're doing transactions and working deals, we're talking to fleet planners, finance people at airlines, which are fantastic people. However, I think we'd like to get the perspective of those who are actually seeing how the routes are doing, what are they interested in flying, and you don't always get those insights from the finance team, which are, they just look for a good deal on airplanes.
The best deal
yeah,
on a lease or a purchase.
Right.
Yeah, and that itself, I mean, as you said, you've been a network planner, I've been a network planner. We had a panel yesterday looking at what is next for route development.
Sure.
We talked about how you make decisions. COVID threw every bit of rationale out of a window, all the data. I was explaining, I've got a bit of a downer on MIDT. It's always looking backwards.
It does.
It's like these financial products. They always say, oh, this product will give you an extra return on your money or for your pension. And the small print, history isn't always a good predictor of the future. The same in airline data. But in COVID, there was no choice. We had to treat things differently. We have many more digital tools now. It's a real changing world, isn't it, in terms of predicting the future, whether it's your forecast or actual routes and therefore capacity needed.
Yeah, so I mean, as far as what we're looking at, it's what capabilities might unlock in terms of airplane performance and things like that. Where economic, obviously at the core, what drives demand for air travel is economic activity. It's GDPs in around the world, but it's also GDP per capita. It's how many more people enter the middle class and can afford air travel, and where does it become an essential form of transportation? And so we continue to look at that as well as constraints, slots, gates, airspace, other things that could potentially constrain, even resources. In the short term, the biggest resource challenge in some parts of the world are pilots, and we've seen that shift where capacity is actually managed, and in the US especially, where a lot of people who were flying regional jets are now flying 737s, and so that's changed network strategies for a lot of airlines in North America and even Europe.
And it's actually, especially in the US, it's cost, I think I read, was it about 500 cities have now lost services because they were operated by regional carriers.
How many?
I think I read 500 cities.
Oh, I don't know if it's that many. I would say 50 or 75.
Right. Maybe I misread it.
I will say one of my good friends, I know his company puts out a weekly report on who's gaining and losing service.
Right.
And I think there are a lot of airports that have lost service. 500 seems like
maybe it's 500 routes.
Maybe, that could be.
Yeah, but as you say, the regional carriers are the bottom of the food chain when it comes to pilots. A great learning ground, but people are moving on.
Sure.
Do you see that changing in the US in the near future?
Well, I mean, I do think structurally there's been a change in the market, and part of it has to do with pilot availability, but that's a short-term concern because training, the laws of supply and demand will drive more into the workforce for flying aircraft. But I do think that things like new pilot contracts and the changing economics of airplanes because of that will probably drive structurally more business into airports getting service from single-aisle aircraft or narrow bodies instead of regional jets, just because of the economics. If you've got a plane that has 170 or 190 seats, it's better economics for that pilot who's being paid significantly more than in previous times, instead of putting that same pilot and that same cost into a 70 or 80-seat jet.
I mean, it's interesting you say that, and again, in the market forecast, you show the smallest segment being regional jets, but regional jets themselves have changed. You see the scale, the size now, whether it's the Airbus 220 or the E-jets from Embraer, they have moved up quite a bit.
Yes.
Indeed, you could have come close to having that in your portfolio had the Boeing Embraer deal completed?
We could have. Obviously, there were a lot of things that went into that decision, not the least of which is the pandemic. But also, if you think about it, you know, the U.S. is probably consumer of 70 or 80% of the world's regional jets.
Yeah.
And the U.S. carriers are essentially beholden to the pilot contracts that govern them. And that scope clause, is going to limit the size of those aircraft to 76 seats. And I think that's what's going to keep that gap from 76 up to 737 or A320 sized aircraft. Yeah.
And I think in terms of, again, your forecast shows by far your expectation in the next 20, 40 years is that development of a single aisle fleet around the world.
It's just the versatility. You
well,
know?
that's what I was going to say. If you think back to what we would remember in our earlier years, and stressing, you are still quite a bit younger than me, but you know, the 737 or the A320 were short-haul aircraft.
Yeah.
That is no longer the case. They are both doing long-haul missions, and it's just changed the dynamics. I mean, it always seems to me for airlines, it's less risk. You don't have to test a route out, a new route with too many seats, and you're burning less fuel into the process.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to watch how airlines are deploying today's new generation capacity, and you can fly a single aisle jet now 8 hours, right?
Yeah.
And so an airline with a network that can leverage that makes complete sense, like Copa or others in the industry that can use the efficiency of a single aisle, the commonality of a single aisle to expand and grow and achieve efficiency. But I do think what we've seen over the last 3 years is just a reminder of how much international long-haul travel values, you know, the wide-body aircraft, because you have both above-deck and below-deck revenue. You know, it's the cargo that really drives a lot of these international markets, and also the premium side of things. And I think that is part of that much more complex equation once you get to a transatlantic or a trans-Pacific market. So we think, you know, going forward, about 60% of global ASKs are going to be narrow-body, single-aisle jets, and about 40% will be wide-body. And that's not significantly different than what we've seen over the last decade.
No, it's interesting because, I mean, in some ways with narrow-body, long-haul, we're going back to where we began in the jet age with the 707 or the DC-8 or the British VC-10. But a very different proposition, both for customers, more comfortable ride, but the economics.
Right.
Do you think these aircraft, and also stepping slightly bigger to the 787, are going to be vehicles of opening up more new routes that are point-to-point and hub bypass, or they're going to facilitate more new routes that still need feed and therefore in hubs?
Okay, so when I joined Boeing, it was 2005, and I know some of the marketing that came out of Boeing, you know, commercially was the 787 was a point-to-point airplane.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, not really, because it was something to point. It was a hub to a point, because very few of the routes were ever point-to-point. However, it enabled you to get more points from a hub because of the feed, because of the fact that now, instead of having to fly to another Sky Team or One World or Star Alliance hub, now you could go over those two secondary markets. And I think really that's what the 787 has proven. There have been about 390 new city pairs launched, you know, with the 787 as the first ever service on these long haul routes. And I think we'll see that continue. In fact, during the pandemic, about 100 new city pairs were launched, despite the fact that the world was at, you know, half of what it was normally flying. So I think that shows the versatility of the aircraft. I'd have no doubt that single aisles like the MAX and the 321 will continue to unlock some new markets, but I think there's a limit because you run into economics because of the limited capacity, the cargo element, which is not really available on single aisles, and just that range element. So in the right season, with the right conditions, no problem. You add some complexity, then you start having to offload people and you know, and revenue. So I think in the short haul space, we're just getting even more flexibility on those medium-sized missions.
Well, it's incredible. I think of an airline like Aer Lingus, and I think we have TAP on the next panel. They can use aircraft that they could be doing a 45-minute, 1 hour.
If you're on the edge of the continent, it's perfect.
And then transatlantic in the same day, same crew, and it's not inefficient to do it. If we go further up the scale, and I think I'm sure I've said to you before, you know, for me, the 747 was like the iconic aircraft. And you know, the day I watched the last two British Airways 747-400s depart Heathrow, I'm not joking, the tears were flooding my eyes.
Mine too, because it was sad, yeah.
Real end of an era. Even before that happened in a rather quicker way than expected because COVID provoked it, yourselves and Airbus are taking different tracks. Looking at your previous annual forecast, CMOs, you were already predicting a decline in demand for the large aircraft, and the 747 carried on production until gradually it went. I think the last one was in the last year, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, primarily they were all freighters for the last
freight,
4 years.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Airbus believed there was going to be a market, carried on longer, and in the end they kind of put their hand up and said, oh, we're going to have to stop. And they were fortunate they had one very large customer of Emirates. But the question I want to ask you is, coming from Tim Clark, the boss of Emirates, who's equally a very good Boeing customer as well as Airbus, he says we really do need to have a successor aircraft of the size of the 380, because once that is gone, potentially by the mid-2030s, you know, we're going to have so many constrained airports, whether it's population growth, economic growth, no new airport capacity being built. We're going to go down in capacity, fares are going to go up, but Airbus is obviously understandably wary to do that. You're not doing it. I'll ask you another question about the 777X, but what is your view of what's going to happen?
Yeah, I think you have to put the size with the economics, right?
Yeah.
You know, the A380 is great in terms of flying a lot of people, but it's not as efficient, and so you run into the challenge of profitability.
4 engines and very little cargo capacity.
Sure, and so for me, I think the 777X, the 777-9 in specific, becomes the next 400 to 500 seat aircraft that replaces 747s, 777-300ERs, A380s, and some of them will need a little more frequency, you know, in order to match the capacity. But having that flexibility, you don't have to just deploy it on your top 10 routes. You can do more in terms of where the aircraft will go. And I just don't see new development of a new large aircraft because the business case with the number of units that could be sold is just so tiny. So I do think, you know, that's going to be the aircraft that replaces, you know, for the next, the jumbo of the future with 2 engines, if that makes sense.
And on that aircraft that you're putting that in that bracket, the 777X or 777-9, I mean, somebody from a well-known airline here who is a customer for that aircraft was telling me, I thought that aircraft had been originally due to be in service this year, and this person was saying, no, it was 2020, and now it might be 25, 26. Is there any new update on that? Because the aircraft is still going through its flight test certification program.
We've flown that airplane 3,000 hours already, so the airplane is doing great. In fact, right now what we're testing is essentially in-service type things where this weekend we took it into Seattle for gate compatibility with the folding wingtips. It is much more advanced in the flight test program, but it's delayed by certification, the fact that there's so much more that needs to go into certification than it used to. And I think, you know, our objective is what we've said publicly, that mid-2025 is the plan. Part of the delay clearly was the pandemic, and the rest of it was the certification timing. But I think our customers are more anxious than ever to get a plane like that in their portfolios.
And do you think I mean, what's your feeling in terms of getting orders? I mean, you got off to an incredibly good start. You got the Gulf Big Three, you got Lufthansa, subsequently it's been BA. Are you expecting another swathe of orders that may come in as it begins to enter service?
I do. The problem is timing of availability. I mean, just like 737, 787, and if I speak for Airbus, A320s and A350s, that it's the fact that we could sell more than we can make at this point, and so customers are like, well, I don't want to wait 4 years or 5 years, and a lot of the timeline for new aircraft end up being that far out. And so for the 777X, there's no lack of interest. It's just when we can actually get the aircraft to a new customer.
So how do you think airlines are going to manage that stopgap?
Well, I mean, you're going to see midlife aircraft like 777-300ERs will continue to fly. You'll be flying a 747 on Lufthansa well into the end of this decade and enjoy that, you know, upper deck. But I think that's really how we'll see. And then we're working as fast as we can to increase our production on 787s in the meantime to satisfy, you know, where the market is right now. But yeah.
And in terms of what you mentioned there about production lines are backed up, and we've got the following panel. We're talking about game-changing aircraft, but we've got a say, not just production backlogs, but there's been all sorts of technical issues coming in. I mean, we know the whole story about the MAX to get itself back to being a safe and dependable aircraft. There's been different challenges of 787, as you said, the delays on the 777. Now we've got engines affecting all manufacturers.
Right.
Is this the new normal? Because again, airlines, the likes of Emirates, Tim Clark said, we just want aircraft to be delivered when they're supposed to be delivered and do what we're supposed to do.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think it's a combination of so many things.
Yeah.
You have a different regulatory environment. You have a supply chain that has been significantly impacted, as well as resources. You may have the same amount of employees at a supplier or even at Boeing or Airbus or anyone else, but the skill levels, right, that changes. The experience is not the same if you have somebody that's been there 20 years versus 20 months, right? There's the learning curves. But I do think it will stabilize, and it will stabilize relatively quickly. But I mean, I mean, absolutely our number 1, 2, and 3 priority is to increase rate and to do it with even better quality and predictability. But also need to remember, in 2020, nobody wanted an airplane ever again. And so we stopped and slowed down production at unprecedented, levels. And it's pretty hard to go off and on. Yeah. It's not like creating software.
It's not an industry you can switch on and off.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think we've learned that in a big way because so much changed in terms of the supply chain that goes 4 and 5 and 6 tiers deep.
Yep. And turning to the other big question that's not going to go away, sustainability. I mean, obviously Boeing's doing a lot of work, research. The thing that bothers me, we're talking up the story of SAF as a sustainable aviation fuel, as the necessary way forward, and that intercontinental airliners will not be able to fly on anything other than kerosene or SAF for maybe another 50 years. But is that a tenable position for the industry? Because we'll touch on the area in a minute where there is more progress, short haul, but can we really accept that? Or should we be pushing much harder the technological envelopes so that we can...
For a new technology?
For whatever technology allows us to move away from fossil fuels or SAF for long-haul aircraft.
Yeah, that's a hard one. I mean,
I don't expect to have the answer, but philosophically...
Let me just start, maybe introduce... I'm not trying to dodge the question, but if you think about where aviation has come, from the initial jets in the late 50s, early 60s to today, aircraft are about 80% more fuel efficient and 90% quieter. Yes. Yeah. So we've made a huge gains in terms of efficiency and capability, which has enabled the industry to grow to the point where this year we'll have 5 billion passengers, around the world. And that efficiency is enabling the growth. And so when we put a new aircraft into service, in general, they're probably about 20% more efficient than the airplanes that get replaced. Right. That's a huge gain. That's the first thing, that airlines are able to do right now. The second thing is, I think, from a regulatory standpoint, there are way better ways to fly aircraft. The aircraft are capable of better routings, better approaches, departures, even on the ground. So that saves another 10, 15% in terms of emissions that are wasted waiting. But the only way we're going to get to where we need to be as an industry is sustainable aviation fuel because of the physics. A battery, hydrogen, something that's capable of carrying 150, 250, even 300 passengers more than 500 miles is a big equation to solve, right? I mean, we're trying to, as an industry, look at urban air mobility as the first step. That's 4, 2, or 6 people. And to get an electric or hybrid aircraft the size of a 737 takes generations better capability and technology in terms of battery or even other technology. And the size and shape of an airplane, if you had to fuel it with hydrogen, would look completely different because it's 4 or 5 times more volume that you need for that same, same size aircraft. And so it would have a huge tank. You have to store it, that fuel at minus 270 degrees Celsius. You know what I mean? There's a lot of other issues. Sustainable aviation fuel drops in.
Yeah.
You don't need any change to the fueling infrastructure, to the way the pipelines are set up. Our aircraft are essentially capable today of 100%, but by 2030 we'll certify that every single airplane we deliver is 100% capable of, you know, the full blend of sustainable aviation fuel. And that's absolutely the gateway,
Yeah.
because if you try to skip a step, we would not be able to get close to carry passengers beyond from here to Antalya. you know? Yeah.
I mean, there's still some skepticism about even getting to those levels of production of SAF, and certainly on this side of the Atlantic, everybody looks at the US and says,
Yeah.
oh, the US is doing it right, they're incentivizing production. Europe is doing a carrot and stick
Sure.
approach, and more stick. You know, you will
Yeah.
meet these targets by this date or you'll be punished, not encouraging. But either way, we're talking about tiny percentages at the moment.
I think everything we look at has to be an and type of discussion.
Yeah.
You need to incentivize the scale of SAF production
Yes.
that makes it meaningful and also more affordable. And we need to invest in new technologies that could be the platform for future aircraft. But I don't think you can put all your eggs in the future technologies basket, or we might be here in 25 years talking about the same issues.
Same thing,
Yeah.
exactly. And one other thing on that topic, Darren, I mean, in your commercial market forecast, the most recent one, you talk about between here and 40 years hence, the airline fleet of the world probably almost doubling.
Almost double, yeah.
So how do we stack that up with that, again, this issue? You know, when the industry says we're doing our best. I was at a conference a few weeks ago where protesters came on the stage.
Yeah.
And the panelists, they acknowledged, yeah, well, these people, we understand, we are trying to change.
Yeah.
But when people pick up that figure in isolation, yeah, but they're going to double the number of planes pushing out pollution. How can we answer that?
Well,
without,
I think
without the solutions that you were just describing.
Well, you
in place?
have to have sustainable aviation fuel, and you have to have continued new generations of
Yeah.
aircraft technology. But again, you've got to balance the carbon footprint of the industry with what that's doing in terms of economic development. You know, we want the global transportation, aviation is, you know, somewhere in between 5 and 10%, depending on how you look at multipliers of global GDP. It's creating new connections. It's connecting developing and emerging markets to advanced economies. Do you want to just shut that down? I honestly think that would be also unfair when we think about shutting down the ability to develop and grow economies in emerging parts of the world. And so I think you've got to look at you know, bigger picture. How can we do so most responsibly? But think about also the value that aviation brings. Yeah, and I mean, aviation is about 2.5%, 3% of global emissions. It's also the most difficult of all transportation to electrify.
Yes.
You can electrify trucks and cars and everything else. And so I think we've got to do our part, and absolutely a hard, you know, problem to solve.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's unsolvable. We've
Yeah.
solved bigger challenges before in terms of the industry, and with governments, with incentives and other, you know, solutions behind it, I don't think there's any question we can do it. And I think the rest of, you know, transportation will do the same. Yeah.
And just building on that, one last reflection in the last couple of minutes so we've got, Darren. Are we seeing a pivot, a shift in the balance of aviation in the world? Because, and how does that sit with the sustainability agenda? What I'm getting at is, certainly here in Europe, amazingly to me, we hear about politicians wanting to put in night curfews at Amsterdam airport, cut the slots. French politicians don't want any more cheap fares.
Yeah.
They want to tax the industry and put it into railways. Sure. But while Europe's doing that, and probably to an extent the States, we could close down aviation completely here, getting a big order coming in from Turkish, Air India, the new airline in Saudi. The rest of the world is getting on because it's using aviation as you described. Is that a big shift that's taking place?
Yeah, I think there's, I would say more of an evolution. You know, a shift is maybe too fast of a word, but I do think, you know, we're seeing in our commercial market outlook the most balanced demand for aviation ever. North America is about 20%, Europe's about 20%, Asia Pacific 20%, Greater China about 20%, and the rest of the world makes up the last. And we've never been that balanced.
Yeah.
Right around 9/11, 22, 23 years ago, about 75% of global traffic was just U.S. and Western Europe. Now we're much more diverse, and I think that's a good thing. Mm-hmm. But I also think you've hit on the value. You see how much value aviation brings in terms of creating connectivity. I mean, where we are today, Istanbul is probably one of the best examples of using a great geographic advantage and combining it with a great economic engine because of proximity to Europe, a domestic market, and the global reach. And I think the aircraft that we're delivering are increasingly able to help provide that, efficient hub capability.
And you say more balanced, but I mean, the one area that sticks out to me, and again, it was very evident looking at your forecast, which is way behind its potential, is still Africa.
Yeah.
We had a talk before lunch. That one seems to still remain a challenge as much politically as anything else.
Yeah, I think
distances, population, growth, aviation should be right there.
It's the next frontier that's been the next frontier for a long time. However, I think there are signs of movement in terms of potential. You see, Pan-African carriers kind of developing networks, with Ethiopia and others having that linkage. And I think you start to see the governments around Africa realize that deregulating is actually an enabler of huge opportunity. You've got massive populations. You've got a huge continent, right? The biggest in the world in terms of land mass, and 1 billion people, especially in the right demographic in terms of young people, the workforce of the future. And so I think that's an area that we continue to see as a huge opportunity going forward. And a lot of carriers here, Turkish, the Gulf carriers, even North African airlines are seeing the benefit in terms of where they provide and offer new services, for sure.
Darren, we're right out of time. I hope in future CMOs we do see Africa starting to punch more appropriate to its weight.
Well, that's why we do it every year. But I think also we'll see those assumptions change as the market continues to develop. Absolutely.
Well, keep looking on the Boeing website for the CMO every year when it comes out, and Darren will be there fronting it up. So Darren Holst, Vice President Commercial Marketing, Boeing Company, thank you very much indeed for coming to Istanbul and giving us your thoughts of the world and how it's going.
Thank you.
Darren.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Right, we're just the stage, put some extra capacity, make it a higher density configuration. Whoops. And then we'll be back in a moment. Can we get the mic back? Okay. If the panelists are in the room, if you'd just like to make your way to the stage. Great, so we're going to move on, and I think really building on what we were saying with Darren about the market and the portfolio of aircraft which Boeing has. We're going to talk about game-changing aircraft. And I'm delighted we've got four airlines on the panel today with different experience in their fleets, taking different steps of innovation. We're going to explore what that means for them. And then we'll look into the future a bit. Hopefully, with about 50 minutes to go, we'll get the chance for 1 or 2 questions. I know I promised that yesterday, and in the end, we didn't get any questions in time. So let's kick off. First of all, I'd like to welcome, immediately next to me, Ashley Walsh. She's come all the way from New Zealand, halfway around the world. Ashley is Head of Network Planning in New Zealand, so welcome, Ashley.
Thank you.
Next to Ashley, travelling a little bit less far, but still from the middle of the Atlantic, we have Matthias Svenbornsson, Director of Revenue Management and Pricing, Icelandair. So welcome to you, Matthias.
Thank you.
And not only is he working on the revenue management and pricing of Icelandair, he flies planes from time to time as well, 757s and 767s. Next to him, we have my good colleague, Henri Charles Ozorowski. You've been around the track a bit as well, Henri, and currently Head of Strategy, Network and Partnership at TAP Portugal, but I think you've been at Qatar, you've consulted, you've been at IAG, Flybe. Have I missed any? Probably a few more.
No, that's it. That's good.
Great. So welcome to this panel, Henri. And another good friend at the far end here. I'm delighted to welcome to Istanbul, Jordi Pla-Plintra. Jordi is Director of Network Planning and Long-Term Planning at Vueling. Was on a panel at Routes Europe earlier this year, and I've known Jordi since he was at EasyJet. So welcome, Jordi, down to Istanbul.
Thank you.
Well, as I said, we've got some game-changing aircraft which are already in service, and they're having their impact on network planning for airlines today, not just for future. So I'd like to really explore with the panelists what that means today in terms of networks. So Ashley, you're right next to me. You've come the furthest distance. I was mentioning to you when we were chatting the other day, electronically by Zoom, but I've always been a bit of an Air New Zealand fan. I've known to draw the Koru symbol since I was in my teenage years, so that's a long time. Won't elaborate more on why that is, but you have remoteness of geography, but very, very internationally focused network, and your aircraft fleet has changed significantly in recent years and allowed you to do very different routes. Tell us a bit how the fleet mix has changed and what that has meant in terms of your approach to routes.
So in terms of our wide-body fleet, we're kind of moving more towards the 787 balanced fleet. And so we've got 8 787s on order at the moment. The next 2 are meant to be arriving end of next year. And those are basically ultra-long range capable. And so those are going to basically bound for the east coast of the USA, so New York and Chicago. We already operate New York, and that's with our existing 787s. Some payload restrictions there, but these new aircraft are super high premium with improved MTOW as well.
And just to make it clear, I mean, you've talked about what you are doing, but they replaced primarily Boeing 777-200s, which couldn't do those flights. I mean, you've long flown trans-Pacific non-stop, but you couldn't go beyond really Los Angeles or San Francisco.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or without a massive payload cap.
Yeah. Okay. So we retired our 777-200s over COVID. We still have the 777-300s, and those can make it about as far as Houston. But beyond that, you'd be far too payload constrained.
And again, you mentioned on those long routes to Chicago and to New York, super high premium. Number one, what is a traffic mix? Is that warranted? Is it you find you're attracting a lot of premium traffic because they want the convenience of that service? And what are the flight lengths approximately?
Yeah, so we do find with the ultra long range, so much higher premium demand for people not wanting to do the one-stop service. It also actually helps us reduce the weight of the aircraft. But particularly post-COVID, we have found that there's been a huge amount of demand for premium, so that has really just skyrocketed in comparison. Economy is still performing really well, but premium and business have in particular performed really well.
And you've widened geography altogether of Air New Zealand. You have a number of Asian destinations. Obviously, Asia is the slowest to come back. But is that something you expect to expand more using the efficiencies of aircraft like the 787 family for the future?
Yeah, absolutely. Asia is still a huge priority for us. It's a core market. Not quite as much high premium demand as there is the USA, but it's certainly growing.
And what about Latin America? Are you into Buenos Aires?
We did, yeah, and we exited.
Oh, you abandoned that one?
Yeah, unfortunately, COVID forced
Right.
our hand on that one.
Why was it? I mean, obviously COVID stopped everything, but why have you not come back? I mean, did it?
We're basically fleet constrained, unfortunately, so we're waiting for our new orders to come in so that we can start growing again.
So again, you had seen demand, but you just can't resource it currently to come back.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Qantas, maybe I shouldn't mention them to a Kiwi, but across the Tasman, they've started a non-stop London with the 787 and from Perth, and they want to introduce Sydney, Melbourne when they get a new version of the A350. They've also talked about this very high premium demand. I was saying to you the other day, as someone who lives in London, that I really regret the day you stopped flying to London. Do you think you would ever consider to bring that back? And could you do that as a non-stop now rather than via Los Angeles or Hong Kong?
Gosh, a non-stop would be long, but amazing.
Yeah.
Never say never in terms of bringing it back, in terms of a one-stop operation. But generally speaking, we're moving more towards focusing on our hub because that's where our strengths lie. It can be a little bit hard to kind of, backfill that demand from the US and the Great Britain point of sale when you just don't have quite the same brand strength there.
Okay. I'll come back to you in a few minutes, Ashley. I want to ask you other questions about the future and on the short haul side of things. Matthias, Iceland Air is going for a really big transition. I mean, it's begun already. You know, you've long been a Boeing operator, particularly the 757. I didn't get a chance to ask Darren what I wanted to ask him there about Boeing not producing a direct replacement for 757. Yeah. And I would have asked that because an airline like Iceland Air, for the first time ever, is going to become a customer of Airbus. So your fleet is changing dramatically. You know, the Maxes are in the fleet now, more to be delivered. You're going to lease a few Airbus 321s, and by the end of the decade, you'll be taking delivery of your own fleet. Tell us, what does that mean? What does it mean already? Has the MAX already changed efficiencies and possibilities of the current network? And what might the overall fleet change with the new capabilities, especially Airbus, mean for the future in Iceland Air?
Yeah, as you say, we have been primarily using the 757 and 767 as a single aisle operation, providing transatlantic through Iceland. We didn't get a replacement for the 757. Boeing was not able to supply the aircraft needed. So the Maxes were selected, and they have been, there's like an echo here.
Just, I don't know, this mic can get turned up a bit. I know it's, the volume seems to be quite low. So just say that last bit again if you don't mind.
So basically we got the 737 Maxes added to our fleet, and we have been using them on Europe primarily, but we have also been using it on the East Coast on the US. And we've been able during the winter time to stretch it to even destinations like Seattle and Orlando and so forth. So we've been using it. Thank you. Yeah, so we've been using it primarily on the European, the short routes on the North American side. And now with the Airbuses, the LRs and then the XLRs, we will have a fleet-wide transition from the 757 to the Airbuses. So it will be a replacement for the 757.
Will the Airbuses be able to do more than the 757 could, either in range or payload?
Absolutely, yeah. So we've been flying the 757 to Seattle. Portland is the furthest destination, Denver and then Orlando. But with the XLR, we will be able to cover more or less all North America. So, you know, there's not a destination on the chart, North America, that we can't reach. So that will bring, you know, a unique position for us as an airline, being able to stop on the way on the way across the Atlantic, and European carriers are not able to provide the same service, and they are not able to reach as far into North America as we will be able to do.
Do you think these aircraft might mean that you would look to even different geography? Because, I mean, to be completely clear, and you know that I work with Isavia, and so I'm very close and interested in the Icelandic market. And the diversity of the traffic that comes into Iceland, not only with yourselves, but other airlines, is amazing, really. And, for example, Asia, there's certainly pre-COVID, tourism volumes from Asia, China, and indeed many other countries were already strong. You haven't had aircraft with the capability to do that type of route in a meaningful economic way in the past, but it could start to become possible. Do you think you could imagine, I'm not expecting you to be precise, but looking even more globally to possibilities?
Absolutely. I was just talking about North America, but you're right. In the east, we could go as far as India with the XLR, so that opens opportunities on that side as well.
Very interesting. I'll come back to you as well in a minute, Matthias, on future possibilities, short haul. Henri, TAP, airline in the news a lot at the moment. I don't know if you've been having any discussions in the shadow with other airline groupings here in your time at routes who might become part of the family, but we'll leave that for another day. But on the fleet side of things, I mean, you're in a big transition. You've got 330neos, if I'm not mistaken. That's right. I think I saw a couple when I was down there the other week. And again, the 321 LR is going to come in, XLR. Right. You know, your big kind of calling card over many decades, not surprisingly for Portugal, is the long-haul network to Brazil and to an extent some other parts of Latin America, some parts of colonial, historically colonial Africa. What are these changes meaning already for you, Henri, and what could they mean in the years ahead?
We've had about 3 years of experience with ELR, and it's been quite remarkable because it helped us a lot during COVID. The demand kept fluctuating between summer and winter. This is northern summer and winter, and we weren't sure when it's going to come back. At the same time, most carriers were faced with protecting slots, but in the most sustainable way possible, and that's always the challenge, right? And we were facing dilemmas politically at the same time of dynamically providing a product which was sustainable, cost-effective, and also good for the customer, which is also the tricky bit. At the same time, we had price fuel fluctuations going up, down, you know, as it is now again, going back up, going back down. Do you hedge? Do you not hedge? And you have to find a way to basically take all of these characteristics together and do the best network planning possible at the same time and making sure the customer is happy. Oh, and making sure you have a completion rate and on-time performance which is reasonable. So, you know, we did quite well, and we got more time to understand the aircraft because, like all major aircraft right now in the world, every single one has teething problems. And when one's done, it seems like another one appears. So you start becoming really good at other things, such as engine changes on wide bodies. I never thought we could do one. We can sometimes do them in 48 hours. It's remarkable. So getting back to your question, we've had a lot of experience. They're great. During COVID, the load factors were a bit lower than normal, so we pushed the aircraft a bit further than we would normally. So Milan was about 9 hours. So we don't necessarily think in terms of distance because as you traverse north, south, east, west, you know, and New Zealand knows that, us and there knows that, the winds change a lot. And they're changing every season as well and within the season as well. So your block times keep fluctuating. And so you really need that balance between trying to make sure you're operating the right aircraft with the right demand, with the right product on the core of your networks. And that kind of encompasses what we've been dealing with, and it's working out quite well.
I mean, that particular point, I mean, weather systems we know are changing. We get the Gulf Stream is changing position and all sorts of strange climatic things happening. But I mean, that must be a particular challenge because if you're not just in terms of how you use planes, but you officially got to respect slots in various, but you can't move the slots all the time just because the wind patterns have to change.
Exactly. Imagine you're flying from Sao Paulo with a 330 Neo, which isn't the fastest airplane in the world. It's, you know, it's good. It talks about Mach 81, 82. And then you get early morning waves, and it's 5 o'clock, and you're a bit too early. You've got to wait for the 5:15. You've got certain around the night slots. And so sometimes we're trying to tell the pilots, don't even take off. Just close the doors, get ready, you know, do a slow taxiway, try and minimize fuel, you know, be as efficient as you can, fly up the optimum cost index that you can. And sometimes even with the winds, you get there 20 minutes early, and there's nothing you can do. You're faced with, I don't want to burn fuel, but I can't arrive early because I get penalized because I'm waking people up, and you're in a lose-lose situation. And it doesn't happen often, but these are the things that we have to deal with dynamically day in, day out.
I'll come back to you again, a lot more to talk about, Henri, but Geordie, bringing you in now on the Vueling side of things. You've got a large fleet, I don't know what the number is, you can tell me, and it's over 100 320, 321s, and including NEOs. Not LRs, is it, but NEOs, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
But the NEO itself, you know, there are a number of airlines in the world that are not even interested in the step change of LR or XLR payload and range because the NEO can already deliver a lot. Has it made a difference to you in terms of your network? Have you changed what you do or opened up more doors or thinking to do so?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so we've got 124 aircraft to be precise, and out of those we've got 4 321 NEOs and about 25 320 NEOs as well. The rest of them are 320s and 19s and 21 CEOs. And to be honest, it's a fantastic plane. I mean, I'm not I'm not denying that it's an absolutely fantastic plane for the airlines. You know, it has really good economics, right? It's a good plane for passengers that fly in those planes, much less noisy, and therefore for society as well, right? 50% lower emissions on noise, right? So, and that's something that we see in our economics. For us, in the fleet density that we have, we've got 6 more seats on the 320 Neo than we have in the CEOs, and about 16 more seats on the 321. So again, not only the economics are better, but unit costs are much better. We are not actually changing our network much due to the Neo. I mean, the range that you can get on an improved CEO with the Charlottes is very similar to what you fly on a 320 or 321 Neo. But it's true that just by having better economics, right? Especially if you go into airports that appreciate and have a cost structure which is differentiating between low emission and low noise charges, that helps, right? But that's how we look at things at the moment.
Okay, and in terms of the network structure, you said you haven't changed it much, and I think I remember reading one of your strengths getting through COVID was simply the Spanish domestic market was strong, and of course Spain as a destination market, as leisure demand recovered, was strong. So you haven't needed to change that. If anything, you could feed it more. But do you imagine you might start looking at some longer distance markets where you might be doing 6-hour sectors, or is that not really on your horizons currently?
I mean, it's not in our horizon. Never say never, right? In network planning, keep your options open. But the reality is that number one, from our strategy, top mind has been to consolidate our leadership position in Spain, right? We've got about 1 in every 3 passengers in Spain fly with Vueling. And clearly Spain has come back very strongly. The numbers are there. And then beyond that, we're investing in Paris, in London, in Italy as well. And we're seeing that within the space of sort of Western Europe, there's enough to do. We are investigating some routes into Egypt, into Jordan, north of Africa, which are slightly longer. But I'd say 4.5 hours is the limit that we've been trying so far. Because at some point, not only do you get to the limit of the aircraft, but also to the limit of the crew, right? Mm-hmm. So when you need to start getting flying crew out, your crew productivity goes down very significantly. We are very slick with our unit costs, and simple operation. So that's something that we keep in mind, and that's really the limit for us. Not so much the aircraft, but the flight duty limit of our pilots and cabin crew.
And just, Henri, you touched on it, but just sticking with you for a second, Jordi, you talked about engine changes. Right. I think all of you have been affected by various supply chain or technical issues with new aircraft in the last couple of years and before. Just starting with you, Jordi, you've got some 321 aircraft powered by the GTF engine, which this was the big industry news in recent weeks when Pratt & Whitney said some would have to be called in imminently. I know Wizz put out a market release about capacity reduction compared to what was expected this winter. I think Pratt & Whitney has said as many as 350 Airbus aircraft grounded same time next year across the global fleet. They're going to update on that. What has that meant for you, Jordi? It's early days, and I'm not trying to make you say anything you haven't said publicly, but in terms of the ability to plan networks when that kind of thing hits.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at IAG, we've not been yet public in terms of what the impact is, simply because it's something that has come up in the last couple of weeks, right? And we need to do our work, working with our partners as well. Pratt & Whitney to understand what is the impact. And of course, as you would appreciate, summer 24 will be limited in terms of supply, right? So we have the ambition to put out there the capacity that has to be put out there. And from that perspective, we're working on mitigation that we can bring in, both with Pratt & Whitney and also internal, self-help actions that we can take on. So, but obviously it's public that it is a problem that's out there that's impacting IAG, Vueling, and many other carriers, and we're working there to mitigate that as much as possible.
I mean, does it mean that it's become much more difficult in terms of planning networks? A question for the other three of you. When you expect aircraft to be in service, you put it on sale, and then you can't deliver, or you've had it on sale, then you suddenly find you haven't got the capacity. What's your feeling on that, Henri?
You have to learn to deal with it. So when we plan now, we plan with 2 or 3 backup plans. So when we expect deliveries, we put in buffers. We put in resilience around what we could do if it didn't happen or what we could cut. And the quicker you accept it's going to happen, the more nimble you become, the more successful you become because you adapt to the circumstances and you become better at managing the customer proposition and also your slots. You can also control your, your profitability, which is really important. At the end of the day, we have to generate return on capital employed for everybody. And if you close your eyes and think everything's going to be okay, you're bound to fail. I mean, that's my first. I don't know what you think.
Yeah, it's the same for us. We just have had to add buffers to our network. It's basically we have contingencies, extra aircraft, spare aircraft basically available, and that doesn't help us with the unit cost, obviously. So it is difficult for us to operate during that kind of circumstances. But
I guess you're lucky short term while you have some 757s, and if it can get you back out of the office from revenue management and say we've got to fly a 75 or a 76 today, can you just fly? But when you gradually lose that, then it's all the new aircraft, and there isn't an alternative. You fly or there isn't one.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but we have had some issues regarding the supply chain management, as others, even though we are not taking deliveries to the Airbuses already, but the Boeings, it has been some issues on that front as well.
Has the Boeing side of the fleet stabilized now? Or are you still affected by late deliveries regardless of any?
Yeah, we're hoping it has stabilized.
Yeah.
So, but we still have buffers for next summer, just to make sure that we will be able to deliver as promised.
And the 321 LRs, I can't remember how many years they are away for your own aircraft. You're leasing a few, is it from 2025?
Yeah, 2025 we will have 4 LRs, and then 6 more 2 years following that. And then there are 25 XLRs in 29.
Again, I'm just thinking about any challenges if you've already got aircraft, the leased ones, or if the tightness of the market could put that into doubt, the ability to secure leased planes when you first enter the fleet.
Yeah, we could do that, yeah.
And Ashley, I think, didn't you have challenges on the 787 even before COVID with the Trent engines and had to make adjustments to your timetable?
Yes, yeah, we did. And so we managed to create a bit of a stopgap there with some kind of short-term and medium-term capacity options. Unfortunately, the Rolls-Royce issue is coming around again, and we're not quite sure of the magnitude just yet.
Right. So it's something that's becoming almost a habit, a part of the whole route development network planning process, to have to build this in buffers, as we're hearing, which bring costs.
Absolutely, yeah. We're kind of all about resilience at the moment, particularly over the ramp-up post-COVID. It was really important for us to make sure that our operational teams could actually catch up, which meant already sitting aircraft on the ground. The Pratt & Whitney engine issue, we had already set a couple of aircraft for that. We didn't quite expect for it to magnify in the way it did over that kind of September period. But that said, given we had the resilience there, the impact was a lot more minor in terms of the existing selling window.
And looking back into the future, I mean, I was asking Darren about the next new aircraft to come. This may be only for you, Ashley, but if anybody else wants to give a comment. Like the 777X, you were saying your 200s, the 777-200s have gone, but you are keeping the 300s, which have been a great workhorse for longer. Could you imagine you could find some useful work for the slightly bigger and the higher performance 777X in the future?
Yeah, potentially. I think on our existing 787 fleet, we have a couple of options on, I think, 4 to 6 of those in terms of what type of 787 we're getting. So once we iron that out, I think we'll have a look at what's the next wave of fleet orders that we look at.
Andre, do you want to offer any comment on that from previous lives, long-haul airlines that you've dealt with, where that might sit in terms of opportunities?
All I can say is that it's a great thing to see these step changes in aircraft. You really do see the cost benefit. I always remember people used to, I wouldn't say joke, I'd be so impressed by a 789 flying the same route as a 777-2, and you literally save 10 to 20, I'm not going to give the exact number, but it was a significant double-digit number that you would save, and it's quite remarkable. And you see that on the 330neos. It's quite remarkable that the LR flies with, as I said last year, a very similar seat cost. And we can get to that point where we're offering really good products with a bit more seepage, which is comparable to the long-haul products on a wide body. And if you need to, as a backup plan, even let's say on some of the routes where we fly 6 hours, if we have to use a NEO instead of an LR, we can do it. And we have the flexibility to protect the operation, make sure we get the customer to where he wants to be. And even the new aircraft, as you know, in our fleet we have 19 regional jets. What do we do with them? It's an interesting question. Now, every good network planner, I'm sure all of us around here, we continuously look at every possible aircraft for two reasons. Number one is you want to understand what the potential you have within your own network. Number two is you want to understand what the competition does against you. So there's always those little things that you do to make sure you know what's going on.
Well, also that point you touched earlier on products. Now we're getting some more flexibility between, especially as you said, regional jets, like the A220 can do, if we'd had Martin Gauss on the panel, who sadly couldn't make it, he could have told us that Air Baltic can do a 45-minute flight from Helsinki to Riga, and on the next rotation, go down to Abu Dhabi. But the challenge of passenger experience and expectation, which Darren acknowledged, that has to be a challenge, doesn't it, in terms of what do customers expect?
Yeah, it's a tricky one because, on one hand, you want to be as cost efficient as you can when you're flying those 2 to 3 hour routes. You want to intensify within, reasonable customer service for the segmentation that you're, trying to target. But on the other hand, you want to optimize utilization, you want to make sure your CFO is happy, and you're returning as much capital employed as you can. So we try and carefully manage the use of the LRs. So when we plan them, we obviously fly the 9 hour routes, and then we have these gap fillers. And we use them very tactically on the core trunk routes where we know we have a lot of connect to the long haul. The Parises, the Londons, the Romes. And you can see on our schedule, one of the frequencies typically operates it. However, you have to balance I don't want to kill my maintenance cycles either on the airplane because they're very expensive. So, what is the right balance? And you have to outweigh those two. So you can plan for it, and then on the day you can work with your operations to say, look, if I've got some spare 320ceos and there's not too many connections going on the long haul, why don't you swap them and save us some money? So you do that iterative process, and it comes down to what we talked about before, being very nimble. And this is the world we live in now. Part of the next wave of technology needs to help us become nimble with our crew, with our maintenance, with our operations, with our airports, with the way we plan, with the way we can communicate all the way along the passenger service stream. Because things are going to happen, like the engine changes we talked about.
And in terms of looking back into the future, I was talking to Darren, of course, about the fact we theoretically haven't got long-haul aircraft that are going to come through any time in the next 50 years with greater efficiency that can avoid fossil fuels or SAF. But we are looking at much better progress in terms of the regional space. So Ashley and Matthias, I think both New Zealand and Iceland have domestic markets where there's much more hope in game-changing moves for short-haul flying. Ashley, can you tell us a bit about what is Air New Zealand doing in that space so far in trying to prepare?
Yeah, so we are partnering with a number of different companies to basically look at both electric aircraft and hydrogen aircraft. Both kind of have their positives and negatives, but these are really going to be ideally suited for, at least initially, our regional networks. So New Zealand is quite unique in the sense that we don't have these amazing train networks like you have in Europe, because we just have the landscape that makes that far too expensive to build. So we actually have a pretty huge regional and domestic network in general. And so some of these smaller regional routes will be ideal for kind of testing those aircraft. So we're looking to have our first commercial demonstration flight by 2026 and hope to start replacing our Q300 fleet by about 2030.
So actually, in less than a decade, some of the New Zealand domestic network should be using elements of these hydrogen or electric-powered aircraft.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about Iceland? Where does it stand there? Because there's a number of projects going on already for looking at these kind of aircraft for, again, domestic routes.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very similar. So we are working with two companies, Hart Aerospace which is developing a 30-seater all-electric aircraft. And then we are also working with universal hydrogen, which has like a plug-in hydrogen on board a Dash 8. So, and we actually foresee that we can cover the domestic network in Iceland fully with the electric aircraft. So the lanes in Iceland are not that long, so we can cover them. And we can even potentially, we could foresee that Iceland could be again kind of a stepping stone across the Atlantic. You know, we could reach Europe, Glasgow, and the likes, and then maybe continue the journey across the Atlantic on electric, hopefully the first one.
And you're optimistic and confident that's going to happen?
Well, I think it's more, for example, with Heart Aerospace, it's more a question of a certification. They are not trying to get in new technology. The battery technology is the current one. The engines are the same. So they're just certifying the aircraft. It is a difficult process, obviously, with like a new generation of a technology. But their plans are pretty ambitious, and we're just following them very closely.
Okay. And if we look at a real theoretical step into the future, supersonic flying, what is the panel's views about this? Surely you don't have the regional angle, so I'm going to ask you this one. It's something completely different, and it may not be for Vueling, but as a seasoned airline industry executive, we see Boom and other projects moving along, planning to restore long-haul supersonic flying. Do you think it's going to happen?
I mean, I'd love to fly on one. If I wasn't paying for it, I would love to fly on one.
Right.
But I mean, look, you know, Vueling doesn't really have a view on that one, so I'll just go on my personal view, which is that, you know, it's very sexy and all of that. I don't think it has a future, right? Because I think the economics of it cannot really sustain it. I think my view is that the focus in aviation is going to be to do what we do, but more sustainably, right? And in a way that, you know, I think we've been, I mean, we know that we've been disproportionately blamed for, you know, for emissions and all of that. You know, we are not the devil, yet we have a responsibility to do what we do in a better way, right? And I think that's where innovation is gonna come through, either in small things, like I had an example, but you were talking about exciting things of electrifying and stuff. But one of the things we do actually is we've partnered with Wheel Tag, which is basically this company that overhaul the front wheel of the landing gear, and then you can do electrical taxiing around the airport, right? And that's fantastic for turnaround time because they are much simpler. That's fantastic for emissions, for noise, and all of that. So I think either on like small innovation or big innovation in, you know, a few decades, I think that goes alongside fixing the problem that we have with sustainability. I think that's where the innovation is going to come through, which is opposite from supersonic, right?
Absolutely. I mean, as you said, that's day to day, that's tangible, something that can be delivered now or very soon. Whereas supersonic, I mean, I think even a number of the big engine manufacturers stood back from being willing to provide a power plant for this aircraft. Henri, what are your thoughts? I seem to have a couple of problems from Mike. Speak and see if we can hear you.
All right, let's get it back.
Yeah, got you now.
So, do you want to talk about the part of
still on the supersonic
right,
bit,
okay.
yeah.
All right, so what do I think? I think every single person in this room, when they fly out of Heathrow and they see the Concorde at the end of the runway, gets a moment of, wow, that's really cool. No doubt about it. Do we have the technology to make it better? Yes. Do we have the ability to make it better enough so that we can convince others that it's sustainable? I don't have enough data. You would hope so. But there's still a lot of work to be done because it's broken up into two parts, right? And this is my old science background talking. You have the engine bit, which they're still working on, which is quite difficult. And you have the aerodynamic bit. And of course you have better materials now, but in order to do something really, really good, it's going to cost billions. Are we ready to invest billions in something like this? for a market size that is probably a niche versus building, let's say, a new 737 that Boeing should have done probably at one point in time or is working on, which, you know, they will. Same with the 320, probably not. So, you know, if we had to go to our boards and defend it, I think it'd be pretty tough. I think the point is, we want to work on the short-term and mid-term and long-term bits. So the short-term is obviously using IFE connectivity to make, you know, your whole airplane as game-changing as possible so that you can have an internal and an external process that's as efficient as possible. You want the crews to have all the latest information. You want maintenance to have the latest information. You want all the weather patterns and everything that you can to make the fuel burn as optimized and the cost index as good as possible. You want the turn times with the airports to be as efficient as possible. You want your operation to be as seamless so that you don't waste, you know, potential lack of connectivities because you didn't know that these 5 passengers are waiting and in the end they have to spend, you know, an extra 2 days in a city. Then you have the mid to long term, right? We've all talked about SAF. You know, we've done our testing. It's been quite successful. I don't know if you guys have as well. We're seeing the benefits. Can we get the production going? That's the challenge. Then we have the mid to long term bits. Hydrogen engines, hydrogen fuel cells, and just hydrogen supply. We're all hoping someone's going to make a breakthrough. We're all hoping that we can get through SAF and we can find a hybrid because we need to be able to do a bit of both. It's great to say that hydrogen works, but if you have a rerouting and you've got to land somewhere and you're only using hydrogen, you need to be able to use both systems at the same time. So there's a lot of technological potential that we'd really like to happen, but we need to take into account that we need to keep running the existing operation at the same time while we move forward. And that's kind of like the high-level view to start the conversation off.
And again, in terms of fuels, airports come into this as well, in terms of having the capacity for these fuels to be stored and unloaded, you know, onto aircraft. What do you guys think about supersonic? What about New Zealand being linked to West Coast USA in half the time? And United has talked about their kind of, I don't know if it's an order, but putting down a stake on this boom aircraft. They would use some trans-Pacific. Would that scare the life out of Air New Zealand?
I'm not sure if Air New Zealand has a view on it just yet, but you know, naturally, New Zealand is so far away from everything. Let's be honest, we're in the middle of nowhere, so anything that can improve those long-haul flight times would be fantastic. At this stage, our main goal is to be net zero by 2050, and so kind of the focus remains on those hydrogen and electric aircraft technologies.
Matthias, any thoughts as a pilot? Would you like to be flying a supersonic
I would
plane?
like to fly them. So
Icelandair might have them in a few years' time?
No, we haven't looked into the supersonic, but as a pilot, it would be lovely.
You'd love it. Fantastic. And just to move away from the aircraft themselves, what about data around the business? You know, we know AI, we haven't brought that in at this particular point, but it's become the word on everybody's tongues in terms of how we might plan networks in the years ahead. Is this something you thought about, Ashley? Would AI come in and new approaches and looking at where you might fly with these new game-changing aircraft?
Yeah, I definitely think it's coming, and probably actually in the very near future. We already use a new revenue management system called Cirrus, which uses AI and machine learning. Still in testing mode with the first customer kind of building it with the company. But no doubt that's coming to network planning solutions, and I believe that Netline Plan actually already has a couple in testing.
And what about in terms of predicting customer behavior, in terms of wanting routes? Are there going to be new elements of that coming from AI? Already we're using like searches, but it's not AI in the true sense.
It's a good question. I reckon ChatGPT could probably already do it.
Maybe that's where the answer could be. Yeah, maybe there is a solution in that. Matthias?
Yeah, I actually think that the revolution there is actually the ChatGPT likes where you can actually just talk to the company in a way without the middleman, the hardware, the computer, the mouse, and the screen.
Yeah.
You know, we will come to that some point in time where you can actually just talk to the company, get the deals, get the right prices, and even negotiate on the fly. So, you know, but when we're not there already, but hopefully soon. And we could actually then get a pretty good predictor on where people would want to fly. You could just ask them, you know, what do you want to do? So.
I mean, we're getting little bits of that already in terms of searches, even social media commentary. I mean, Henri, are you an optimist about AI or fearful in terms of what that might bring?
I'm not sure. Oh, it's working. It's back. So what do I think? I think it's incredible that as network planners today, we have all of this amazing data. I'll give you a simple example. You can use traffic data to understand different airports in different cities and what people's preferences would be. And it's remarkable. Take London, City, Gatwick, Heathrow, whether it's a train, whether it's a car, whether it's a time of day, whether it's a day of week, whether it's a season, our ability to understand people's preferences is remarkable. Combine that with Google Analytics, combine that with understanding open jaw tickets, where people buy separate tickets to try and get to a point, to get to the next point. The amount of data we have is incredible. The difficulty is understanding how to prioritize which part of the data to look at so you can get the 80-20 answer and get yourself continuously moving forward and having too much to continually say, this looks great. Because at the end of the day, you have to answer the fundamental question, which is, are you comfortable that what you're flying is right? And if you do that, how do you prove it using all this data? And I think that's the tricky bit. So yes, it's amazing. We can do things that never thought it'd be possible. But there's so much more to come now. And particularly with Google Analytics, you can triangulate between different points. You have your standard approach, which is market sizing. Then you have your approach of, is there something changing in the market? Are the digital nomads affecting things? Do we have premium leisure? Do we have leisure? Do we have business, corporates? Do we have leisure? How does this thing affect? Our stopover program, for example, at TAP makes it really interesting. We have roughly, I'm giving rough numbers, half of our traffic which connects on average. And of that, maybe 5 to 10% stops over. It's quite remarkable. So these open jaw changes that we never really thought would become accepted are becoming really popular because people don't want to travel many times so far away. They want to go there. They want to have a good relationship. Everybody wants to be happy and choose one point and the other. And the ability for us to use technology and some simple things that we never thought were possible makes it a really interesting product offering for the customer now.
George, any points you want to add on that?
I mean, I mostly agree with everything that has been said. Maybe the only thing that I would add is that network planning and strategy in general is a bit of an art and a science combined, right? And I think we've made a huge progress in the science side of things with data availability and so on and so forth, optimization tools and things like that. I think. And I fully subscribe that. I mean, my background is an analytical background, and a lot of my team as well. But I think there's a lot of things that cannot be, modeled. There's a lot of things. I mean, we are here to discuss with people, right? And a lot of these conversations cannot be put anywhere, right?
Well, I was going to say, is chat, was it CBT? I don't even know the name right. CPG. Is it going to replace Roots conferences? That we're not going to be sitting here. We'll just have it animated and coming up on the screen by asking a quick question.
But yeah, I mean, so no, I hope not. Otherwise, we're out of jobs. But my point is, all of that knowledge that sits in people's minds, right? All of the, also the, certain network moves that you do, not because they make sense from a data perspective, but simply because you're sending a message that this market is very important. I think there's a qualitative angle to it as well, which, as you were saying, 80-20, right? There's a 20% part of it which is qualitative, and that we have to, we have to be very strong on that side as well. At the same time as we evolve the data side of things.
We're nearly out of time, so I just want to check if we've missed something that somebody in the audience feels is really key and has to be raised before the session's finished. Anybody like to ask a question to any specific or general members of the panel? At the moment, no.
There's a question.
Anything? Well, that's, okay, we're just going to get a microphone to you. Can we get the mic, please? ASAP. And if you wouldn't mind just saying who you are and just who you'd like to ask.
Hello?
Yeah.
I'm Rebecca from Rolls-Royce. I'd like to ask a question to Matthias about your wide-body part of your network, the 767s. Do you have any plans around that of any expansion, or does the XLR actually replace the need for that aircraft?
So we have 3 767s in our network, and we are utilizing them where we have the slot constraints. So most likely we will have to have a replacement for the wide bodies, but we haven't decided on which one we're going to take or use as a replacement.
Last call for any audience questions. Great, we're out of time. I think we've been cut in our prime, but I think we've had an interesting discussion. So I'd like to thank you all for listening. I'd like to thank my panelists, Ashley Walsh from Air New Zealand, Matthias from Iceland Air, Henri from TAP, and Geordie from Vueling. Thank you all very much for your time. Let's do a bit more crystal ball gazing, as long as we're not replaced by AI at a future Roots event. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ashley. I feel
I've been thinking, I want you to be happier, I want you to be happier. When the morning comes, when we see what we've become, in the cold light of day we're a flame in the wind, not the fire that we've begun. Every argument, every word we can't take back, cause we don't let it happen. I think that we both know the way that the story ends. Turn only for a minute, I want to change my mind, cause it just don't feel right to me. I wanna rise your spirits, I want to see you smile, but no, that means I'll have to leave. No, that means I'll have to leave. Lately, I've been thinking, I want you to be happier, I want you to be happier. When the evening falls and left with my thoughts, and the image of you being with someone else was eating me up inside. But we're on, of course, we pretend that we're okay. Now if we jump together, at least we can swim far away from the wreck we made. I've been thinking, I want you to be happier, I want you to be happier. Even though I might not like this, I think that you'll be happier, I want you to be happier. And only for a minute, I want to change my mind, cause it just don't feel right to me. I wanna rise the spirits, I want
development and, of course, the expansion of IGA Istanbul Airport, it's actually led to become a vast airport city complex. It's not just a transportation hub. Oh, no, it's not. It's a multifunctional space. It's got shopping centers, hotels, conference facilities, just to name a few. It has transformed the surrounding areas into bustling business districts. It's driven urban development. It's driven real estate growth. And of course, the airport's also created thousands of new jobs, which really just strengthens its role in shaping the city's employment landscape. Look, in a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen, IGA Istanbul, it has positioned itself as a key player in global aviation, in the global aviation industry, and of course is a shining example of what an airport can be. So, on that note, we've got a lot to discuss, not a lot of time. I managed to squeeze a few more minutes from the organizers, but let's use that time to hear from a rather remarkable individual, ladies and gentlemen. He's a true visionary and a leader in his field. With his contributions and achievements that sort of span the realms of architecture, business, education. He has this incredible thirst for knowledge and, of course, an absolute passion for architecture. So, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for a very warm welcome to none other than the executive board member of IGA Istanbul Airport and the founder of Turkey Design Council, Mr. Mehmet Kuluncu. Come on up, Mehmet.
Thank you.
Good to see you, my friend. Take a seat. Okay, the clocks are ticking. Let's start with this. Let's start with the destination, right? That's why we're all here, right? Let's start with that. And how you think your airport showcases the city, because, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but the aim is for your airport to offer more than just a space to catch a flight. And I've just sort of said that. Your aim, this is where I want you to correct me if I'm wrong, your aim is to leave this lasting impression, right, with the passengers or on the passengers. And by doing that, the end goal is that those passengers then become, well, they kind of become ambassadors for the city and for the airport. Is that the idea?
Well, maybe I can address this question by asking, why do we build airports? Or for whom do we build airports? Do we build airports for airplanes or for the people? There was a discussion before our panel. Yep. They were, I think, talking about the future of airplanes technologically. So, of course, it's a part of the business to make airplanes travel easier on the airways and on the facilities. Many Americans discuss that why their cities are designed for cars rather than people. And some of them like European cities better because they are more human-centered. So, like cities, I think airports should be designed for people. If we do it, then we make people happy. Because Shakespeare has a saying that what is the city but the people? So in the end, everything is for people. But
have you ever had a quote, any of these sessions from Shakespeare? I mean, you know, that's a cracking start. But I know you've got a real passion for cities. So here's a question, you know, are cities making airports or are airports making cities?
Good question. Well, I think cities making airports. Because geographically, world is a sphere, right?
Yeah.
Every destination is saying that I am the center of the world. I don't think it's true, because world is a sphere, technically. But there are, I think, very limited cases. Before airports, there were ports, of course. You cannot really be a transport hub without political stability, political power, good diplomacy, and a strong history and culture. When you bring all of those together and you add technical skills, the empowerment of business people, the entrepreneurship of the aviation industry, then you become a regional hub or a transportation hub. I think that's why cities are making airports.
Okay. Before we go on to the added value that airports bring to surrounding areas, I want to talk to you about İGA Istanbul Airport's location. Now, we have an expression in English, you may have the same, when it comes to property in Turkish. You know, location, location, location. And when it comes to building entirely a new airport from scratch, which you did, the world's largest airport from scratch, when you do that with this huge investment in infrastructure, you got to get it right the first time, right? You can't go, oops, made a mistake there, we've got to move it. Can't do that. But let's be frank, because there was some criticism about the location of the airport, and we know that. But I want to ask you this, with some 5 years on now into operation, has the airport proven the critics wrong?
Yes.
What's the advantage of that location?
Well, why it is now that those people's ideas changed? Because they saw, they experienced it. Again, another saying that I like very much, seeing is believing.
Yeah.
People saw and had believed in it. The advantages of the location serving to the city of Istanbul, of course, it is a far location from the dense population.
Mm-hmm.
The southern part of Istanbul already populated, and the old airport was in south. So any transportation activity that is leaving carbon was leaving carbon on the city. Now we have the airport on the north, same vertical, but not south, but north.
Right.
So when airplanes arrive, most of them, they leave carbon emissions on the sea. So this doesn't affect the people of Istanbul. Second, noise pollution. Noise pollution decreased in Istanbul after the airport moved. Third, bird strikes. One of the biggest critics was about bird strikes, that they were saying the airport was planning on bird routes. Well, I'm not a ornithologist. In our company, we had 5 ornithologists.
Okay.
Because we paid attention to this bird issue. What they were saying, as I remember, was birds are not that kind of very
precise,
very
precise route.
yeah.
They can sort of change the route. Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
Basically, they fly over a city, so it doesn't really differ from the old location of the airport. And we see bird strikes decreased.
Wow.
Pass rates decreased. Operationally, we have an efficient operation. Old airport, the biggest problem was the time that airplanes was taking tours on the airport. They were leaving a carbon emission, they were wasting time, and when they land, they put very remote place, then people would take another 30 minutes with bus from airplane to the terminal. Now our taxi times are around 13, 14 minutes.
Wow.
So this is saving people time, energy, money. Environmentally, we have proven that we are the largest LEED Gold building. We have every sustainability certificates, or we are very prime in those categories. So I think these are really benefits that...
So Istanbul as a city, as a destination, has actually seen huge benefits from that putting the airport at that location. Well, let's talk about the transport infrastructure that was needed, which is all part of that big picture. That's also benefited a lot of people, hasn't it? The transport infrastructure.
Well, now the airport is not in the middle of dense population. This doesn't mean that you are going to the airport with 1 hour, 1.5 hour durations. Now, our metro is connecting to the city center in 25 minutes, which is very practical. I think the public transportation opportunities are much better. So people doesn't like really getting into the traffic with their car. I mean, public transport is much easier. So this is by transportation infrastructure a benefit. And also here we have the chance to have multimodal transportation synergy.
Okay.
We have a highway next to Istanbul Airport. Now there's a planning about putting a railway on the same route. So we will have rail. We are next to a sea. We have a port and the airport itself. So we have 4 modes of transportation coming together in a transportation hub.
That's rather phenomenal. But correct me if I'm wrong here, because you have had one fortunate factor, right? And that is that your government, you had the space and the land, right? To be able to do this, build this incredible infrastructure, again, from scratch. And I'm just wondering, Mehmet, if you can do what you've done, can existing airports do what you've done that are older airports surrounded by urban areas? Because I kind of think that would be impossible, right?
Yeah.
To do that.
Well, not very easy. I mean, Istanbul is a 16 million population city.
Yeah.
So it is more populated than many cities in Europe. We kind of really had the advantage of something that should be a disadvantage. Istanbul really wasn't being planned very in detail. So the administration had the chance to make a new decision.
Yep.
But European cities, these decisions were made tens of years ago. So not as flexible as we are. But I think this is a very fair comment because Mayor of London, New York, Eric Adams, and Boris Johnson, former London Mayor and United Kingdom Prime Minister, told me the same. So they told that how in our cities, in New York, in London, we can have a one transfer hub that is serving to the city and making it all efficient.
Yep.
I was with Boris Johnson in a conference 3 days ago, just we have talked. I think he had an idea to make a new big airport, right? Why didn't it happen?
Oh, I'm an Australian, by the way. Yes, I live in London, but I mean, they can't even decide on the extra runway. I mean, that's taken 20-something years. So, you know, you could almost forget. But there was a plan, yes, to start from scratch.
So he told about his idea at that time. So when you have a strong planning, then you don't have flexibility.
Yeah.
That means these times, and there, of course, this is a time of change. The capacity of the airports are not enough.
Yeah.
There are population around it. I mean, they close at 11 p.m. Doesn't make sense. We run 24 hours, and let me be frank with you. This is a very big advantage for us in comparison with European airports.
Yeah.
We grow much faster than them because we operate 24 hours, they operate 18 hours.
Yeah.
This is not efficient.
But can I just say, part of that picture, though, that we've just been talking about, is the will, the government, let's say.
Of course.
The government will, right?
Yeah.
Because you can't get it. And I think that's part of the problem with some of the older established.
I mean, asking people is good. You should ask people. See if they want or don't want.
Yeah.
But you should ask after you make the studies, you finish the studies. I don't know if there is any report that is putting the economic impact of a single big airport, or let's say 2 airports in London rather than 5 airports in a city. The population of London is lower than Istanbul. We have 2 airports, London has 5. This is really disabling them to be an international transportation hub because if you put, you know, all of these airplanes coming from all around the world, if they come in a single place, then they connect much efficient. In Middle Eastern hubs, this is possible because they don't have cities that are going back to hundreds of years.
Yeah.
What we did interesting was, we did this in a city has thousands of years of history. You really cannot find land in cities that thousands of years history. So I think the reason how we did it, I can say because we had the courage. This was a big step. big step to take, for sure. Government made the decision, but it was an international tender. So from Fraport to Aéroport de Paris, everybody bidded for it. So this means international airport planners and players thinks this is a good idea to have a big international transportation hub in Istanbul. But we were the ones that believed in this the most, and we started the development. Fortunately, we came to these days. I mean, it's like dream, because technically, politically, in many aspects, many challenges that we had. So really, there's a big effort behind it. But we are very happy that we are making travel easier and more accessible for everyone with Turkish Airlines. I mean, they're flying to many destinations in Africa, in South America.
The most in the world. An airline, I mean.
Making travel easy for them. This is very meaningful.
Let's talk about, I'm just looking at the, sorry, I keep looking because you're in front of the clock. Let's talk about the passenger experience, okay? Right? Because I found this interesting when I was doing the research. When you were designing the airport, your teams, you identified 8 distinct passenger segments. And I'll tell you them, because I was like, yeah, you really got to take this into account. Families with kids, Generation Z or Z, disabled guests, guests above 65, business travelers, premium guests, guests with pets, and global guests who may not be familiar with commonly used languages. And the idea behind that for you guys was to understand the requirements of each of that segment. I mean, that's a vast segment. I'm just getting my head around how do you and did you interact with all those segments?
Well, our passenger experience team is really being supported by scientific frameworks.
Yep, right.
So in the end, again, we are doing this for humans. So anything related with human is related with human psychology. We have a diverse team of consultants from many scientific disciplines, but the way we discovered these areas should be the focus areas are many of them have a potential that we can serve better. Let's take into consideration children. Airports are cold. I mean, the material that's being used in airports, I really don't think many children like airports. They like it, of course, the idea of traveling I mean, obviously a child likes airplane better than airport.
Right. That's a problem for you.
That's why we really focused on the children issue.
Yeah.
Because they need the most assistance on wayfinding, and when you make the airport accessible, easier for a child, then obviously you're making it for all the passengers.
Yep. Yeah, happy kids, happy parents, right?
Yes.
I mean, yeah. But it's also, I want to move on, but it's also part of the Turkish culture, right? Because one thing I always have said to friends and people around the world who've never flown Turkish Airlines, I'm like, fly them, they're a fantastic airline. The only airline that I know, and I've flown a lot, when the cockpit welcomes the passengers, they welcome the children. And you don't hear that. It's, you know, dear ladies and gentlemen, and children. That's what Turkish Airlines does.
Turkish Airlines?
Yes,
Wow,
it does that.
I didn't know that.
You didn't know that? I'm sure they announced it in Turkish as well. Let's talk, I'm just looking at the clock. Okay, I want to touch on the key topics here. So let's touch on sustainability, because a huge important part of, you know, when you were developing the airline. Your ethos is focus on the planet, target the future. You have a roadmap as part of your sustainability growth strategy. By the end of last year, 2022, you cut emissions by 21%. Compared to 2019, that is. Just take us through briefly what you're doing, because I'm talking about things here from the materials, right, that were used on the airport building, to solar, to the electric vehicles you've got around the airport. The water consumption, all controlled. I mean, it's quite phenomenal.
Yeah, you're right. Our scale is very big. That's why when designing, we really copied the successes of good cities. Why people like those cities and what makes them successful in being a livable city. Because our size is a city, Istanbul Airport consumes electricity with equal to city of Afyon. It is a mid-sized city, so we had to be sustainable. because we had this very big scale. This is costing us money, for sure. Businesses always think the return of investment on ecological investments or sustainable investments. But there's a new vertical that is being created, climate tech.
Yeah, yeah.
After climate crisis, now people are focusing on climate tech, and most things on climate tech doesn't have ROIs. How we did it was because of the scale. When you have a scale of economy, then you can do something that others couldn't have done. Like the United States military. You know, internet was there because they have a scale, they have a budget. I mean, that's why after having this scale of economy, really we should focus something to produce that is serving beyond our company or beyond our sector. We try to do that.
Okay. And let me end on this. Do you sell that story as an airport group? I'm wondering, do you sell that story that all that you have achieved and done in terms of sustainability? Because one bugbear of mine for the entire industry, especially the airlines, and I've been saying it for 25 years, is they make all these amazing accomplishments, achievements towards sustainability, but everybody still targets them. And the reason is they're their own worst enemy. The industry doesn't sell its story enough. So I'm just wondering, does IAG, or could IAG in the future, start letting the flying public and the general public know about what you're doing?
Of course, I agree. I mean, the more we share, the more we learn. And the more we learn from each other, we make better things together. That's why we are really keen on participating in ACI or other institutions that is bringing aviation world together.
Yeah.
But really, I cannot say people are expecting innovation from a Turkish company. I think this is new for the world.
Yeah, yeah.
So I think they need the time to understand all and get used to it, that our nations, other nations than Western nations, can create innovation also, and we are doing it. Hopefully, we are happy to share, of course.
Okay, I've got to wrap it up. One thing I didn't tell you, another feather in this gentleman's hat, is he's an extremely accomplished musician and composer. And last night can people see that on YouTube?
Yes.
He had the most amazing concert. I only saw a clip of it, but I mean, I can't believe it's you that did that. So you love music.
Yes.
Do you love airports more, or do you love music more?
Of course, music.
Yeah, there you go. Watch out if somebody signs him up. Mehmet Kalunjo, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you
Much
so much.
appreciated.
hope you enjoyed the session. Just to let you know that the keynote address with Airbus is going to start soon. So every interested delegate that are outside the keynote theater and is interested to hear this session, please, I will encourage you to take your seat. Thank you so much for whoever is here in the room, and I'm sure more people will make their way. So, as you all know, we are lucky enough to have Airbus as Platinum sponsor. And I would like to welcome to the stage the head of marketing from Europe, Francois Crosnier, who is going to make a keynote presentation. Thank you.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to first start this speech by thanking very much the Roots World Organization as well as the Istanbul Airport for giving me the privilege of presenting in front of you and to you our family of aircraft. And we are here in the middle of a fantastic city, Istanbul, which has shown until now an outstanding growth. And I would like to start with this slide, which is demonstrating this outstanding growth. In 2008, if we rank the top aviation cities by the number of average seat kilometers, Istanbul at that time was ranked number 50. In 2018, 10 years after, Istanbul had gone under an outstanding growth of close to 300% and was ranked 18. This was already outstanding. And nowadays, in 2023, Istanbul has entered the top 10. So it's a great achievement, a testimony of this outstanding growth and great resilience of Istanbul. If we now have a look at a more worldwide recovery, this chart is showing the recovery and the Delta ASKs versus pre-pandemic of different regions of the world. And the top region is, without any doubt, the Indian subcontinent, which is now reaching 110% of the pre-pandemic ASKs, followed by a group including the Americas, Middle East, Africa, and Europe, which are there in terms of recovery or very close to, and followed by the Republic of China and the Asia-Pacific region, which are not completely yet there, but there is no doubt that the recovery will come in 2024. And because we are seeing this recovery, because there are many aircraft to replace, the airlines of the world will have to cope with growth. We, as an OEM, as an aircraft manufacturer, we are offering a family of aircraft. And this will cover the rest of my presentation. So let me start with our smallest family of aircraft, the A220 family, which includes the A220-100 and the A220-300. And these aircraft have been purposely built for the 100 to 150 seat market. They are the only clean sheet, small single aisle, hence delivering a highest efficiency, and they are low risk, low cost aircraft. And very importantly, thanks to their clean sheet design, they offer 25% lower fuel burn, hence they emit 25 less CO2 than previous generation aircraft. They also offer a superior comfort. They have a wide cabin with a 5-abreast seating, and in economy class, you have seats with over 18 inches between armrests, highly comfortable, and you have the largest windows ever. To date, we have had an order for more than 800 units, and we are getting close to the 300th delivery. But what is amazing with this family of aircraft as well is that it can reach a 3,450 nautical miles range, but it has plenty of design weights available, and it can be extremely versatile. What you see on this slide are the current A220 operators. The A220 has around 30 customers. You see here the operators. It's flying over 1,300 routes. It will soon reach its first millionth revenue flights. And what you can see from this slide is that the A220 is a perfect fit for network carriers, for low-cost airlines, for regional operators, as well as international operators. And as an anecdote, because you see the gray lines which represent the routes flown by the aircraft, the longest route is from La Réunion Island to Chennai. It's over 2,500 nautical miles. The shortest route is between Dar es Salaam and Zanzibar, and it is a 39 nautical miles route. And all these routes are flown with fuel and cost efficiency. That's the versatility of the A220. And the A220 was built to fill the gap between the larger single aisles, like the A320 family, and the regional aircraft. Coming to the bigger brothers, the A320 family, it has a demonstrated maturity. The first aircraft flew in 1988, and we have now secured close to 18,000 orders. We have passed the 11,000 delivery mark. So it's a demonstrated maturity, and to give you a few figures, every 1.6 seconds, an A320 family aircraft takes off or lands in the world. Every 7 hours, an A320 family aircraft gets out of one of our final assembly lines. So based on this very reliable A320, we have developed the A320neo family, which is now in production in our facilities. And the A320neo is having sharklets, brand new engines from CFMI and Pratt & Whitney, and also a beautiful airspace cabin with enhanced comfort. And you will hear me speaking a lot during this presentation about the airspace cabin, which is now fitted on all our products. And we are injecting money each and every year to develop further our families of aircraft. And one example of our latest developments is the A321XLR. The A321XLR is an A321neo with an integrated center tank fully optimized in terms of location and weight to have increased fuel capacity, and it also has a higher maximum takeoff weight. And this allows this aircraft to fly 4,700 nautical miles, and this is represented on this slide, where you see that from and to London, the aircraft can fly very far to the east, cover most of the African continent, and go to the United States. The aircraft has been a true success and has secured to date more than 550 orders and more than 25 customers. It is the ideal product to open new long fin routes with low cost and at low risk. It is also a good aircraft to complement twin aisle frequencies for a network carrier when the demand is lower, and it is also excellent for low-cost carriers which can keep the high-density configuration but open new farther destinations. And the XLR is an excellent transition between our single-aisle family and our family of wide-body aircraft. So the A330, in our wide-body family, we have the A330 family and the A350 family. The A330 is the most popular aircraft in terms of number of operators. It has more than 140 operators. In total, today, over 1,800 A330s have been ordered by airlines in the world. It is touching around 400 airports and even flying out of the highest altitude airport that allows wide-body operations, the Lhasa airport. And so this is a very mature and reliable platform, and it has become the basis of a further development, the A330 Neo, where you will get even more than the very successful A330 platform. You will get a better specific fuel capacity, 25% less than the previous generation. Thanks to the cabin enablers that have been developed on this platform, but also on the A350 and the A320 family, we can accommodate more seats, and we have the flexibility to accommodate high density, up to 460 seats on an A330-900, but also premium configurations, very efficient trolleys to accommodate the catering you need. This aircraft undoubtedly has more range than the previous generation. It burns far less fuel, and it has a higher maximum takeoff weight. And it is a future-proof platform because it has a new high-span wing, new engines powered by Rolls-Royce, the Trent 7000, and it is the first aircraft family certified to the latest CO2 standards. The bigger brothers of the A330 are the members of the A350 family, which includes the A350-900, which can accommodate in a typical three-class configurations between 300 and 350 seats, the 1000, which can go up to over 400 seats, and the latest born, the A350 Freighter, which can accommodate 111 tons of cargo. And the versatility of the A350 is also coming from its economy class cabin, which can be flown at 9 or at 10 abreast, allowing to face all the uncertainties of the competition and of the unit costs and the competition. This is the only true new generation wide-body aircraft. All the A350 family members have 70% of advanced material, including 53% of composite. And they also have, like the A330-900 and 800, the necessary range to reach your destination. So here you have an example of what we call a range circle from and to Istanbul Airport. The white line represents the maximum passenger range of the A330-900, and the blue line, that of the A350-1000. And this is based on 85% reliability, most adverse winds. And as you can see, both ranges are significant. With the A330-900, you can cover a lot of destinations. And with the A350-1000, which has an impressive 8,900 nautical mile maximum passenger range, you can go simply everywhere. And one of the beauties of the Airbus family of aircraft is its commonality concept. Since the A320, we had in mind to have cockpits with the same ergonomy, the same ways of working for the pilots, fly-by-wire, which gives similar handling characteristics between an A320 and an A380, and this allows to shorten the pilot training transitions between models and to fly the aircraft with the same pool of pilots. And in the case of the A330neo and the A350, they share the same common type rating. There is a single pilot endorsement, which means that airlines can fly the A330 and A350 with the same pool of pilots, providing a lot of operational flexibility. And you have here example of 3 airlines, Delta Airlines, Starlux, and Virgin Atlantic, which are combining the operations of the A330neo and the A350. And by the way, more than 80% of the A350 operators have the A330 in their fleet. So to conclude this presentation, we have seen that the recovery is there and that there will be growth in the future. We know that there is pressure on environment and that aircraft needs to be less noisy and to emit less CO2s. In the worldwide airlines today, 70% of the aircraft are older generation aircraft. They will need to be replaced. And for this, plus for the growth, as an aircraft manufacturer, we are offering an entire family of aircraft from the A220-100, which is a 100-seater, to the A350-1000, which can accommodate more than 400 seats, to answer these needs, and globally to offer a 25% lower carbon footprint. So this ends my presentation, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Francois. Thank you so much, Airbus, for being the platinum sponsor for the Roots Conference Program 2023. Our next and final session of the day is a panel discussion sponsored by Hittite Aviation called What are the Challenges During Disruption and Irregular Operations? We are going to rearrange the stage. It's going to take 2 seconds, so please don't go anywhere. The moderator, Semra Kandemir, Chief Product Strategy Officer from Hittite Computer Services, is going to conduct the panel. We have Tonderai Magombe, Public Relations and Communications Manager at Airports Company of Zimbabwe, Sherkan Kilik, Vice President at Pegasus Airlines, and Haydar Yalcin, Senior Aviation Expert, former Deputy Director General at Turkey's Civil Aviation Authority. Thank you so much. No, leave the table, leave the table. Slide.
As the last session of the day, you know, this is quite hilarious, actually. The picture is the chairman of Pegasus Airlines, Mr. Mehmet Nane. He was previously IATA's chairman as well. So, it's a nice joke for today. Panelists, please come here. Siz oturun. Okay. So, since the picture is wrong, we sat down as the order we wanted. Okay, so since I'm already introduced, my name is Semra Kandemir. I am the Chief of Product Strategy Officer in HITIT. So why we are here today? Who is HITIT? HITIT is, in fact, a 30-year-old company. We first became famous with our loyalty program, loyalty solution. Then PSS followed the tradition. And now operational solutions starting to disrupt the competition. So I realize that it's kind of rhyming, you know, the prior session which Aaron made. Also, they had quotes from Shakespeare. You know, whatever I do, I could not make it more joyful for you, but I'll try the best. So we are the only provider having operational and financial solutions as well as commercial and cargo in a one-stop shop concept. We have 60 airlines, customers, over 6 continents. And IROPS is something very difficult to tackle with. We are putting our most efforts to solve this problem using optimization and artificial intelligence techniques. And we have an interesting mix and match for you, for the audience today. Authority, airport, and airline. So, you know, these parties always, you know, argue over the Arabs. So we'll see how we are going to handle today. As airline, we are hosting Pegasus Airlines today. And we are working closely to tackle the IROPS problem together. As a matter of the fact, Pegasus is using our wide range of products as a one-stop shop concept. I will introduce our distinguished guests in this order. So please allow me to read because I don't want to make any mistakes in their biographies. Haydar Yalçın is an aeronautical engineer, retired from the Turkish Director General Civil Aviation in 2021. After having 33 years of experience, he was the Deputy Director General for this last 17 years. He is the former president of the Eurocontrol Provisional Council and the member of the Board of Governors of the Flight Safety Foundation. He is currently working for Eurocontrol as a senior expert. Thank you for being here. Tonderai Mangombe. He is the Public Relations and Communications Manager of Airports Company of Zimbabwe. He is also acting as a Business Development Director. He has experience in aviation spanning 13 years. He is a seasoned marketeer. He's holding a master's degree in business administration with other aviation qualifications. Serkan Kılıç. He was graduated from Turkish Naval Academy in 2000 and became the Navy pilot after successfully completing Turkish Air Force Flight Training School in 2014. His civil aviation career started in Turkish Airlines, and after 2018, he joined Pegasus Airlines. He is serving Pegasus Airlines as examiner on Airbus 320 and as of IOCC Vice President. So I'm just throwing a single question on the table. What are the challenges during disruption and irregular operations? How do you overcome them, and what is next? Haydar Bey, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to thank HITIT for the kind invitation extended to myself. And I have the great honor and privilege to be part of this panel with the esteemed members of the panel, esteemed experts. And I don't know how I will be able to summarize these challenging issues in 5-6 minutes. So we have the time limit, and I will do my best to be in the timeline. Disruptions and irregular operations. These are very challenging issues. Irregular operations are unforeseen or unexpected events or circumstances that disrupt normal operations of the industry, stakeholders, causing delays, cancellation, and passenger or customer inconvenience. Irregular operations may cause different impacts of different stakeholders, such as authorities, regional and global organizations, airlines, airports, air navigation, service providers, ground handling companies, maintenance and training organizations, and etc. There are many other stakeholders. Therefore, the preventive measures also to be taken for each disruption or irregularities will be different due to their nature. One will be valid for one stakeholder, but the other measures will not be valid for the other stakeholders. As far as I know, the aviation industry has to pay over $60 billion each year due to the disruption or irregularities to flight schedules, which is extremely huge and having significant impact to the industry. That's why we should focus on the effective measures to be taken on that respect. Additionally, there are different types of impacts of the irregular operations, such as financial losses, customer dissatisfaction, and regulatory compliance. These incidents can arise due to various factors, such as adverse weather conditions, technical issues, air traffic congestions, crew-related events, problems, or even regional or global events like volcanic eruptions or pandemics we faced a couple of years ago. Other esteemed airline and airport representatives on the panel will soon share their experiences and opinions on the impacts of disruptions and or irregular operations of the areas they are responsible for, airlines and airports. I would like to approach this issue in more general manner and from the authority responsible for regulating the industry and international organizations' perspective. National aviation authorities always focus on the impacts of the two issues, especially from the safety, security, and environmental perspectives. Regulatory compliance is also important and sensitive for the national aviation authorities. I would like to mention about the global or regional disruptions having huge impacts, even stopping the whole aviation operations. I had an experience in 2010, most probably you will remember, the smoke layer spread across Europe after the eruption of an Icelandic volcano caused the cancellation of more than 100,000 flights in 3 days, which is one of the biggest disruptions of the European aviation. Due to the volcanic eruptions, all airline companies had to stop their flights to the regions affected by the ash cloud, and all preventive measures taken up to that time were ineffective and insufficient. When flights stopped for 3 days, there was an urgent need to take new and effective measures. ICAO, EASA, and other national aviation authorities were helpless and did not know what to do. The existing rules, the measures taken, and the preparations made did not provide a solution to the problem. A crisis coordination cell was immediately established within Eurocontrol, the body that coordinates and controls the European air traffic management, and a solution was found to the problem with the close coordination of EASA, aircraft and engine manufacturers, and 41 Eurocontrol member states. We had similar experiences during the pandemic, but at global level. I do not want to go into details, but the solution to this crisis affecting all of our life, including aviation, was found as a result of the studies carried out all stakeholders at a global level. As a summary, Madam Chairperson, it should be anticipated that the industry, like other sectors, aviation industry, like other sectors, will continue to encounter various disruptions and serious problems or irregularities affecting its operations. The important thing is to be prepared and ready for such unforeseen events or circumstances with enhanced contingency or emergency planning and effective crisis coordination with different scenarios. Investment in technology and infrastructure, as well as improved communications and customer support, will also be other key issues to mitigate the potential impacts. Another important issue is training. Well-trained, qualified personnel are also extremely important and necessary in resolving difficult disruptions or irregularities. And my final message, or a kind of motto, is cooperation, coordination, and collaboration at national, regional, and global level. I believe coordination is the key word to overcome this kind of difficulties.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Haydar Bey. So, authority shared his perspective as a regulatory body. So, as an airport operator, Tonderai, what would be your contribution to this discussion?
Thank you very much for the opportunity. As an airport, you can never be prepared. That's the truth. Of course, we try by all means to get prepared, but you can never be prepared for disruption. But from the previous incidences and pandemics which were faced in the aviation industry, we've noted that you can plan on on what you can do in case of such an event happens. No one could tell that, no one would know that the aviation industry would shut down completely for more than a year. No one would ever anticipate that those are financial losses. You have to keep the infrastructure running. You have to keep the people paid, and it's huge. The impact is just huge. So the disruptions, they come from smaller ones, which are within the smaller organizations like a strike at then airports, to the global one, which are pandemics. But as Airports Company of Zimbabwe, we've noted that once we have such disruptions, the most important thing that everyone needs is communication. Miscommunication or lack of it creates chaos, creates jittery among people. People, they don't know where to go from here to there. So there is a really need for a crisis communication plan for any airport to move forward, to know how to communicate in case of any incident, whether how small or how big, and where to go from there, so that if people, they don't get the right communication, they tend to form their own version of the stories, create chaos at the airports. They can even destroy things. So what is needed is to have the communication plan in place. From the communication plan, you also need to have preparedness, the procedures. That's what if this happens, what is each part supposed to do? Us as the Airports Company of Zimbabwe, we formed a crisis communication committee and a crisis preparedness committee, which deals with such eventualities that we have to find ways to communicate, find ways to sit down and see, according to the plan, where do we go from here? Then there's also need to train everyone, every stakeholder at the airports, to know how to react and how to approach to such disruptions. So every member or everyone from the lowest position at the airports to the top, they should have the same voice, the same communication, on the same procedures to follow in cases of the pandemic. Then these days we are so fortunate, we can use AI, which is technology, to anticipate and such irregularities, and also to communicate or to curb for such irregularities. The use of technology is really recommended, and I'm happy you're here, and you're going to lead us the way, and also try to show us how best can we use technology to anticipate such eventualities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I think they said a lot. They explained a lot about disruption management and air ops. But I would like to express from our perspective, from an airline company, what we call the disruption, and also air ops. The disruption for us is the interruption of the flight schedule of one aircraft more than 4 hours. And then the air ops is more than many flight schedules are being affected, widely affected, due to, for example, the closure, temporary closure of the runway of the hub aerodrome, or for other reasons due to weather also. But the most important thing is in our daily, day-to-day operation, we are frequently facing many challenges during disruptions and aerops. But from the workload is massive during that times. While it is widely affected, we call it the crisis in our company. And for the crisis management, we know that to reduce the workload, we need to collaborate with the authorities and also the airport authorities. And also the most important thing is to communicate with the passengers, because the disturbance created with this kind of aerops or the disruption is huge. So you should communicate directly to the passengers for reducing this disturbance. But for what is the most challenging, if you ask, it's the unpredictable results of this kind of mess. So what should be done? You cannot be always prepared. The more you are prepared, the less you suffer, but you cannot be always prepared for this kind of events. So you should have a good software infrastructure. So we are working with you, and we have good solutions for this to reduce the workload of our operators. So I think we are doing a good job during this kind of crisis, and so we are increasing the passengers numbers day by day, but we also have a good collaboration with you. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. I have a question for you, Tonduray. Are you planning to establish kind of a CDM for your airport for communication, just allowing all the stakeholders working together in maybe in the same room and taking care of everything together?
Yes, we also have an emergency operations center where if in case of anything we have to assemble all the stakeholders from the customs, the airlines, the airports, the authorities, and try to brainstorm on first from there how best to communicate, how best to tackle any issue from that point of view.
So, Haydar Bey, I have another question for you. To mobilize disruptions to be managed better, you know, we need on the technology side the authorities' input to the environment. So, what do you think? You know, like all NOTAM messages are very old, very hard to massage them to fed into systems. So what do you say about that?
Also, it is really a challenge for the authorities to accept the new technologies as much as possible, but it is not so easy because technological development comes to the industry first, and if the authority is taking care of the technology on time, then industry will be happy to use with their own regulations. But in general, making or updating the current regulations will take really more time than the industry facilitates the technological development. For example, in AI, artificial intelligence, many of the industries are using that technology, but it is not still included to the current regulatory framework. So in order to put into the regulations, ICAO, Eurocontrol, or EASA, all the international organizations should take care of it. And this is the one way, but on the other hand, national aviation authorities should take some actions just parallel to the industry adaptation. But in most cases, it's not so easy for NAAs due to different reasons. And I can say that this is also disruption good example of disruption for the authorities level. This is not a disruption for the airport or airline, but disruption for the authorities.
Okay. When you look at aviation industry, especially in airlines, you know, we do lots of things for the passenger comfort. You know, we have mobile apps, you know, fancy booking sites, but you know, people behind the scenes, you know, working very hard, and the opportunities they are given are very, very limited.
Yes.
So your emphasis on putting new technology to regulatory bodies is very important.
Should use all the technological developments in order to adapt the current regulations. But there are many factors to adapt the regulations from international organizations, from the industry, from the airline. They may need to use one example, but if it is not in line with the regulations, airline or airport people would like to get the permission from the DGCA, because in aviation you have to use the approved data and approved programs. So it is really a challenge for NAAs.
Okay. I will ask a question for you. How would you use predictive analysis that artificial intelligence provides us in operations, in disruptive cases? So we are working on like predicting delays over weather forecast, because you know, for AI what you need is data. You know, you can get weather information for 10 years very easily, and you can get delay information very easily, and you can combine and get a very good result very quickly. But how would you get any area of use in your field of expertise for this?
The AI, the machine learning technology can be used in our operation with, you know, there is not only one solution for any IROPS or disruptive management. So the machine learning behind the software can easily be adaptive to this kind of scenarios and then give you the best scenario, the best solution if, that you need. Because the best solution is not always the cost-effective one. The cost-effective is, yes, it is the good one, but sometimes you select the more expensive choice for the comfort of the passengers. So the AI technology understands what your preferences are, and then can offer you this kind of solutions in the background, and this will reduce the operator's point of view of the workload. So it's not an easy task for the software companies, but it will be the future of the airline operations, I hope so.
I should also mention that there is a big debate between optimization and AI. So optimization people always say that the best solution is coming from optimization. The AI people says that it comes from AI. So what we are trying to do is try to mix and match all together.
You know, the operation changed from one company to another. It's
Yes.
not the same. It's the unique. So the schedule, the aircrafts and the airports, the solutions, the preferences are always changing from airline to airline. So the machine learning technology behind the software is always very useful to understand what kind of operating system, what kind of operating choices you are making. So it's better to have an AI, I think, but in the future, I think it will be more advanced in the future, so we will be getting benefits from it.
Okay, we should be cognizant of time. We already finished our time. Thank you for attending this very late session of today, and hope to see you in the dinner all together. Thank you very much.